He'd probably love
files, maybe.
having like rhetoric where he's like, I brought freedom to Iran and they call
Yeah.
me a dictator, but I freed this country. It's like, great. You brought
Fantastic.
up their freedom score to the equivalent of how you brought us down. You just moved points from one place to another.
Just shuffling it around. It's like envoys to city states.
Okay, I can't look at the tag engagement and change them at the same time.
Oh, really?
No, I have to do two different tabs.
Mm.
So what did we want here? I read them
Uh,
out. You want me to read them out
yeah, it
again?
was like all the normal ones. I think it
Hang on.
was like gay,
I'll read them out
ice.
and you can type them in and then
Okay, I'll
send them
type.
to me.
Yeah.
Okay, the big impressions is gay, ice, politics, Minnesota, English,
Mm-hmm.
politics.
Got that.
And then from last month, it's Epstein.
Epstein. Yep.
And then Iran. What else are we going to talk about?
Um. Um. So there was something I sent you. Ice protests in LA.
Yeah, so that's already a tag we have is ice. It's one
Okay.
of the ones I just read out.
Are we doing anything on Kurds today? Maybe not.
Probably not.
Mm.
I might do some serious stuff
We'll
with
chuck Syria in there.
with a no with someone who does like a Syria podcast and stuff. I might be bringing
Okay.
back the Syria stuff.
Okay.
Let's try news as well.
News? Yeah, okay.
Okay, I got 8. I can get 2 more in there.
Just pick random things.
Yeah. Well, what do we want?
8:45.
Huh?
Yeah, that was the plan. Mm.
You know, I'm really puzzled by something. It's 2026, believe it or not, and even though we live in this modern digital world where we can ask our smart assistants to close the block for us, we're still excited about finding oil. That feels weird to me. Petroleum is a 19th century technology, and here in the 21st century, very few of the things we use are powered by petroleum products. So, why are we still so obsessed with finding more oil?
Tank.
Well,
Tank
there's
run
a
on
very
oil.
simple reason. It just has to do with how oil, as a technology, works. Once we find new crude oil deposits and take some out of the ground, we then refine that
I got
oil
a
into
deposit
many
for ya.
useful products and things. However, by far the greatest portion of it is used to produce gasoline and diesel fuel, which power some of the machines we rely on. Now, those machines are great and have unlocked plenty of wonderful new possibilities for us, even whole new kinds of economies. While they've also come with some downsides that concern me and I think deserve more weight in our public conversations, you're not going to hear me tell you to stop using your machines. That is not at all what this video is about. But petroleum has an unavoidable issue, which is easy to ignore, but I don't think you should. It's disposable energy. In order for our machines to do things for us, like take us to work or get the kids to school, they burn the fuels which power them. That makes those fuels single use, one and done. So to keep using
we should
those
also probably
machines,
cover
which
the
most of
the
us would
national
like to
strike.
do, we have no choice but to keep finding more oil to make more fuel. Many of us have come to the conclusion that this is a serious problem for a long list of reasons. For one thing, it makes our standard of living dependent on an extremely intensive resource extraction process, which, since what that process yields will be burned shortly after it's created, appears to have no end in sight. Additionally, because oil deposits inevitably run dry, we often rely on extraction efforts happening in other countries, which may or may not be friendly. And while oil is relatively easy to store, meaning we can build reserves of oil, we use it a lot faster than you may realize. Our 714 million barrel strategic oil reserve sounds huge, but it only holds enough to sustain slightly more than a month of our current use. That's not a very long time.
Thanks, U.S.
And
military.
even when we know
That's all
we
those
have a
unit costs
healthy
for
and
oil.
secure supply of oil,
Yeah.
that oil costs a lot of money to find, extract, and refine into the fuels we buy to power our machines. That results in those fuels being fairly expensive to purchase as a consumer, and that results in a high and ongoing operating cost for any machines which use them. And that cost can change quite dramatically based on supply and demand. What's worse, since nearly every step in our economy currently involves something going on a truck, which burns diesel fuel, spikes in oil prices make their way into virtually everything we buy.
Yep.
For those struggling to make ends meet, that can be the difference between well-fed and not, even if they don't drive a car.
And
I
Australia
truly believe that an honest
taxes
assessment
us like
of the
4
basic
times over just to drive on the road. So we get taxed for registering the car, we get taxed for buying the car, we get taxed for driving, we get taxed for getting your license, you get
They
taxed
should just
for
die.
tolls, right, on top of the road taxes. And then on top of that, you also have the fuel excises in Australia, which doubles the cost of fuel. It's literally $1 on top of the fuel. And the government just takes that. And it's like, oh, well, I
realities
wonder
of
why
using
oil is so
petroleum as a source of
expensive.
energy
Maybe it's
suggests
the
that our situation
150%
is actually
fucking
quite
tax on
precarious.
it.
And if nothing else, it can really hurt the wallet sometimes. But on that note, there's good news. We've developed an enormous variety of electric machines which don't use fuels to function at all. For instance,
How's the electricity
screen
made?
you're looking at right now, and in fact, nearly everything in your home. While today we still burn fuels to generate electricity, the
There we
even
go.
better news is that we don't have to do that anymore.
Just this video actually changed my perspective on a lot of stuff when it comes to
Interesting.
renewables. Like I already was pro renewable, but I also was pro developing of hydrogen. At this point, I don't even know if we need the hydrogen. Like the only
for
thing about the
cars.
hydrogen is that it allows you to like plug into oil and stuff, but that will just mean that they're going to continue fucking digging for oil and stuff when we don't need it.
Hydrogen's a byproduct of
We don't
all
need it at
power
the rates
generation.
that they are burning it, basically, you know? When it comes to like oil, gas, coal, power plants and stuff, we don't necessarily need those at all. So like even going into hydrogen to preserve those industries is just extending industries that really should be dead and gone already. Like he said, it's a fucking 19th century technology. And if you really think about it, it depends on what powers your local grid as well. But like if you ignore like where the electricity is generated in your house, like how many products in your house actually use natural gas, oil, or coal?
Just the hot water.
At most, at like max, I could probably think of 4 things that would be in people's homes. And that's like at max, you know? And the rest of
Yeah.
the stuff is electric.
Yeah.
So like
my whole
we
thing
don't
is like
need the petroleum at the rate that they're
no,
burning it.
and but this is the thing is I think that there should be I think hybrids are the way forward. EVs are never going to be a thing. I think hybrids are the way forward. Just for the range, like it's just EVs are just not going to work. They're just not going to work for Australia and countries as big as Australia. It's just not going to work. So I genuinely think hybrids are the way that the technology is going to end up, and
I think
you could
I would
eliminate
agree
oil.
with you until I watched this video, but realistically, the way that the electric cars work now, are you gonna go to a place where there isn't electricity?
I guess so. You
Like
just
you are
don't
more
go
likely
anywhere?
to be further away from gas than you are an outlet.
Sure, but charging it from a power point is going to take 3 days.
Yeah, but the technology is getting better every day.
Sure. But it's still not viable for most people, especially when you're traveling across country and you're trying to do it in a multitude
Sounds
of
like you've
days.
been paid for by big oil and they control your brain and you're not
It sounds like I live in Australia
anymore.
where
We know how
the
to
distance
build
between
devices
cities is
which generate
15
electricity
hours.
from nothing but sunlight. And though it has escaped the notice of many politicians, we also
But I would
know how to
not
build
be opposed to the
cost-effective,
elimination of
rechargeable,
oil
and
from the power
recyclable
grid
batteries, which can be charged from
and
the sun
just having
to store
cars
that energy for use
retain
whenever
internal
you'd
combustion.
like.
Like it's if you control emissions from production and get that electrified, you can slowly phase out cars and it really doesn't matter. Like
Even at night when the sun isn't shining.
it's the primary pollution producers
bad
that need to
news?
be focused on, in my
There
opinion.
are a whole lot
I
of
also like
people
cars.
spending money and time trying to confuse everyone and convince us that everything I just said is a pie-in-the-sky idea which can never ever work. But I have never believed those people. Why? Simple. I'm a Midwesterner. Most of us that were born and raised here grew up learning the virtue of long-term thinking, something that seems to
Fair.
be less and less popular these days. My upbringing taught me to value things like durability and resilience, and to consider those factors when making important life decisions. Midwesterners are also big believers in getting the most value out of what we spend our money and time on. And we have learned that in
washed
many
my hands
cases,
so much
the
today.
best
They're
value
so dry
comes
now.
from spending more money up front on things which let you spend less money later. That old-fashioned Midwestern wisdom of frugality is what makes me so confident that we should be installing much more renewable energy capacity and quickly. I didn't need scientific studies or lectures on
I
climate
don't
change
disagree.
to form that opinion.
I also don't like windmills.
I
Put
just
them
know a
offshore.
good deal when I
Put them offshore.
one.
It's much better
the energy
offshore
we
anyway.
capture from renewable sources like
Keep
solar
the-
and wind power doesn't
the solar
cost
inland,
anything. And while
wind
the
on the
batteries
shore.
we will use to support those sources are expensive to purchase,
Look at all
batteries
those
can be
eagles
used
dying.
many, many more times than a gallon of gasoline can. Today's battery
He
chemistries
gets there. I'm telling you, this video is like the best video I've ever seen on renewable energy. Like he gets there to the eagles and stuff.
are
world
pushing
of information
5,000
rests in
charge
the palm
Uh-oh,
of
cycles
your
Sean
before they
Bean's
wear
talking.
out.
and networks for instantaneous communication span the globe. Yet a unified vision of our future has never been built. We compete
Interesting.
in technology,
Depending on the
culture,
age you're
and
joining, he
politics.
has a different
We have deadly
thing.
weapons that could destroy our planet.
I never
Lead us
noticed this.
carefully, but boldly, and build a global community that can stand for years to come. All
Nice
people will
joke.
tremble with fear and respect for you, great warrior Queen Tamiris. For it is from the back of your stallion that you shall look upon and lead the Scythian people. Great epics will be told of the horse warriors that ride forth from the steppe, and at the front line of every battle, they will find you. Ride on, fierce queen, and may your friends be true. just as your enemies falter.
Thanks,
Interesting. I didn't realize
Meaning they'll
Cephia
last well.
went up through like
Yeah,
the
it's
east
basically
of
all of
Turkey,
Central Asia.
top of
Yeah.
top of Kurdistan, south of Russia,
all
and
Turkic people descend
Caucasus
from them.
Mountains. Fascinating.
But like
Interesting.
horse empires normally had huge territory, but it's low density for horse cultures. I mean, look at the Mongolians, you know?
Well over a decade before they need to be recycled. And the future of batteries looks even brighter than that, with different chemistries extending lifespans, lowering costs, and reducing the use of harmful or hard-to-find materials in the construction of battery cells. These factors combined tell a clear story to me, which says renewable energy paired with long-lasting and reusable energy storage is the best deal out there, and we'd be foolish to pass it up. I would even go so far as to say that at this point, anyone who says otherwise is either lying to you to protect their own interests, or simply hasn't been paying attention to what things look like today. In 2026, the levelized cost of solar and storage, which includes the costs of purchasing both the panels and the batteries, is now lower than any other kind of energy production we know of.
Neat.
That seemed like the inevitable outcome to me for years because the sun is free, but for a long time solar panels were very expensive. Today, solar panels and batteries are now cheap enough to make that outcome real, now. And solar power is just one source of renewable energy. I believe that a renewable energy future should excite you because it allows us to harvest energy, not extract it. And once you really interrogate that difference, the noise goes away and the puzzle solves itself. Before I really get started, and yes, this video is quite long, isn't it? I have to make a few things clear. First, this video has two very distinct audiences in mind, and which one of those two I'm speaking to may not be entirely clear at any given moment. I'm telling you this because if you think you know where I'm going with something, you might be surprised. For example, this video is not trying to sell you anything like solar panels or home energy storage. Whenever I'm talking about renewable energy, people seem to think that's where I'm leading, but as a matter of fact, I do not have solar panels on my roof, and for various reasons, I personally don't even want to add them. I don't think any of us should have to put more thought into how we use electricity than we do right now. But I do think we should be moving as much of our energy demand to the electric grid as we can, and we should be doing that more and faster. I hope by the end you'll understand why I feel that way. And again, it might not be what you think. Second, there are going to be lots of comments down below which say things like, but what about the batteries? And a lot of them will be coming from a place of good faith. But lots of people ask that question in bad faith. And I would like you to know that anyone leaving those sorts of comments here probably didn't watch this video. What about the batteries is one of the central questions I intend to address. There's a lot of people being told to worry about things which I, for one, don't think you should be worrying much about, and I promise that I'll explain why I feel that way when we get there. And thirdly, I'm going to be talking a lot about cars, since many people have a deep connection to them, and they are the biggest reason we use so much oil. And, well, since electric cars now exist in large numbers, we can easily compare what a battery-powered world looks like to a petroleum-powered one, both in functionality and cost. Cars are just kind of the perfect tool to understand this at this moment, at least in my view. But the logic of this video can
an
and
electric
I
car
think
sound
should
like
be applied
a
to
rotary?
literally anything which burns any kind of fossil fuel.
I mean,
For
rotaries
instance, I
literally
still
burn
heat my
fuel
home
He's
with
not
and you have
going
to
on
add
aesthetics.
oil.
He's
Natural
going
gas
on
has the exact
I
same
know.
problems as oil.
stats on
Since my
how
furnace
efficient
sets
things
Like
on
you,
fire,
you
it's
literally
a
have to add
disposable,
oil to the
costly,
fuel
single-use
in
fuel
rotaries.
I have to keep digging out of the ground if I want to keep using the furnace. It just happens to be delivered to my home through a metered pipe, rather than sold at fueling stations in a pay-as-you-go scheme. But with those things out of the way, let's get back to oil. We use crude oil for lots of things, but the most significant thing we use it for in the US is for producing refined gasoline for motor cars. So let's talk about the pinnacle of motor cars. This 2010 Nissan Cube. Hey, isn't that the car you
Amazing.
bought to make videos on engine management technology? Yes? When is that happening? We're getting there. Oh, carry on then. Now, if you were paying close attention to the intro, this section might feel a bit repetitive, and I apologize if it does. But there are two core facts about using this car, which I'd really like you to think deeply about and confront. The first fact is that as this car does its job of providing transportation, it burns the gasoline that's inside its fuel tank. This means you constantly have to replace that fuel if you want to keep driving the car. That's easy enough to do, but the second core fact about using this car is that it costs you money every time you replace that fuel. I know you already know both of those facts, but the reason I said I'd like you to confront them is because that's just a normal reality to lots of people. And it's so normal that we do a really bad job keeping those ongoing costs in mind when we make comparisons to new technologies. For example, have you ever thought about just how much gasoline a car like this will burn over its life? This little fella has traveled nearly 188,000 miles since it was built. Nissan Cubes with a manual transmission like this one have an EPA fuel economy rating that comes in at 25 city, 30 highway. And if we assume that all of those miles were highway miles, which I'm sure isn't true, but we'll give this fella all the benefits of doubt we can, then this car burned through a gallon of gas every 30 miles it went down the road. And so 188,000 miles divided by 30 miles per gallon tells us that so far this car has burned through about 6,250 gallons of gasoline. Here's a fun fact. That's more than half of one of these. Yeah, those big trucks that actually deliver gasoline to fueling stations, the largest ones hold 11,600 gallons. So this one little car, assuming all highway miles, I remind you, has burned through about 54% of what the biggest tanker trucks can hold. And if you're thinking, buying half a tanker truck of gas sounds expensive, you'd be right. Let's say those 6,250 gallons were burned evenly over the past 15 years, spanning 2011 and 2025. Using the average historical monthly prices in the US during that time tells us that it costs something like $19,500
Why are they
to
sending
purchase
rock
all the
bands?
gasoline
What's the
this
point?
car has used. That's more than the car cost when it was new. Spending nearly 20 grand on gasoline certainly hurts the wallet, but the reason drivers of this car had to spend that much comes back to one of those really core facts I've been asking you to confront. You can only use a gallon of gasoline once. Every 30 miles you go in this car means you have to buy another gallon of gas, and this will never, ever change. That fact is one of the reasons we started to look into the viability of electric cars. Now, I won't bother you with a history lesson here, so we'll just jump ahead to 2022, which is when I bought this one. This is a Hyundai Ioniq 5, and I've had a mostly fantastic time with the car. Hyundai still doesn't seem to know what exactly is going on with the whole ICCU failure thing, which is very reassuring, and oh boy, they really need to release a software update which gives us a button to turn on battery preconditioning manually, because until they do, doing long-distance drives in the winter will get increasingly annoying with its terrible navigation system.
Great.
I'm not salty, it is. ICCU and my bugbears, I've had 4 trouble-free years with this car. In the time I've had it, it's gone nearly 50,000 miles, and it hasn't burned a single drop of gasoline. It can't. Ain't got an engine. Aha! The comments erupt. But you had to plug it into the power grid to charge it, and the power grid still burns stuff. Now, folks, that's what we call a gotcha. People say that in conversation to undermine the point of electric cars and make their buyers feel foolish. However, something that's pretty nifty about electric cars is that they can be charged from any source of energy that generates electricity.
That is pretty neat.
That could be nuclear power, it could be hydroelectric power, or It could be all that natural gas we have here in the US. Hydraulic fracturing has freed up so much gas that we're now a net exporter. And with abundant, cheap gas, some 40% of our electricity generation these days comes from gas-fired power plants.
Are these your
This
borders
car,
below me?
since it's electric, can make use of that abundant and cheap resource. If nothing else, it's using fuel we already have and control, which has national security benefits. But what excites me the most is that this car can also be charged with these. This is a photovoltaic solar panel. You simply point it at the sun, and then electricity comes out of these two wires for the low, low cost of free.
Well,
Now, many people quite understandably feel as if that's simply too good to be true, and there's gotta be a catch. Of course, the biggest catch is that the sun doesn't shine at night. But, you know, this electric car has headlights and taillights because, through batteries, you can drive it at night. So I'm reasonably sure that's something we can figure out. But we'll be talking about batteries and the materials they're made from later on in this video. Ah, materials. In many ways, that's what this video is really trying to get you to think about. And they're responsible for the second catch of solar energy. But no, not what those materials are. We'll get there. Instead, I mean simply that I can't really say this panel generates electricity for the low, low price of free because the panel itself wasn't free. It's made of raw materials, which cost the manufacturer money to obtain. And of course, the manufacturer wanted to be paid for their work, turning those materials into a functional product. And so did everyone else at every step of the turn raw materials into a product and get it to Harbor Freight so some weird YouTuber guy can buy it process. That meant this solar panel cost a whole lot more than a gallon of gas. But unlike a gallon of gas, using this thing doesn't require destroying it. The useful life of gasoline is exactly once, but the useful life of a solar panel is on the order of decades. That is how solar energy became the least expensive form of electricity. Sure, the panels may be expensive to purchase, but we are using materials to build a durable thing. An object with no moving parts and that which harvests energy from the sun, which is free and will do so for decades. When you average the cost of purchasing solar panels over the many thousands of days they will produce a free energy harvest, the apparently high upfront cost becomes pennies a day per panel. Now, as I've already said, I don't have any interest in putting these things on my rooftop. Our electricity here in Illinois is already pretty cheap, and I'm not looking to cut the cost of charging my car. With a bit of optimization, which really means by charging my car exclusively at night when the grid is quiet, today already it only costs about 1/3 as much to drive my car as it does to buy gas for a car like the Cube. But thought experiments are pretty fun, so let's say for the moment I was interested in installing a photovoltaic array on my roof to make my own energy for my own car. What would those costs look like? Well, in case you haven't noticed, the cost of manufacturing solar panels has been dropping like a rock. How do you think Harbor Freight gets their hands on them? It's pretty wild. Have you ever thought about how weirdly cheap big TVs are these days? A very similar thing has been happening in the land of photovoltaics, and new solar panels are miraculously cheap. Let's say that instead of spending $19,500 on gasoline for this weird little car, I spent that amount of money on solar panels. How many could I buy these days? Well, if I Google solar panel wholesale and click on various solar panel wholesaler websites, it's looking like I can buy a few pallets of them. This website sells pallets with 32 of these 500-watt panels for $5,600.
What?
That's $175 per panel, and they have a 25-year warranty. That price means the $19,500 in this car's total fuel cost could today buy 111 of those panels, way more than I could possibly fit on my rooftop, and enough to generate a theoretical 55,000 watts of power. That many solar panels, incidentally, represents about 6 or 7 complete rooftop solar installations for an average single-family home. Think about that. The same $19,500 in capital which got spent on gasoline, which this one small car burned through and will never be seen again, could today purchase all the solar panels necessary to completely power a half dozen homes for decades. I don't know, the math doesn't seem to be mathing very well for gasoline, but let's compare apples to apples here. How many of those 500-watt panels would someone like me, who lives in Chicagoland and drives about 13,000 miles each year, need on their rooftop?
He bought it
in Chicago?
I know.
It already doesn't have an engine in it. He already ripped the engine out.
I'm joking. The problem is you bought a shitty economy car. Of course you fucking hate it.
That's what he said.
12. I'll need 12 of those panels, which means if I spend some $2,100 on solar panels today, then I will have completely taken care of my car's lifetime energy costs. That right there, folks, is why I'm so confident renewable energy is the future. If I were to spend just a little bit more than I did on my last TV upgrade, I will have pre-purchased all of the fuel.
Does he get into the extra cost of plugging the car in? Like how much extra money that costs? He does? Interesting, because I'm curious about that.
Well, they actually, if you charge it at night, it doesn't cost as much.
Provided that you're not driving enough to run it out during the day.
I mean, I guess the battery lasts a while.
This car will
Depends how much you drive.
Yes, of course. I'm skipping a whole bunch of details. Like
if it gets less kilometers than my motorbike,
the wires and stuff,
I would never get an EV. I just get another bike.
The fact that once we're out of the winter months, those 12 panels will produce way more electricity than my car needs, and in fact could power my entire home on most days. The essential and core fact to confront here, and this is a fact that often gets overlooked in debates, is that renewable energy capacity is not disposable. It is in fact durable, and that makes it functionally a one-time investment. You only have to buy and install these things once, and then they simply sit there generating free electricity for years to come. All they might need after installation is a bit of cleaning every once in a while. That stands in stark contrast to fossil fuels, which you have to keep buying forever. So, going back to the example of the Cube and my Hyundai, the choice becomes, do you spend $1,300 on fuel every single year, or do you spend an extra $800 this year
$30,000
to eliminate your fuel costs for a quarter of a century?
30 grand.
Choice seems pretty clear to me. So now you might be
wondering
why I said I don't want solar panels on my own personal roof. Well, the quickest way to answer that is to go on a field trip. Behind me is a 27 megawatt solar farm that was built here in the town of Depew, Illinois. Now there's a couple notable things about that. First, Illinois is not exactly the solar power capital of the country. It's cloudy as I'm filming this, and we're kind of high up in the latitudes. And yet, there's a 27 megawatt solar farm that got built in Depew, Illinois. Why did that happen? Well, because people who like to make money understand the difference between CapEx and OpEx. And so do you, even if you don't know what those terms mean. I'll explain them shortly, but first, do you know anyone with a backup generator? That question might sound out of left field, but I promise you it's a perfect way to understand this. Some people live where the electricity grid isn't as reliable as they'd like it to be. Everyone hates power outages because electricity is extremely important to our lives at this point. And if grid reliability is poor enough where someone lives, they might elect to install a large backup generator powered by natural gas, which will automatically kick on and generate electricity during a power outage. When someone decides to spend their money that way, that's CapEx, or capital expenditure. They are using their capital to buy a durable thing, which will last them many years, and it becomes an investment in the future. Some folks install generators which are large enough to power their entire home, meaning power outages are nothing but an inconvenient blip. And that leads to what I think is an interesting and revealing question to ponder. If those people own a machine which can power everything in their home by itself, why don't they get their money's worth out of it and just use that machine all the time? Why stay connected to the power grid at all? Well, that's because that machine needs fuel to generate electricity. And that fuel costs money, which makes it part of OPEX, which is
That
short for
apostle's
operating
fucked
expenditure.
next turn.
The gas company will charge you for the gas that generator uses, and those fuel costs mean that using a backup generator is much more expensive than pulling energy directly from the power grid. Everyone with a backup generator knows this, and that's why it's a backup and not their primary source of electricity. It is simply too expensive to use that machine all the time. The great big machines on the power grid, even when they're burning the same natural gas as a backup generator, can capture much more of the energy contained in the fuel they burn and turn it into electricity than the small engine inside a Generac can. That efficiency of scale is what makes generating electricity cheaper for grid-scale
damn.
power stations. And
So,
the
you know
fact
what's
that
great?
the wires which connect your house
So I just put the policy card that I never use on because I have no oil and I have no resources. So I put the policy card that means I have no resource costs, but it's all gold. And somehow, through my policy shift, my government change, I'm somehow spending more money on units while also getting 200 gold more per turn. I don't know how. I don't know how this happened. I'm not mad about it.
house to the grid are already there and were paid for perhaps decades ago explains why distributing that energy through the power grid is very efficient, both economically and from an energy perspective. And what's really important to remember is that grid power is cheaper despite the fact that the people who operate natural gas plants are making a healthy profit. They're not just running a power plant for the fun of it, they're in business. But the smarter business critters out
shit, I
there
shouldn't have
know
done that.
even with the benefits of scale, a natural gas plant
my
still
God.
has a very
It's
high
Apostle
OPEX.
City over here.
Each unit of electricity a gas plant generates requires burning expensive fuel, which eats into profits.
I don't want your fucking embassy.
So, for those who have an eye on making
I
money,
don't want your fucking
when solar
embassy.
farms pop up and demonstrate that we can produce electricity with no input costs,
Gandhi says, please, friend, move your soldiers from my borders. They make a peaceful man like me nervous. You're right to
You're
worry.
not at war with Gandhi?
I am now.
What have you been doing?
I've been building up my army, to be honest.
Letting him gain tech?
at all, well, gas doesn't look so great anymore.
It's all right.
See, all a solar farm operator needs to do is sell their electricity for slightly less than it costs a competing natural gas plant to make it, and that's what they'll do. That's good for consumers because that makes electricity cheaper to use, but because the solar farm has next to zero OPEX, it still generates a healthy profit even though it's cheaper. And savvy business people who think long-term will use those profits to build more solar farms. The basic realities of economics mean that photovoltaics are, at this point, frankly unstoppable. The sun doesn't cost any money to use, which means all of the energy a solar panel produces is free. And that means whatever price you can sell that energy for on the power grid energy market is almost purely profit once the panels have been paid off. Best of all, grid-scale energy storage in the form of electrochemical batteries has gotten cheap enough that it is now possible, today, to build a solar farm with batteries that can produce energy 24/7, and all the while doing that for a lower cost than any other source of electricity. And since both photovoltaic panels and batteries are manufactured in factories, which can leverage economies of scale, they're just gonna keep getting cheaper to manufacture. The economics are already in favor of solar and storage, but they're gonna keep looking better and better every year. Solar energy has put us on the cusp of a positive feedback loop, yet relatively few people seem to have realized this. And that's despite the fact that there's another one not even 5 miles up the road here in Spring Valley, Illinois. Solar farms are starting to pop up everywhere, even in states like Illinois, because the business case simply makes so much sense. It's farming a crop, just like we do with land today, but that crop gets harvested every single day, rather than once a year, and virtually no work is involved in harvesting that crop. Plus, the crop doesn't need inputs in the form of water or fertilizer or pesticide or seed. You just plop some panels on some land, angle them to get the most energy out of the sun as you can, and let the money roll in. This is a capitalist's wet dream. People are always talking about passive income as if that's a panacea. Well, there it is. You can become a farmer and all you'll have to do is mow the grass between the panels a few times a year. The fact that there's this amazing business opportunity out there is why solar farms are happening in the first place. And they're leveraging the power grid we already have, which can move energy from one place to another. And that's why I'm not that interested in putting panels on my roof. Yes, there are good arguments
enough.
for distributing energy resources, and we have a real problem right now with getting new transmission lines permitted. There are a ton of solar power projects which are already funded, but aren't happening because FERC can't get their act together and they're stuck in permitting hell. NIMBYs aren't helping either. Pushing individuals to install solar on their rooftop is one way to bypass some of these issues, and it does have some advantages, but many people don't have the agency to install solar on their roof even if they wanted to and could afford it. Renters can't do that even if they're renting a house, and what's worse, apartment buildings don't have enough roof
You're not
space to
ready
be
for how this
self-sufficient.
turns.
Cities will always be relying
Not ready
on
for
solar
what?
Nice thing to
farms.
drop into. Have you seen this video
There are
yet?
many more reasons I'm not a big fan of pushing people
This video
towards buying
blew
their
my
own panels and
mind.
batteries, which I'll spare you for time. Bottom
It's
line,
unlike any
I
video
will
he's ever
gladly
made.
pay these small businesses which are daring to build the future through my power bills and think that's a far more efficient use of my money. But speaking of efficient uses of things, let's address some of the concerns I
also,
know many
like,
of you
This is the perfect way to do independent shows. You know? Like, he absolutely has it on lock where, like, this type of content, the explainer, like, educational type content, like, a lot of the stuff that does, like, science and physics, they'll, like, do experiments and stuff, it's more, like, kid-friendly, but this is, like, it's not like it's not kid-friendly. I don't know kids that would care about dishwashers and stuff, but, you know, it's just, like, it's well lit. The background is, like, he figured out exactly to get it to the point where it's like, if another object was put in there, it would be too busy. You know what I mean? Lighting is great. Writing is great. Editing is great. And I don't know if he has an editor. I think he does it 100% himself. There's credits, but it might just be patrons in the credits.
you out there have about solar energy, like land use. Solar farms do indeed require a lot of space. That 27 megawatt solar farm in Depew is on something like a 120-acre site. I used an online tool and drew a circle around the access road to come up with that figure, so I can't guarantee it's accurate, but that's what I'm going to roll with. Now, 27 megawatts is a tremendous amount of power, but in the context of the power grid, it's pretty piddly. This is the three-phase line that connects the solar farm to the substation in Depew, and it's, well, it ain't exactly a big transmission line, now is it? So yeah, solar energy will use lots of land. However, since I'm from Illinois, I think I'm qualified to explain why you probably don't need to worry too much about land use. That is a cornfield. It doesn't look like much right now because
This is the part where he really starts blowing my mind. This is like shit that I've never thought about. But like when he said it, it's like I knew it the whole time in my brain.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
He just needed to bring it forward.
Yeah.
because it's the middle of January, but corn used to be growing there and it was harvested in the fall. Now, there's three very notable things about this reality. First of all, this land should not look like this. This is Illinois. We're the prairie state. The natural environment is prairie. And now there's virtually none of that left because it has all been turned into farms. Secondly, we only get one harvest per year out of this land. We spend all the summer growing the corn, and then in the fall it's harvested just once. If this was a solar farm, it could have a harvest every single day. And third, if you're thinking, well, what if we stop growing corn there? We can't eat anymore. Well, this corn is not the corn that you eat. Some of it does end up
It's
in lots
corn
of different
syrup, right?
food products, but a large portion of this corn gets used for that. Yeah, those messages on
shit.
gas pumps which say may contain up to 10% ethanol, that came from corn. We have been using an astonishing amount of our rich agricultural land to grow corn to feed to cars. Maybe you remember the days
Yummy.
of flex fuel vehicles and E85 being relevant. Well, back
do
in
you wanna,
2005, President
because
George
the
W. Bush
turns
signed
moved, do you
the
wanna
Energy
save
Policy Act
now
of 2005.
and just
in
leave the
2007,
game on
he signed
pause
the Energy Independence
until I
and
get back?
Security Act of 2007. Those acts mandated a specific amount
Hell
of ethanol
yeah, I
in
succeed-
gallons,
I
which needs
succeeded
to
in
be
my
produced
industrial
so it can be
sabotage.
mixed with gasoline. The idea, as you might have gleaned from the independence and security part, was to start making our own energy for cars so that we'd be less dependent on foreign oil. A policy I wholeheartedly support.
So, like, just like the argument for the solar panels taking up land, it's like the land that they would take up
Is already being used
the
for
land
fuel.
that's being used for gas.
Yeah. It is a pretty good argument. It is not an argument that I have seen before. I will give him that much.
Yeah, we'll pause this.
And
Okay.
yeah, for when I get back, and you just cover
But
a
I
topic
do
or
have
something.
something to show you before you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just found this channel.
Yep.
Okay. Now, let's play every frame of painting for a second.
Oh my
Can you
God,
tell me
okay.
everything you see in this shot?
I mean, there's his outfit, his hat, the car. There's another old car behind him. Some green building.
Okay. This
Uh,
guy might be the coolest guy on the internet.
Apartment. So it is December 27th, and it is 76 degrees outside.
That is not what I
There's my
expected him to sound
1928
like.
Durant,
I know, right?
And there's my 1926 Model T Ford truck. The other one's in my dad's shop.
Amazing. That's awesome. That
Fucking
is
pause, right?
awesome.
Watched yesterday's video, you will know that. Anyway, let's go ahead and go in. So my apartment is the upstairs of a house. It's basically a duplex, but it's the upstairs of a house that was mail ordered from the
Okay,
Sears
now what
Mail
he's saying
order.
here is that he has an apartment in a house that's the upstairs. Keep
So
in
he lives
mind,
in an attic.
somebody lives below this guy.
Anyway, let's go ahead and go in. So my apartment is upstairs of a house. It's basically a duplex, but it's the upstairs of a house that was ordered from the Sears catalog and assembled on this spot in 1915. So it's kind of like IKEA furniture. That's how it was assembled. You followed a book of instructions, and the pieces were numbered of the house, and they built
What
the
the
house that way.
fuck? Is that a thing?
Okay, let's go
Yep.
in. So those
Damn.
are my stairs. I rent the
Actually,
upstairs.
like you'll see it in movies every now and then. They'll literally have a fully assembled house on like
Yeah.
a train or truck bed.
Yep. How long is this video? Because I gotta go.
So I always
Oh,
get
it's-
asked
it's
why
just-
I call the people
just-
I rent
we
from
wanna
my
just
biological
wait until he
grandparents
enters the apartment,
is because
okay?
they are my biological
Okay.
grandparents, not the grandparents that raised me.
This is him talking. Okay, here we go.
Let's go on a tour of my apartment.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So behind me is the
I love that
parlor.
he's setting the camera up. That's great.
Now let me explain.
That's awesome. All right, save this for when I get back. I will be back soon, but I'll stay in the lobby and just mute and turn everything off. All right. So I will be back hopefully 60 to 90 minutes.
Bitch. That guy's a homo. Ooh, daddy, daddy. Okay, the first thing we're gonna look at is what's his face? What little bitcho getting dog walked.
Here's Rand Paul, not somebody I would normally champion in any way, but he's got a brand to maintain, and good for him. Marco Rubio, the Cuba as a country apparently has less than 25 days of fuel remaining on the island. Many
Okay.
of the ships that
So
have
does
been
America.
pirated by the United States, the oil ships, at least some of them were destined to Cuba to provide for oil. But they're
I don't know if this is a... You know, like... This seems kind of one of those made-up stat type things. I'm not saying that there's, like, not a fuel crisis in Cuba or anything. But, like, as we've already covered, the United States strategic fuel reserve would only last a month as well. So, like, what's actually happening here is that Cuba is dipping into their strategic reserve, which, like the United States, only lasts a month. Obviously, a lot smaller of a strategic reserve because they use a lot less oil than the United States military and stuff. But, you know, everyone only has a month of oil left.
from Venezuela or other places. You know, for Marco Rubio, the big problem he had with Venezuela was largely, I think, its relationship with Cuba. And he sees Venezuela as a linchpin to finally create, I guess, a counter-revolution in Cuba to reinstall all of the people who had essentially benefited from the Batista regime, where United States interests came in and owned a lot of the stuff, and those who worked with the Batista government owned a lot of stuff, and they lost that during
The wrestler?
Cuban Revolution 60 years later. There are still people who are counting
The
on
WWF guy?
essentially recouping and exploiting those things. So
The
here's Rand
autistic
Paul
guy in Guardians of the Galaxy?
questioning Marco Rubio about Venezuela.
So I would ask you, if a foreign country bombed our air defense missiles, captured and removed our president, and blockaded our country, would that be considered an act of war?
Well, I think your question is about and I will acknowledge you've been very consistent on all these points the entire career. So let me no matter who's in charge. So I will point to two things. The first is it's hard for us to conceive that an operation that lasted about 4.5 hours and was a law enforcement operation to capture someone we don't recognize as a head of state, indicted in the United States, wanted with a $50 million
my
bounty.
question would be, if it only took 4 hours to take our president, it's very short, nobody dies on the other side, nobody dies on our side, it's perfect. Would it be an act of war?
We just don't believe that this operation comes anywhere close to the constitutional definition of
But
war.
would it be an act of war if someone did it to us? Nobody dies, few casualties, they're in and out. Boom, it's a perfect military operation. Would that be an act of war? Of course it would be an act of war. I'm probably the most anti-war person in the Senate, and I would vote to declare war if someone invaded our country and took our president.
I mean, Rubio's trying to do a two-step. He's saying it wasn't a war. And that's not the question. The question is this an act of war? Are you declaring war on a country when you come in and kidnap its president?
That's just law and order.
Yeah, he took 2 steps out of the paint so that Rand Paul could dunk, is what he did.
I mean, it was extraordinary. And, it won't mean anything. We are so beyond any type of certainly no one who supports Donald Trump is looking at this stuff and sees it as problematic. Probably more people have found, the Carl Reiner, the Rob Reiner tweet
That's
more
true.
problematic. I mean, I think that's the case. I mean, that's just the, sort of the nature of the world we're living in now. But that's there is no justification for what we did there, and we're still sort of like holding the country hostage. You know, the next set of leaders there.
When Kennedy was assassinated and people thought it might have been like a Soviet agent or something like that, there was like basically an open discussion about like, hey, maybe we should step back from doing coups in other countries and assassinating their leaders and deposing them because it might have some kind of splashback effect on how the world treats our leaders. And there's no real like even attempt to do that these days. Like, oh, we're gonna just send a missile and take out Iran's defense minister, or we're gonna kidnap Maduro. And it's like, you are politicians too.
Yeah, you're open. Your targets. Just want to note that Rubio was confirmed unanimously with 99 votes. Of course.
Yep.
I mean, a
He was
fellow
supposed
senator.
to be the good one.
Go to the IMs. Sam, will you at least read my first M from earlier today? Let's see that one.
It's like just says you're a bitch.
I feel like we haven't had a fun half comedy guest breaking down right-winger content. That was peak 2019. Shit. I am in love with the bit Chris James was doing lately where his face tunes his pictures to look like some fat, angry alcoholic. Okay. Oh, change the word. Strike. No. We need to get that name rec.
All IMs now. Okay. Here's a dipshit.
Actor involvement have been spreading since the recent Minneapolis immigrations and customs enforcement tragedy. A couple of things to start. Yesterday I made a video where I explained that we could probably profile the person who was by ICE simply by looking at a picture of the firearm that was alleged to have been used. So let's take a look at the accuracy of that YouTube video. Now, in that video, I said that based on the high-end nature of the weapon recovered, which was a SIG P320, from the scene, it was likely that the victim wasn't a criminal who was engaged while being detained.
The other interesting thing is that most guns found in the possession of criminals while committing a
This is
crime
a terrible
are
video,
Glock,
Ryan.
Taurus, Smith & Wesson, and Ruger. I don't think the person carrying this pistol was a petty criminal.
That information was correct. The victim had no criminal record. I also said it was likely that the victim was not a gang member or an immigrant who was being engaged by ICE while being deported.
I don't think the person who was shot was a petty criminal or even an immigrant gangster. They would just have a cheaper or more commonly owned handgun.
That was correct as well. They were a U.S. citizen.
Now,
I also said this
explain
person
why
likely intended to confront
you weren't
ICE agents
correct
while
and how
carrying a gun.
stupid
In
you
other
were.
words, they weren't going to the grocery store or taking their kid to school and were just kind of caught up in the raid and couldn't escape.
I also don't think that the person who was shot is likely to be someone who was just going about their day concealed carrying a pistol, doing normal things like going to the grocery store. This just isn't the kind of gun that you take to do that.
Based on footage, it appears to be the victim was there with the intent to confront. Not walking away, not trying to escape the situation, but...
Oh, but I thought the victims were the Border Patrol agents.
Yeah, unroll your windows. You're just right inside. Let's go around.
Now, whether or not you think what the victim was doing was right or wrong, it was what I said was the most likely scenario.
All that being said, I don't think the person carrying this pistol was a petty criminal. I don't think this person was a guy who concealed carries every day. I think this person took their home defense pistol and for whatever reason decided to approach or confront ICE agents with it. And unfortunately, it resulted in an undesirable outcome.
I'm really good at what I do. I know some people are mad
Oh
and
my
say the
God.
victim was murdered or executed or whatever. It's a tragedy. It sucks. But I call balls and strikes. You've got plenty of political
my God.
commentators who can do the whole blue team good.
I already. This is like too good not to look at with Jack. Like he's gonna lose his mind when I play that.
The FBI just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're gonna get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're gonna hear a lot today, because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that, because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein, and Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts, and it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has.
Math.
Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. I mean, it's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services
Adderall
to rich people
tournaments
and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, We've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline, which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files, and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, we'll be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit. Jeffrey Epstein says, I will send a heli for you. Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day and night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is the guy who said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us, and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage, And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I lived next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the
That
6
seemed
or
like
8
a lie to
steps
me.
it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I
Seems
may
like
have
a
been
lie.
his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No, he's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff.
Should
We're
never
landing in
trust
St.
people
Thomas
named
early
Howard.
afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him? He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like
Whenever it
very
gets
graphic.
cold,
And obviously I'm going to
it's so
censor out
congested
some of it.
because of the
But I
fucking
should also
dry
mention the
heat
DOJ claims
from my
that some
fucking
of these
furnace.
claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally, covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble. And that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just to look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post-guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them and, according to reports, threatened.
You also write a little bit about these prediction markets, so-called prediction markets. This is becoming really concerning. You have
Well, maybe they wanted to stop hanging out with him, but he kept blackmailing them to come fuck more hookers and children.
CNN entering into partnership with Kalshi to use gambling on politics and integrating that into their news coverage.
No, please.
On Polymarket, you can bet on the amount of people that die in Gaza or when the ceasefire was going to happen back in the day. I don't even know. I'm sure I could do a deep dive and find even more disgusting and brutal things that people are currently betting on. We also see insider trading. That's clearly happening. You saw somebody make hundreds of thousands of dollars after they placed a bet on when Trump was going to bomb Venezuela, and that was obviously inside information, for example. Talk about these emerging markets, who the players are behind particularly Polymarket and Kalshi, and what your view is of how they're getting integrated into other established businesses in this country.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a huge part of what we've watched happening over 2025 is the emergence of these prediction markets and their sudden ubiquity, where people are betting on elections and sports and, anything you can imagine. These used to be very tightly regulated. For a limited number of them, they were essentially academic experiments to study whether or not market forces essentially created more accurate predictions. But over the past couple of years, thanks to some very aggressive legal action and lobbying, certainly, they have dramatically expanded what they've been able to do. And now there's this huge retail push to bring in gamblers essentially to bet on these prediction markets. A lot of this was links to the CFTC over the past year, which has taken a dramatically different approach to these markets. They used to essentially take the stance that these are, these types of markets are not allowed, that you're not allowed to have gambling on elections essentially under these regulations. That has dramatically shifted over the past year as the regulator has been dismantled, essentially. I mean, there's currently one CFTC commissioner, the newest chair of the CFTC, Mike Selig, who has very little regulatory experience and is the sole commissioner on what is supposed to be a bipartisan 5-person commission. And the stance of the CFTC has essentially been, they've done a complete 180. They've said, now, this is innovation. We need to promote innovation by allowing these prediction markets and really furthering these prediction markets. And it really needs to be underscored that Donald Trump Jr. sits on the board of Kalshi and Polymarket.
Both?
Both. Yeah, you would think that would be a crazy conflict of interest. They're total competitors.
But what about Hunter
and yet
Biden?
That is somehow happening. I guess they are just so interested in having a member of the Trump family on the board that they're willing to overlook that.
Molly, it's his expertise. It's his expertise, okay?
Right. Right, and and his VC company is invested, and there are other members of the administration who have been very closely tied to these prediction markets. I mean, the original nominee for the CFTC chair was on the board of Kalshi, and so this is a huge push by these companies to do essentially what crypto has done and take control of the regulator in order to allow these companies to become a huge part of our day-to-day lives. And so,
dude, it's crazy.
As you mentioned, now we're seeing
the
these
gambling culture that
predictions,
exists
quote
now is
unquote,
just crazy.
integrated into news reporting. We're seeing reporters really treating them, they're not wagers, but as though they are actual odds of an event happening. And then we're seeing all of this, very likely malfeasance, which is essentially going completely addressed because the CFTC does not really have, first of all, they don't have resources, but second of all, they really don't police insider trading in the way that you would think they might.
What?
In the way that the SEC does in the stock market, for example, or in the way that gamblers try to ensure that people who are able to influence the outcome of a wager are not allowed to bet on that market. And so, not only are we seeing these things sort of infiltrating American life, but we're also the actual people who are being encouraged to place bets on these markets being put at a complete disadvantage because, they're betting against people who have...
Okay.
superior information, and so they're getting taken for a ride in that sense as well.
And perhaps they think like insider trading happens all the time, and like big banks get tip-offs before retail investors do on certain changes or sell-offs or things like that in the market. And probably the justification is like, well, that is kind of legitimized in our more formal casino. Why can't we do it in our new casino? Right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, I think, some degree of that, but you see all of these really wild statements from these companies about how insider trading is good, actually. They've actually come out and said that you get more accurate predictions if insiders are allowed to bet on these markets, and therefore that's a good thing.
Because they know what's going to happen. Yeah, that's why it's more accurate. God damn it.
When it suits them, they essentially make the argument that, well, our goal is to have the most accurate predictions, and so therefore it doesn't matter if all of these bettors are getting totally fleeced by people who have better access to information. But then on the other hand, they're essentially marketing, they sort of turn around and market these platforms as ways for people to make money, everyday people to come in and bet on, sports games or politics or whatever it may be. They sort of want to have it both ways where, on the one hand, they're like, well, it's the best source of information. On the other hand, it's a way for retail investors to make money. And both can't really be true. People don't tend to want to place bets on rigged platforms. Essentially, it's very much a persuading force.
Well, I mean, I'm actually curious about the mechanics about this because, say, lines, if you're sports betting, lines can move based on how much money is placed on one side of things, right? So I don't know exactly. I know that you're not betting against the casino with Polymarket Kalshi. You're betting against your other bettors. But what would happen if, say, somebody had significant insider information about an action? Would they be able to sway the odds in their favor so that, like, oh, there's a bunch of money on this outcome? So that would incentivize people to take the plus money, right? The less likely one if they think so, even if the insider information has it already locked down. It makes the alternative look more attractive, I would imagine, because the odds are better if you're betting against the outcome, but you don't have the insider information.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's also something that is sort of going unaddressed here is the way in which the odds, so the so-called odds, can be manipulated. For one, you're right that there is this sort of.
That's enough of that.
Oh,
Let's look at this instead.
Welcome back. I guess it's the end of the month, which can only mean it's time for another Sausage Lord. Freeze-dried blueberries. That's all right. That's what we're doing. And
Seems
it's a
fine.
Good thing we're going with the freeze-dried blueberries. Fans of the show will know that fruit in general does not make for good sausage. It's too watery. The water leaks out of the pan, and you get basically no fruit flavor and a lot of soggy sausages.
But if it's freeze-dried,
Why won't you open? What are you made of? There they all are. They look like peppercorns, and they taste like...
shit.
They taste like crunch berries. They're super sweet. I think we're gonna get a real good sausage out of this one.
Crunch berries taste like shit.
And I don't know who needs to hear this, but you should never eat more than a handful of dried fruit at one time. I once ate an entire container of dried apricots. I didn't come out of the bathroom for a month. Oh shoot, you know what? We forgot to cram in the blueberries. Just a few seconds. We gotta cram some in there. Give it half the bag there, half the bag when it comes out. All right, there we go. That's how we make the sausage. Oh, yes, indeed. It reminds me when I spent too long at Cece's Pizza Buffet. Oh, yeah, now that's purple. Mamma mia! That's more purple than the Grimace sausage. And then we'll add in some more solid freeze-dried blueberries. And, of course, we'll hit it with some salt and pepper. If the Meow Mix sausage taught me anything, is that these sausages always need salt and pepper. I'm excited for this one. I think this will be the most blueberryest tasting sausage that's ever been made. Ants can't move a rubber tree plant, but he's got sausage.
Gross.
In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage. Now this, I think it's gotta be a little thicker than our previous sausages, which is normal amount of thickness. With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist.
How do you control the thickness?
This guy! I'm
So
never
just
gonna
how you
hear
let
the
the
end of
casing
this
go?
freaking egg! This Will It Blow is brought to you by Factor. Anyone who is anyone will tell you that getting in shape and improving your health and wellness...
Fuck Factor.
The only thing in shape...
Garbage.
High
Throw it in the garbage.
GLP-1 below and use code SausageFB50 to get 50% off your first.
It's shit.
Factor, so Will It
Lean
Blow.
cuisine is better.
Oh my God, we got him right in the Ruffalo. Pretty good. We got a lot of box damage. We got a lot of spreadage there. So I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 4 Mark Ruffalos. I'm completely expecting a 5 out of 5 sausage out of this. Okay, here we go.
I just don't see how it's going to be bad, you know?
Shoot, we got a burst already. Hang in there. All right, well, it's burst in a couple more spots. Things are becoming quite problematic with this sausage. Oh my God. Man, I tell you, I think sugar just loves to burn in a pan. I have no way of knowing if this is done or not, but I mean, how much more abuse can this sausage take? Well, needless to say, I'm a little disappointed with the way this sausage cooked up, but let's open it up and see how we did. Yeah, that's totally cooked. That looks pretty good, except for this little berry here that's got that looks better. It also looks slightly diseased. Okay, here we go. It's good. For how it looks and the amount of blueberries we crammed in there, it could taste a lot more blueberry than it does. It tastes like 10% blueberry and then 90% normal pork sausage. It looks like carpet padding. I mean, for
It does.
Blueberry Pop-Tart has way more more blueberry flavor than this does. Yeah, we totally could have used like another bag of blueberries. This thing needed to be overwhelmingly blueberry. So I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 3 out of 5.
I hate being so congested, bro.
The Donald Trump Justice Department will do a whole lot to protect freedom of religion.
We are going to protect houses of worship. We're coming after you.
But they'll do even more for the memes. This is a government for the content creators, by the content creators. So when a group of protesters disrupted a church service in Minnesota with a prominent journalist in tow, the true posters rejoiced.
That this entire situation was then posted on the Black Lives Matter website. All of that is something that they're going to be responsible for.
But then meme
The
judges
Black
with their
Lives
fancy
Matter
probable
website?
cause and Fourth Amendment said the government couldn't perp walk Don Lemon on TV, and the Justice Department spent an entire week racing from courtroom to courtroom demanding to speak to the manager, but off the record, because they were so confident in their work, they didn't want anyone else to see it. So what's under all those sealed filings? Let's see if we can post through it. Okay, let's start with exactly what happened on the morning of Sunday, January 18th. We have a pretty good idea of what went down because Don Lemon, an independent journalist familiar to most Americans from his years at CNN, live streamed the whole thing. The video begins in a snowy parking lot of a dollar store where protesters have gathered to plan what they call Operation Pull-Up.
They are ready, yeah.
Lemon interviewed Nikema Levy-Armstrong, a prominent civil rights activist, lawyer, and former head of the Minnesota chapter of the NAACP.
You know, we protest and do activism in all kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a lot of success with the times we have done Operation Pull Up.
Harmeet Dillon, the head of the Civil Rights Division at the Justice Department, says the protesters don't actually know what goes on in church because they're godless. In fact, Armstrong is an ordained minister. She explained that the group goes to homes of local officials and pressures them to take specific actions. It's an explicitly in-your-face form of activism, which many people criticize or find distasteful. But it's important to remember that the Constitution protects a lot of distasteful and unpleasant speech, like flag burning. Just because it's rude doesn't mean it's illegal. Lemon rode with the protesters and his producer to City's Church in St. Paul, a Southern Baptist congregation whose leadership includes Pastor David Easterwood. But that is not his day job.
My name is David Easterwood. I'm the acting field office director for Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO St. Paul.
Easterwood is one of the top officials at Department of Homeland Security in charge of coordinating the ongoing immigration dragnet in Minnesota.
Get rid of it.
And the protesters argue that those two positions, ICE agent and pastor, are in conflict. They claim that you cannot claim to serve God while simultaneously rounding up children and old people and unleashing violence on protesters. Inside the church, they disrupted the service, chanting ICE out, justice for Renee Good, and arguing with members of the congregation.
This ain't God's house, it's the house of the devil.
Lemon consistently presented himself as a journalist, interviewing parishioners, protesters, and clergy.
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
Easterwood appears to have been busy elsewhere that morning, but lead pastor Jonathan Parnell explained that Jesus is the only way out of humanity's conflicts.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
Armstrong connected the protest to Easterwood, the murder of Renee Good.
And that's why we're here, demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not stand. They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is directing ICE agents to wreak havoc upon our community.
And the widely reported incident where ICE tear gassed a minivan carrying 6 children home from a basketball game, sending the infant to the hospital. The parishioners were clearly upset and felt like the protesters had invaded their home.
A couple of the members are speaking to me. They're upset.
Oh, it felt like people invaded your home?
imagine. Of course they would be upset.
They left quickly, with Lemon acknowledging that it was uncomfortable and traumatic for them. Within 15 minutes, Operation Pull-Up was over. The protesters rallied outside the parking lot, with Armstrong again connecting the action to her own faith.
Which side are they on? The side of the Lord, truth, righteousness, or justice, or the side that pretends to be on the Lord while harboring someone who is helping to perpetuate evil on our community?
She compared the protest to Jesus storming the temple in Jerusalem and flipping over the money changers' tables. But a lot of people did not see it that way. The North American Mission Board put out a statement accusing them of violating the sanctuary, willfully obstructing Christian worship, desecrating a sacred space, and inflicting trauma on families gathered peacefully in the house of God. They called on the DOJ's Civil Rights Division to investigate if any federal laws were broken, and for local and state leaders in Minnesota to ensure that order is restored and egregious events of this nature are not permitted to happen again. And Attorney General Pam Bondi heeded that call. Kind of. On January 20th, the Justice Department filed a criminal complaint against 8 people, including Armstrong, Lemon, Lemon's producer, and 5 other protesters. Now, it's important to remember that a criminal complaint is not an indictment.
Yeah,
it's
I'm like
unilateral
still
statement
confused how this shit even happened to begin with. Like, who granted that arrest warrant? Like, he continually said that he's not part of the protest. What more do you want?
by the government, laying out probable cause that someone committed a crime and requesting that a magistrate judge issue an arrest warrant. A complaint starts the 30-day clock for the Justice Department to get in front of a grand jury and convince them to vote for an indictment. Until 2025, the Justice Department really only used criminal complaints for dangerous people who needed to be taken off the streets right away. For everyone else, the DOJ would just go to a grand jury and get an indictment in the first place. But this is the like and subscribe administration, where the most important consideration is the news cycle, so they always file complaints in high-profile cases, and then they use the arrest footage for social media posts. That way they can get the content, even if the case never really gets off the ground. Remember Sean Dunn, the hoagie hero who threw a sandwich at an ICE agent in D.C.? DOJ filed a complaint against him for felony assault, and then the Department of Homeland Security sent an entire SWAT team to arrest this dude with a camera crew in tow, of course.
Ready to strike like snakes. But I'm there too. Watching.
Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for D.C., bragged about charging Dunn with felonies because everything is content for the Trump administration, and the news cycle is often the predominant factor in prosecutorial decisions.
Stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
Prosecutors could not get a grand jury to indict Dunn. They got no-billed at least once, and so when the 30 days were up, they reduced the charges to a misdemeanor, which does not require a grand jury to vote for it. And even though Dunn was on camera throwing that sandwich, the regular Pettit jury still acquitted him at trial, which is a long trip down memory lane, but you have to appreciate what happened last week in context. After ICE and CBP flooded the streets of Chicago and D.C., local jurors refused to convict anyone for crimes against ICE. The only way the Trump administration knows that they will get a news cycle out of any of these prosecutions is by filing a complaint and convincing a magistrate judge to sign an arrest warrant. Then they can at least tweak the perp walk before the case falls apart. And we're in a weird moment. As a consequence of the proliferation of smartphone cameras and mandatory police body cams, tens of millions of people now watch footage of confrontations with the police as true crime entertainment on YouTube. I highly recommend checking out Lindsay Ellis's documentary, The Macabre World of Police Body Cam YouTube. It's a fascinating expose on how this wildly popular genre of true crime content is altering social attitudes about the law and policing. But the only place you can watch it, Devin did with Brennan. We will see you as highly competent lawyers who are hired by the U.S. district judges to help manage the docket. They handle most of the pre-indictment activity in criminal cases like search and arrest warrants. Judge Micco looks at this complaint and he says no. He refuses to issue arrest warrants for 5 of the people DOJ wants to charge, including Don Lemon and his producer. And Judge Micco crosses off one of the 2 charges on the warrants he does wind up signing. And I do want to talk about those charges, but let's circle back to that because what happened next procedurally was so bonkers. Start with the people who did get arrested. Judge Micco signed warrants for Armstrong and 2 other protesters, Chantel Allen and William Kelly. Allen is a community organizer and school board member. She's here leading the crowd in chants. Kelly is a prolific activist who goes by DeWoke Farmer on social media. Here he is in Lemon's footage with other veterans who were part of the demonstration.
I mean, I'll be honest, I never believed in any of the wars we fought in. I mean,
He essentially dared the DOJ to arrest him on social media, and then Bondi retweeted him with okay checkmark, because anything for clicks. And when I say anything, I mean anything. DHS tweeted out this image of Armstrong's arrest. Note that they blurred the face of the arresting officer for his safety. And then the White House tweeted out this altered image, making it appear that Armstrong was weeping and humiliated instead of strong and defiant. When called on it, White House press shop professionals tweeted that the memes will continue and mocked the very idea that the public should demand that the government only tweet things that are true. Look for all of that to appear in a future motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution and or prosecutorial misconduct. They're so fucking the unlikely event that this case ever gets that far. Bondi tweeted out the arrests of Armstrong, Allen, and Kelly and vowed, "We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship." But behind the scenes, things were going haywire because Judge Micco refused to hold Armstrong and Allen in custody. Thanks to the Bail Reform Act of 1984, defendants can only be detained if they're charged with crimes of violence or if they're unlikely to appear in court, neither of which applied here, so Judge Micco ordered them to be released. At which point, the DOJ demanded immediate review by a U.S. district judge. Essentially, they asked to speak to the manager, but they did it in a sealed filing because they didn't want anyone to see what they were up to. I believe the technical term here is weak shit, or as Ken White, aka Popat, put it on Blue Sky, the AUSA is advancing this argument should face professional and social annihilation appropriate to Gestapo stooges. The motion says that Armstrong and Allen are clearly planning to flee because they and their families are staying in a hotel in Minneapolis, the city where they live, and that they have been spotted carrying luggage by the plainclothes agents who are apparently crawling all over said hotel watching them. Armstrong and Allen countered that they had to flee their homes because the DOJ plastered their images and home addresses all over social media. Judge Laura Provenzino affirmed Judge Micco's order, releasing the women on their own recognizance. Okay, now let's talk about Don Lemon and the other 4 people who did not get arrested because Judge Micco said there was no probable cause. On January 22nd, the government filed an emergency petition with the 8th Circuit asking the appeals court to overrule Judge Micco. And like the motion before Judge Provenzino, they were so proud of their work, they filed it under seal. Let's see if we can piece together what happened. On January 20th, approximately 5 minutes after Judge Micco refused to sign off on those 5 arrest warrants, the DOJ demanded that Judge Patrick Schiltz, the chief judge of the District of Minnesota, sign off on the warrants himself. Dillon raced to Newsmax to say that there was definitely a plan in the works to overrule the magistrate.
So that's just part of the process. There are many other steps in this process, and there are other ways to pursue charges.
But Judge Schiltz was like, wait, what? Because that's just not a thing. If the magistrate says you don't have probable cause, a normal prosecutor will either go back and beef up the case or just present it to a grand jury. So Judge Schiltz asked every judge he could get a hold of in the 8th Circuit, and no one had ever heard of a district judge being called in to second-guess a magistrate who didn't find probable cause. And so the judge said to the DOJ, look, I need to meet with my colleagues here in the District of Minnesota and decide if we're going to do this, because once we set this precedent, we're stuck with it. And since the federal marshals had closed the courthouse due to security concerns, that judicial meeting could not take place until Tuesday. But the DOJ said that wasn't good enough because if Lemon and the others weren't arrested immediately, someone might protest at City's Church again on Sunday the 25th, which they described as an issue of national security. And no, they weren't going to show their work. They just demanded that Judge Schiltz accept this as true because they said it and they are the government. So Judge Schiltz said no, and then the Justice Department filed this emergency petition to the 8th Circuit asking it to order the judge to issue these arrest warrants because nothing else will protect the public safety from concrete, credible threats of criminal activity this weekend. Now, the DOJ didn't tell Judge Schiltz that they were planning to file this petition. He actually didn't know anything about it until he got an order from the clerk at 11:34 a.m. inviting him to respond by 2 o'clock to a document he'd never seen and wasn't allowed to look at because, say it with me now, the DOJ filed it under seal. But Judge Schiltz has a pretty good idea what that's about, so he responds by saying, in essence, this is all crazy? The 5 people whom the government seeks to arrest are accused of entering a church, and the worst behavior alleged about any of them is yelling horrible things at the members of the church. None committed any acts of violence. The leaders of the group have been arrested, and their arrests have received widespread publicity. There is absolutely no emergency. The government could have sought indictments from a grand jury on Tuesday, January 20th, Wednesday, January 21st, or Thursday, January 22nd, but chose not to do so. The government can still take its case to a grand jury anytime it wishes. Instead, the government is insisting that I do something that is best I can tell no district judge in the history of the Eighth Circuit has done, and he called the government's position frivolous. It's hard to explain just how nuts this is. The government says it's vital to perp walk Don Lemon immediately, or else somebody somewhere might yell in church again, but they're not willing to go to another magistrate or a grand jury with this slam dunk case for reasons. Instead, they're asking to speak to the manager's manager's manager because it's an emergency that can't be dealt with by, say, stationing a couple of federal agents outside the church to protect it. So weird that they don't want anyone to see this stuff, huh? Unsurprisingly, the Eighth Circuit denied the DOJ's petition. The 3-judge panel was unanimous, although Judge Stephen Graz noted that he personally believes that the magistrate should have issued all 5 warrants. Of course, signing arrest warrants isn't his actual job. His job is to be an appeals court judge, despite the fact that the American Bar Association concluded that he was unqualified because of temperament issues, particularly bias and lack of open-mindedness. Then Trump, the meme maker in chief, posted that the Eighth Circuit found evidence to charge Lemon, despite the fact that Judge Grass did not speak for the majority of the panel. In any event, the repeat protest at City's Church never materialized. Instead, ICE agents murdered ICU agent Alex Preddy in the street. Okay, now, at long last, let's talk about the charges. Because the complaint says that all 8 defendants conspired to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate the free exercise of religion at a place of religious worship under 18 U.S. Code Sections 241 and 248A2. Section 241 is part of what was known as the Klan Acts. They were passed during Reconstruction to ensure that Black Americans were able to exercise their civil rights. The statute makes it a federal crime to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States. The government's theory here is that shutting down the service was an anti-Christian action to intimidate the worship.
So the fascist is now using bills meant to protect people from the Klan to do Klan shit. That's fucking wild, dude.
In the exercise of their faith, which is protected by the First Amendment. So TLDR, the Justice Department is relying on the Klan Act to prosecute a Black reverend for a protest on Martin Luther King Day. The other charge is under Section 248 of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, or FACE Act. It was passed in 1994 after a spate of bombings and murders at abortion clinics, and in a compromise with conservatives, lawmakers added language protecting religious worshipers along with people seeking reproductive health care. Trump supporters do not like this law and have been trying to get it repealed for decades. In fact, one of the first things Trump did when he got sworn in the second time was to pardon 24 anti-abortion activists, 21 of whom had been convicted under the FACE Act. But now the DOJ wants to use this law to prosecute anti-ICE protesters for shouting in church. That is the second count, the one that Magistrate Micco crossed out because he said there was no probable cause to support it. And I don't know exactly what his reasoning was, but I would guess that it's because the statute requires the use of force, threat of force, or physical obstruction, and there's no evidence in the record to support that. Yelling justice for Renee Good and shaming congregants because their pastor works for ICE is confrontational, but it's not a threat of force. And that really gets at the problem here, because you do have a First Amendment right to protest in public places, but you don't have a right to protest in houses of worship because that's a private space. And when someone asks you to leave, you have to go. If you don't leave, that's trespassing or disturbing the peace or some low-level misdemeanor state crime. And there's a long tradition of activists doing just that, protesting in private spaces and getting arrested and paying the fine or whatever. In 1989, protesters chained themselves to pews in St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York to protest the Catholic Church's stance on abortion, homosexuality, and AIDS. That protest was co-sponsored by the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, better known as ACT UP. At that time, AIDS was associated with gay men, and a lot of religious leaders considered it to be a punishment from God. So ACT UP routinely staged die-ins to raise awareness and fight bigotry. Local police would arrest them for trespassing and fine them, and everyone knew that was the deal. In fact, it was kind of the point.
Yeah.
Protesters knew they'd be arrested and probably manhandled, and that would make the news and raise awareness of their issue. So I guess in a sense, they were also doing it for the memes. And if the Minnesota Police Department had treated the Operation Pull Up protesters like the ACT UP protesters and arrested them for trespassing, this wouldn't have blown up into a huge story. But trespassing isn't a federal crime, and it wouldn't have allowed Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem to tweet about it. So the Trump administration is trying to turn a state-level misdemeanor into a major civil rights violation with serious jail time by co-opting the Klan Act and the FACE Act, or I mean, I guess they're pretending to. They're certainly not in a hurry to road test this spiffy new theory with a grand jury. They want to go on podcasts and put out press releases, and most of all, they want to post it on social. And for that, they need a perp walk of Don Lemon. They'll never convict him, but it'll be worth it for the memes.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with...
I still wouldn't want to be arrested. Like, I don't care if I'm going to easily get off.
Crazy stuff in this this file drop, huh? Jeffrey Epstein was permanently banned from Xbox Live.
Is that in there?
It was in his vacation email info. In 2013, permanently suspended due to harassment, threats, or abuse of other players. They had a terms of service requirement. You cannot be a sex offender on Xbox Live. But the real timeline, as we all know, this was after Bill Gates was hooked up with a Russian prostitute by Epstein and received an STD for...
What happened? YouTube always acting up, you know?
her. And then Bill Gates didn't want to transfer the STD to his wife, so he surreptitiously asked Epstein for antibiotics to cure the STD. And Epstein...
Hang on. Okay. The actual story is that Epstein sent these emails to himself. There's nothing definitively proving that Bill Gates did this. And you should be reporting the story accurately, because there is no reason for you to need to make that conclusion for the audience. I think everyone here is capable enough to hear what I just said and come to the conclusion themselves. You know what I mean?
got annoyed with him, and then Bill got annoyed back and banned them off Xbox Live. All of that is real, by the way. Like, actually. The journalist Barry Weiss hired in Deep. Yeah. This is the guy who Barry Weiss just hired to work on CBS News. You know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you? Said this guy, Peter Attia, to Jeffrey Epstein in 2015. God. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Fascinating. It's probably safe to assume at this point that anyone in American media or political life affiliated with Israel is in on the Epstein conspiracy. That is a really, like, easy dice roll if you want to play it straight on that one. I'm just like, if you're a betting man, and I'm not, but if you are, that's a solid one. Is this the double circumcision guy? No, that's a different guy who probably is also affiliated. You know what? The double Johnny Two Snips, you know what vibe he gives me? He missed the Epstein boat. That's the vibe he gives me. He, like, hastily converted to Judaism, tried to get in on the big game, but he did it too late. The ship had already sailed. Like Elon? Elon was provided child slaves by Epstein. He got in with enough time. Did these people believe Epstein would never get caught because it's crazy they're emailing Epstein with shit like, boy, I do love being a pedophile? Okay, here's the problem. It's not a matter of whether they got caught. The FBI had millions of files on them. They're just all in on it. Like, why would they ever worry about getting caught? Like, everybody knew. The reason we have these files is because they were submitted. There are thousands of testimonies that were brought to the DOJ and FBI. What do they have to fear? It's an extremely big club, and you're not in it. The biggest club of all. This bizarre video of Jeffrey Epstein chasing girls around his kitchen was released in the latest Epstein files yesterday. Well, that's just great. That's just great. This is why they took so long releasing the files, you know? Having to manually censor them with the black bars in every frame of the video. Why did it uncensor at points? They didn't do a very good job. I feel gross now. Here. This will make you feel better, okay? Jeffrey Epstein doing a jig. Oh, here he is in his patented Nick Fuentes branded sweater. Yeah, the pedo shuffle. He was more powerful than you think. He had the Israeli prime minister on speed dial. Buddy, he had multiple U.S. presidents, former and current, on speed dial. What do you mean, Israeli prime minister? He had everyone. Seeing some people say Chomsky at other point disagree with the racial IQ, but in these emails he agreed with them. I think this email snippet, like, is missing some context. Like, there's a larger email chain here. God, Jeffrey Epstein is such a email chad. Look at how many goddamn typos there are in everything he puts out there. Holy shit. It's incredible. What if it's a code? I really don't think they needed to talk in code. The only bit in these emails where I saw Epstein act as though they actually had to maintain a guise of secrecy was when Epstein was asked if he had any influence over Assad, and he was like, not for email. By the way, I'm trying to get a friend out of prison in Syria. You don't happen to have anyone with influence over Assad, do you? Not for email. That's really funny, dude. Makes me wonder who it is. Could just be Assad himself. Did Epstein control the world or some shit? No, it's just that all the people who do control the world are friends, right? You know the whole, like, slopulism, the culture war was put in place by the elites to distract you while they rob the world of all of its wealth? You know how that's always been true? It is now truer than it has ever been in all of human history. I cannot believe it. It feels fake, but it's real. Epstein probably had a hand in the release of Pull on 4chan. Moot relaunched Pull on basically the same day he met Jeffrey Epstein for the first time. Launched October 23rd, 2011. And here are emails between Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein between the 20th of October 2011 and the 24th of October 2011, in which they talk about meeting up. Epstein was close to Bannon, so this makes sense. What's Pull? The politics board on 4chan, also the ideological zenith of basically everything we're dealing with today. 4chan has never had that many users, but it was basically like the origin point of the infection that then went on to seep into all of, not just American, but like Western political discourse. The culture war seems as though it was entirely constructed. If you think about it, it makes sense, because Steve Bannon back in 2015, 2016 was not only a close confidant of both Epstein and Trump, but also the big advocate for the exploitation of lonely internet men for the purposes of like right-wing radicalization. Steve Bannon was the guy saying like, hey, you know all these nerdy, sexless young men who are like agitated, frustrated, they're like Gamergate types or whatever. Those guys are the perfect base for the MAGA movement. And he was completely correct. And wow, it turns out that Bannon was affiliated not only with Epstein, but Epstein was affiliated with Moot when he made the poll board, and the poll board was the epicenter of this entire goddamn thing. Asmongold types? Yep. The entire right-wing culture war was manufactured by Epstein as a way of getting Trump elected and also promulgating a pro-right-wing, pro-pedophile culture. Simple as. The entire thing was a deep state op. It's not even a joke. Wait, so woke is the one true anti-Epstein position? Yes. Yeah, I've got good news for you guys. We're the main characters and we're the heroes. We are literally like the only institution culturally that Epstein has not had any ties to. Epstein has had ties to academia, Republican and Democrat politicians, Israel, whatever you want, you know, and the entire like dissident right-wing culture war, which by the way, coincidentally seems to have amalgamated to the point where Nick Fuentes, the envoy of the ideological follow-through to the poll board, is now defending Jeffrey Epstein and selling his sweaters. The only group that's outside of this is the left. That's it. We are and always have been the heroes of history. Did you see his emails where he admits to being a literal Jewish supremacist? Yeah, but like, why is that surprising? He was also everything else bad. And also all the people he interacted with were some kind of surprising. Like, yeah, of course, obviously. If he was Armenian, he'd be an Armenian supremacist. I don't, like, it's, yeah, fork found in kitchen. Does Israel have this much influence in any other country? It's not really Israeli influence because you're putting the cart before the horse here, okay? The power center here is international capital and finance. Israel is just an extension of American capital and finance. It's not really like, it's not the Israeli government controlling the American government. It's that both the Israeli and American governments are loyal to international capital. I think the Israeli government might just be a little bit more transparent about it sometimes. Or, well, used to be. Not so much anymore, right? Not now. Now that Trump is president and he's like, we're invading Venezuela for the oil companies or whatever, now Israel and America might be like on par in terms of how shamelessly they're sucking off international capital. You know, before that point, they were less subtle. Mamdani's mom's also in the files. I heard that, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know anything about it. It's a possibility, though. In a 2009 email to Jewish American academic Roger Schenck, Jeffrey Epstein disparaged non-Jews and bragged about profiting from financial speculation, claiming success by shorting shipping futures while Goyim bore real economy risks. Here's the double standard, okay?
Wow.
Jeffrey Epstein almost like exclusively hung out with right-wingers. Well, I shouldn't say exclusively. He hung out with lots of people. But a ton of people on the right are open white supremacists. Why is it special that he's a Jewish supremacist?
I don't know what books
I don't
are.
get like,
What's a book?
oh, people are going to lose
What's
their minds
reading?
over this. Okay, every day we get more and more information about how every right wing in power right now is a neo-Nazi. Why is Jeffrey Epstein being the Jewish equivalent of a neo-Nazi like a surprising development or interesting? Like, I guess it like, are there Jewish supremacists? Yeah, of course there are. Dude, there are Croat supremacists. There are Azerbaijani supremacists. There are supremacists for ethnic groups you couldn't even dream of. Okay? There are people out there arguing that the fact that they have 2 sheep instead of their neighbor who has 1 sheep is evidence of their God-given dominion over the earth, all right? I promise you, there are lots of measureheads. Also, if I was Jewish, I'd be saying this shit for kicks. This is the way the Jew makes money and made a fortune in the past 10 years, selling short the shipping futures, let the Goyim deal in the real world. That's funny. I'd be posting like that all the time if I was Jewish. And be talking like measurehead. He's not wrong, though. That's how American capital works now. That's true. That is true. So everyone's a pedophile. Everyone rich is a pedophile. You know, people used to get mad at me when I said all billionaires are pedophiles. Look who's laughing now. Like, Jesus Christ, right? Melania confirmed to have met Trump through Epstein. We already knew that. I remember flying back with Donald on his plane. The first weekend I went to visit you in Florida was the weekend he met Melania, and he kept coming out of the bedroom saying, wow, what a hot piece.
So wouldn't we not want boomers reading something like that? They're gonna get too many ideas.
Of ass. This part isn't in her documentary, is it? The documentarian of Melania was also in the Epstein files. Melania threatened to sue Hunter Biden for suggesting Epstein introduced Melania to Donald Trump. No wonder they all defended Epstein so much. This is how they all got their girlfriends and wives. This really does make me feel like I live in a simulation, though. The idea that it is very likely the entire right-wing culture war was created by Jeffrey Epstein, or at least heavily influenced by him, in an effort to A, normalize pedophilia, B, like, 4chan is the most easily...
I don't know, this is jumping to a conclusion here. Like, I think he was kind of like glossing over like Steve Bannon's effect here. Steve Bannon is much more important to all of this. Like, to say like Jeffrey Epstein is the reason why this exists is like, this kind of jumping to too many conclusions.
Manipulable forum in existence, man. With everyone being anonymous, like creating bots or like additional accounts or whatever to manipulate public opinion is trivially easy. It's so much easier. There's no standard that you get by, at least on Twitter, if a profile is a 0 post bot, you can see they have 0 posts, 0 followers, 0 followers. Like, you look at that and you're like, okay, it's a bot, whatever. No way of knowing. 4chan accounts, you know what I mean. Posting profile, you know what I mean. Posts, anonymous posts. The whole goddamn thing. Pedocon theory's never been more validated. It goes beyond that, man. Like, I don't know. My entire life, I've been dealing with like the remnants of Epstein and Moot meeting up in 2011. What if we created a containment board for politics on 4chan and then we seeded it with lots and lots of far-right propaganda, so we use it to kickstart stuff like Gamergate, Pizzagate, QAnon, like every single like right-wing movement that is now metastasized and developed into the modern MAGA crowd. All of it a construction of Jeffrey Epstein, or at least influenced by Jeffrey Epstein. So your career is owed to Epstein? In the sense that if it wasn't for Jeffrey Epstein and the power that he represents, we would all be living in a better world and there'd be less need for leftist content? Yeah, probably. Everyone with more than 25 real in their pocket is a pedophile who needs to be impaled. That's f***ing true. Emails allege Jeffrey Epstein traveled to Paris with filmmaker Woody Allen in March 2012 for what was described in the correspondence.
What? Woody Allen? That's too far. Oh my goodness. I can't believe Woody did this. How could you, Woody?
Is a pedophile convention? Well, Jeffrey Epstein corrects. He says, I think pedophilia is the pedophile because they're going to France. Will all this coming out weak in MAGA? Probably not. Not by much, at least. Donald Trump could openly admit to being a pedophile and it wouldn't swing the needle that much. If anything...
Hang on. Obviously, I'm not someone who's going to defend Jeffrey Epstein or anything. But, like, if you're going to Paris with Woody Allen and talking about it with somebody, you're making pedophile jokes about the guy. So I think this is not necessarily them going to a pedophile convention. They're literally, like, joking around because it's Woody Allen. Like... You know, until Epstein came around, and Epstein, you know, like, I don't know, even Woody Allen, how old was the, like, adopted daughter when he started, like, all his stuff with her? Because if anything, they're both, you know, technically the hebephile.
It kind of seems like the long goal here from Epstein and people affiliated with him was to develop a right wing that wouldn't care about pedophilia. You know? Like, for instance, there's an allegation in here that President Bush was also affiliated to the baby and so on. You know, classic Epstein stuff. But if all these allegations had come out in 2006 against George Bush, you know, that would have sunk his presidency. I mean, that would have been the end of it, you know? That would have been it. Over. Like that. But now we have developed a right wing that is immune to these accusations because they simply don't care. Oh, this is Bush Sr.? Oh, gotcha. Well, the point stands in either case.
Witnessed a baby being dismembered? Okay, now we're getting to the fucking... What did they call the Hillary Clinton thing? Frizzle pop or something?
Makes sense, though. He was a CIA boy. When saying baby, do they literally mean... You do know they like actual children, right? It was Epstein's Island. It wasn't a bit. They weren't doing it for the gram. The gram wasn't even a thing back then, I don't think. Alleged George H.W. Bush, the male victim, and that the same victim was subjected to a ritual sacrifice in which his feet were cut off with a sword. The victim says he witnessed a child being torn apart, having their intestines pulled out aboard a yacht. He says the people on the yacht ate the intestinal waste. Yeah, sure, why not? I believe it. Why not? NYPD Detective Bureau, Child Exploitation / Human Trafficking Task Force. From the task force in New York. Thanks, I didn't realize Bush him too. Okay. I don't know what else you say to that. Does this warrant leftist QAnon? You don't really have to be conspiratorial, man. It's all kind of like out in the open. It basically just seems like every bit of elitism and conspiracy and crime and graft that were committed by, I don't know, the French royals basically just continued undeterred. It's like nature abhors a vacuum. And if you create a system where an ungodly amount of power is concentrated in the hands of a small number of people, those people will then go on to rape and sacrifice children. It basically like 1-to-1. It doesn't matter what culture, language, whatever else. Does not matter. It's just a material consequence of the desire of the uber wealthy to reify their supremacy over others by committing acts that no one else could get away with. That happened with the French elite? Yeah, of course. They just did.
I don't know. I'm just not eager to jump aboard anything about like drinking baby blood and shit.
Like have journalists back then. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Basically, every system of extreme like inequity produces this kind of behavior to some degree or another, with basically no exceptions. Stalin was a pedophile. Mao was a pedophile. Hitler was a pedophile. The French royals were pedophiles. The English aristocracy were pedophiles. They're all like just over and over and over.
I mean,
and
this
over
is the
and
whole
over.
point of
All-
Salo and the
all way
120
down.
Days
I
of
still
Sodom,
can't get over
right?
the whole culture war thing, man. What is it with power and pedophilia? Why that in particular? Because it's taboo, and because they're trying to reify their supremacy over others by proving they can get away with doing stuff that other people would get in trouble for. That's it. It's not like it's the only thing they do. They do other crimes. They do financial crimes all the time. They kill people, absolutely. They bury the bodies, but they do all sorts of stuff. This is just the stuff that it's the more sensational. Like you expect, oh yeah, powerful people have people killed, of course, whatever. This is the more sensational stuff, They do all of it. They do it because they can do it. Killing people is less sensational? Yeah. I
This
think, in
asshole
my
calling
opinion,
himself
it is more
boss man?
sensational for the global elite to engage in
Was
ritualistic
is that
child
Jeff calling
sacrifice
himself boss man?
than it is for them to kill people occasionally. You can again. I don't want to argue with you about this. Okay, I don't really care how you feel about it. Does Poll being an AstroTurf change or call into question any of the political theory we've developed around the online right over the last decade? No. If anything, it proves that I've been right this entire time. The right literally cannot exist without capital. Left thought, leftism, socialism, or even like left liberalism, all are produced as natural byproducts of interactions with the world. They're natural, sane, reasonable engagements. They're emergent. They're like properties that are emergent from experience with the world. Whereas the right wing, at least as it exists today, certainly, I'm not saying literally every conservative impulse is artificial, but the modern right wing is entirely artificial, entirely created by capital. It could not exist without billions of dollars being funneled in from the capital class to sustain it. And the reason they do that is because they exist to give cover for their crimes. In this case, it's as direct as it can be, right? Epstein was involved in the creation of the modern right-wing culture war, which has then, in turn, produced an online culture that defends Epstein. This is why the entire right-wing media is now defending Epstein, or they don't talk about it. They pretend that Trump wasn't in these files, or that it's all fake, or that it doesn't mean anything, It's like Megyn Kelly going to live to talk about how Trump barely illegal girls isn't bad because they're just 16 or whatever, right? Like they all know what's in the checkbook, what they're paid to do. All of them. It's an entirely artificial position that is worthy not of consideration or debate. It's worthy only of scorn. And in a good world, mass disenfranchisement. Like conservatives shouldn't be able to vote, obviously. Like your ideology was literally created by a pedophile so that he could rape kids for longer. Like that is literally why your ideology exists. It's insane that you're even allowed to talk to me or look me in the eyes. Was Epstein really sending FNAF Futanari to his buddies? Yes. Who amongst us? God bless Thomas Massey, man. I forgive you for every one of your terrible political positions. Within hours of the Epstein file release, a super PAC funded by Israel First billionaires Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson, who himself appears in Epstein's Black Book, bought another 800,000 of TV ads against me. I'll still win, but if I lose, it was worth it. Massey, you can have whatever dog shit social and economic positions you want if you keep on fighting the fight, all right? Whatever you want, man. Epstein writing to his bank he bought V-Bucks? Oh my God. This might be fake, but I want to believe that it's not. You're allowed to believe whatever you want right now as long as it inspires hate against the capital class. That's what I believe. Keep in mind with the Poll thing that Moot was also steering strongly against Gamergate back on V and arguably left the platform due to Poll taking it over. Not saying this is purely coincidence, but I don't think it was a fully planned out thing either. Things are rarely fully planned out from the get-go, but the idea that Epstein was involved in Poll's creation is just too much to ignore. Poll is literally the epicenter of the modern conservative movement online. It ended up inspiring basically everything. Everything the MAGA movement is today, everything that it became, all of it had its roots there. The idea that he would meet with Epstein literally the day he would create Poll. It's not the only time that Epstein's been like overly involved in online, like the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was a super Reddit user, like a super prominent mod who had a lot of influence in how Reddit was directed. Back when r/jailbait was super popular, who could,
Weird.
What a coincidence. She was a Redditor? Dude, she was the Redditor. She wasn't a Redditor. She was she was an extremely influential power user. Poll was made right around 4chan started to shift to the right when it was a left-wing site in the 2000s. How coincidental, Moot creates a board that would have basically no moderation and no social pressure against open neo-Nazism, and they create it on a site where it's incredibly easy to control public discourse by having just a handful of Mossad agents or whoever else, right? Just post whatever they want. All you have to do is literally, you could control all of Pol by having a dozen people working in the Wojak/Pepe mines and just posting shit,
The
about
Wojak/Pepe
Indians
mines.
or Jews or whatever. Just it takes like nothing. It's so easy to influence. Larry Summers, Biden's economist, wrote to Epstein complaining about his kids liking Bernie in 2015. Yeah. Larry Summers' affiliation with Epstein is not new news, but that is very funny. Kids great, though tired of some of their admiration for Bernie Sanders. How are you? Bernie Sanders vindicated. Through time and history, a glorious God ray of light shines down upon him from the heavens. Jews believe in heaven, right? Yeah, they do. They just don't believe in hell. Some do? Okay. Epstein was part of the Dark Enlightenment. I could have told you that one. From Anonymous to Jeffrey Epstein. Have just realized when you criticize democracy, you used Plato's argument with the surgery. I also realized cum is really good body lotion. Just really high IQ stuff happened. Yeah, I agreed with reform Nazi Richard Hanania here. More compelling than anything Yarvin's ever written. It's so childish. Yeah, it's not like these people are smart or savvy. What is the Dark Enlightenment? Another psyop designed to shift people towards the far right, as it always is. Why would a wealthy cabal of pedos that controls the system allow that system to out their dark secrets? That's like asking how the royals allowed the French Revolution to happen. You don't control everything. There's no such thing as controlling the entire system. Also, dude, look, all these files are getting released. Do you see anybody being arrested? Remember, the deep state has long believed that public faith in democracy was going to decline at some point anyway. Isn't this the ultimate affirmation of that? We have like incredibly compelling evidence that basically every single powerful person in America is a pedophile and a criminal, a very, very bad one, and nothing is going to come of it. Nobody's going to be arrested. Isn't this a great way to disenfranchise and disillusion people? Why bother voting, you know?
Seems
just
like a
submit to
lot
Palantir. It doesn't
of
make a difference
Australian
anyway.
prime ministers were
It
in
coming
those
out as part
files
of the
too.
power flex. Yeah, to an extent, I think so. How disenfranchised do you feel? I don't know. Do you feel powerful right now? I've heard somewhere the Pol launch was planned a couple months prior, so the launch might be a coincidence. Don't give them a pass like that. You don't need to establish that everything was always like a plan from 0 to 100 on the part of everyone involved. All you have to do is establish his connections, okay? The fact that Epstein just coincidentally happens to be connected to literally everyone in power all the time, you know, you can't write this off. Epstein and Bannon directly benefited from what Pol became. You know, they definitely had a hand in it. Whether or not they were the ones who came up with the idea of creating it, they definitely used it after the fact.
I think maybe he told Epstein he was creating it.
Want to see something funny?
Let's talk about what happened in Minneapolis. ICE murdered an American citizen in cold blood, and then the Trump administration called him a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like plain and simple.
Yeah.
I see the administration trying to spin it.
Hey, didn't you have that guy on your podcast, bro?
That's not that funny. I don't know. I think it's a little bit funny for the guy who was like, I'm going to vote for Trump because he gets pussy, having to take this somber tone. Even Joe Rogan had to, you know? It's a very, very, very like indicative, like watermark, you know, like a temperature check on the administration when the people whose job it is to hype up like the apolitical guys. You know what I mean? Like these are the people who are meant to rile up the dumb cattle. Like, yeah, Trump's based, dude. We're gonna get to say retard in the office again. And then when those people are now like, I don't know, this one looks bad, guys.
It's like they didn't even have a moment where they're like, hey, we're reviewing the footage. We're going to try to see what's really happening. All of them, Trump and all the cronies, put out collective statements that Trump immediately blamed an American citizen that was exercising his First and Second Amendment rights. Right? He has the right to protest. He has the right to carry a firearm. He's a legal gun owner. Right? There's no question about this whatsoever. And the administration immediately comes out and they try to gaslight the public, which you cannot do when we have 15 different videos of what happened.
Yes.
And
that is what they do, though.
But that is what they do.
Yeah.
And I think that governments have probably been doing this for centuries, millennia. And now you have a public that is armed with phones, and we can see what actually fucking happened. And you're not going to just lie to us, plain and simple.
Doesn't this
like
show
that.
just how fucking slimy these cunts are? Just how fucking conniving and slimy these cunts are. That they're coming back now.
Was he one of the guys who went to Saudi?
Yes, he was.
There you go.
But like, it just shows you, doesn't it, that like these people will literally have this cunt on their podcast, promote him, push him to a young, easily influenced audience of stupid men between the ages of 18 and 25 who don't understand anything, who are like, yeah, but woke is gay. That's the extent of their political engagement.
You know, and like,
and now he's coming out and being like, guys, this is bad. Cunt, you voted for this.
You know, notorious and somehow villain of the internet, Ethan Klein. Like, he did 2 interviews with Jordan Peterson, right? Maybe 2 to 3 years after he did the second interview.
Yeah.
He took those down.
Yeah.
And Jordan cried about it.
Yes, of course he did.
And so, like, I'm just saying, if, like, this guy that everyone says is, like, the biggest piece of shit and villain on the internet is having the integrity to remove videos where he platformed Jordan Peterson after he actually reflected. Because, like, at the time, it's hard to see what's the manipulation and the politics around you,
of course.
You know?
Yes. You have to kind of be paying attention.
When you, like, I don't think Ethan is any smarter than this guy or any dumber than this guy.
Yeah.
But, like, when push comes to shove, where's your, are you deleting content? Are you deleting those interviews that you did? No.
Well, we could look it up and see if he has. I highly doubt it.
The only person who does that shit is Ethan.
I would delete the Drew episode, but it needs to be there to show that he's a fucking slimy grifter cunt.
The Drew episode is awesome because
I know.
of what is talked about in there.
It's so funny, especially because we talk so much about like foreign influence and shit. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. And his excuse is, yeah, I got more conservative. No, you are a disinfo agent.
And he only addressed it when it was somebody we were both friends with who had a platform that he was trying to use.
Yeah. It's very funny.
Personally. These people really are like the big vibe check, you know? It's the reason why Trump won in 2024. Huge outpouring of young support. And a lot of those people were turned in by Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, Joe Rogan, whatever else. Young guys who were like, yeah, man, fucking internet memes, Biden's old, yeah. And then they vote Trump in, and then they're like, holy shit, I didn't know he'd do all the stuff he said he'd do. And now they've
Yeah, maybe you should have
back
listened to the
around.
people telling you what was happening.
And it's indicative, too.
But no, media's
I do not
gay.
hate Andrew
Media's
Schultz
woke.
anywhere near as much as I hate Theo Vaughn or
I
fucking
only
Joe
watch
Rogan, though.
Murdoch
I think
press,
that Andrew
the
Schultz
real
is a lot more
press.
honest. I mean, obviously, it's kind of a sliding scale, but yeah. Current look at podcasts that supported Trump.
See what Trump's been doing? Not good. I know we had him on the pod. Great app, yo. He smelled like baby powder. What I've noticed is since he's been on the show, there's been a bit of a vibe shift.
Doesn't feel aligned with like who we are as grifters.
Receiving money from the
Lamau.
GOP, that doesn't define who we are as artists.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I didn't think we were doing this to help him get elected. I thought we were doing him a favor and then we could open for him on the road.
We didn't tell them who to vote for. We made a suggestion.
We've always been the kind of guys who just tell it like it is.
Tell it like it is.
And like right now, we're telling people just not to blame us.
Enough of that.
I mean,
though.
this whole
Let's
thing
get
is
to
a
our
bit,
guest.
right?
He's the GOAT. You know him. You love him. Kyle Rittenhouse.
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Because I don't know who these guys are, but they sound like their whole thing is a bit.
That's what he just said, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the Come Town bit.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was, something like that. Because it's like, that seems wholly unserious. Like, because I don't know who these guys are. Literally don't know. And that's the problem, right? Is these people that you don't know are saying shit on the internet, and you're like, well, who the fuck is this? Most people don't give a shit and just believe it if it sounds believable or it's somewhat aligned to their own politics, and then they don't question it. Like, ever since we started really harping on you need to focus on who is talking to you, I will, anytime I see something posted or information posted, I'm like, who's your source? Who's your source? Like, where are you getting this information from? Please show your work. And it's very entertaining how much people don't, even though they claim to be doing like news or whatever. They kind of just like freak out when you ask for an actual source. Like there was that New York apartment explosion in the Bronx the other day, and I saw it on Threads from one of those fucking useless accounts that just posts a picture and a tiny little bit of irrelevant information that doesn't give you anything. So I'm like, hey, this is probably fake. Give me a source. And people started freaking out because I'm like, how dare you ask him for a source? It's on the news. Like, dickhead, I'm not in New York. There's no source and there's no information. There's no, like, you could literally do the dash AP News or wherever the fuck you got the information from. Like, the account was literally said politics and news, and it's not posting a source. Like, I cannot stress enough how important it is right now, like, if never before, to source your information if you're talking about news. Especially if you're maybe a bit so-so about it and maybe not so confident about it. Be like, well, that guy said it. You know, I'm just letting you know this is potentially something happening, but that guy said it.
All my sources are ChatGPT.
Joe Rogan, I wanted to circle around to see what Theo Von was up to. Because remember, Theo Von, this was like the one time that the Department of Homeland Security walked back something awful they did because they were denounced by a public figure. The DHS put a Theo Von clip inside of a larger video they posted about how based and red-pilled it was that they were kicking immigrants out. And Theo Von quote tweeted and said, like, I don't support this. You know, my family are immigrants. I don't like this at all. And they deleted it because they didn't want to argue with Theo Von. They'll argue with Ariana Grande and Taylor Swift, but not with Theo Von, which is so funny. Yeah, content no longer available. They took it down. Anyway, I wanted to see what Theo Von was up to. Here he is with Bernie Sanders discussing the ICE raids. Man, the temperature check on this one really shifted, huh? You can really...
Yeah, but he had, like, Bernie Sanders on right before Trump.
That's true, he did.
And, like, he asked Trump things that Bernie Sanders explained in depth to him.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump couldn't give him an answer and didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah. That is true.
Just shows you how little of the information Theo retained. Because it was like days later that he had Trump on and he couldn't remember all the stuff.
Yeah.
Really see the Gen Z voter demographic shifting, like, vroom, you know?
Recently with the ICE raids that have happened in Minnesota, and they're happening everywhere, right? I mean, it's become a big thing. And for me, a lot of it is in response to, you know, there was such a border policy that was allowing a lot of extra people here, right? Extra people that were not meeting up with their, their probation officer, not probation officers, but they're like attendance officers at times, that sort of situation, right?
I hate these idiots so much. You really should. You really, truly should. Trump's approval rating among Gen Z has dropped a massive 42 in the past year, new polling has found. And also, don't get too high on your laurels or whatever here, you know? Keep in mind, Theo Von, Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, they shifted to being openly pro-Trump because they were in it for the money. And when the next election cycle rolls around, the money's going to roll around too. So don't be surprised if all these people who are getting somber over ICE now, come, 2027, they're going to be like, yeah, well, I'm not voting for a Democrat. Who's this next guy? They're going to play the same game over and over again as the money and the opportunities roll in. 42-point drop in support among Gen Z over the past year from Trump.
Nice.
So it resulted, it seems like in this situation, we had to hire a lot extra ICE agents, some of them even unqualified. Anyway, it's left us in a unique place in America right now, but also just another place where people in the streets are having to figure things out.
Right.
And we are all the ones fighting about it online.
All right, let me briefly tell you my view. People agree with me or not agree with me. I agree with you that our border security was weak. Okay? There is no excuse. All right. My dad came from Poland. You know, other people's parents came from all over the world. All right, you come to it. There are reasons why people have kind of tried to slip into the United States. 99% of
Bernie's always been really weak on this, man. He like unironically, I don't think we should use the term border security at all. Security is something that you do to protect from criminals, ne'er-do-wells, violence, harm. Most of these people, they're just desperate, you know? Look, I agree. People come into the United States should not slip in the cracks. They should not disappear. We should have
return
enough
to
people
Satanism.
to process them, their immigration. But what we need for that, we
I
need more
always
money for
forget about my
immigration
religions.
judges, right? Like we need to put money into that system. Framing this as a security issue is an implicit concession to the Department of Homeland Security. The idea that illegal immigrants pose a threat to the United States, which they just don't. They just don't. They just don't. Maybe in like the broad sense of it's important for us to keep tabs on everyone in the country so everyone can pay the taxes and get paid into from the system. I get that, you know, but that's not security. That's just bookkeeping. That's bureaucracy.
At times it's poverty. It's
the way his
violence.
like notepad looks. It looks like he's holding the head of a broom.
Drug violence and wherever it is, Mexico, Guatemala, or whatever. All right, but that's illegal, and it should be prohibited. We need borders, strong borders. We need an immigration process. In my view, okay, that's number one. Number two, we have between 10 and 14 million undocumented people in this country right now. No one knows exactly.
Yeah.
All right, but the vast majority of those people work hard and obey American law right now. During COVID, by the way, those were the people who are working in the meatpacking plants. Those are the people who got a lot of the virus. Those are the people who died. They kept the economy going in many respects. All right. In my view, and I think what most Americans agree with, if you have lived in this, even if you came across the border illegally, but if you have obeyed the rules of America, you haven't committed crimes, you're working hard, you're raising your family, you need a path towards citizenship as part of comprehensive immigration reform. And by the way, given the fact that we have worker shortages all over this country, we need those workers, okay? So that's, I think, what we need.
Especially skilled labor we need right now.
That's right. That's right. And a lot of these people are doing important work. Keeping the economy going.
They just don't pose a threat to us, man.
What Trump has done is in this big, beautiful bill of his, greatly expanded funding for ICE. And in my view, what he is doing is not just trying to get, and by the way, it used to be, we're trying to get the criminals out of America. Remember that?
Yeah.
You know, rapists and the murderers. We're well beyond that. Now you're knocking on doors of American citizens. You're arresting Americans. You're arresting people who've never had.
Oh, now that they're finding anybody that makes good tapas.
You got it. That's right. That's exactly right. Okay. And I think this is what frightens me.
Fucking hell.
What Trump is using ICE for now is a domestic military operation. And it's part of this intimidation. And if you stand up, and that woman in Minnesota, Good is her name?
Renee Good.
Renee Good, all right. I saw that video, you know. You don't shoot somebody in the head who is in that car. And I think it's Trump saying, I have the power, and we got domestic army, it's called ICE, and we're going to go out there, and we're going to arrest, and we're going to intimidate. And part of that, this is what Trumpism is about. It's intimidation. All right, you're in the media.
Sure.
He keeps
You're
trying to give
CBS,
me
you say
this
something, I'm going to sue you. You
4
know?
seasons thing. I might as
Theo,
well
you
take
say
it off
something I
her
don't like, I
hands.
may sue you. You know, I don't like Venezuela, I'm going to, send in the troops. I got the power and I'm going to use it. I really, that scares me because that's what authoritarianism is about. So should we deal with immigration through comprehensive reform? Absolutely. I think that's what the American people want. Do we want guys with masks around their face, dragging people out of their apartment?
I just don't like that concession. I really don't. The idea that ICE would be like, we don't need a more toned down version of ICE. We need to fundamentally reframe how we think of him.
Well,
We just need to get rid of Homeland.
Mm.
Like, it was assembled post 9/11 as a reaction to the war on terror. Like, Border Patrol is not, like, that existed before Homeland.
Mm.
Like, we don't need federal agents. Like, they're not, like, the reason they have the authority they have is because they believe that they could use this authority to, like, kick in Al-Qaeda ops doors and stuff like that, which never happened because they didn't exist.
Yeah.
Immigrants. They are just not a threat to us. They're not. They're just not a threat to us. They're just not. We don't need to, like, the goal here is not to just soften.
Oh, hey, I'm back around. I'm almost
our tactics on dealing with a security issue.
I should,
it's not a security
hold
issue.
off
It's a
my skirmisher
bookkeeping
for a
issue.
little bit. Wait for that aerosol.
Out of their cause. I don't think so. I don't think that's what the American people want.
Yeah.
More and more resentment to that. So,
Yeah, and we're in a tough spot too because we see things more now, right? We see
Yes, you
all of
do.
it.
Yes, you do.
We see it. So before you would just hear about it, or you would knew it was a plan,
That's
but you
right.
didn't have the visual effect of it and how the visual effect makes you feel.
cell phones have revolutionized politics, and that's everybody got a cell phone can take a.
And I think that's one of the side effects. Like too, like I
Thanks,
agree.
Benny.
Like Trump has an authoritarian energy, right? There's this, and there's positive parts about that, and there's negative parts about
No,
that.
I don't agree that there's anything positive about it.
Loot.
Authoritarianism.
Well, maybe authoritarianism. I think somebody that's
Oh,
like
loot.
somebody that here's
Decisiveness.
Oh my
yes.
that's what I
God.
mean.
It's a fucking retarded way to try to play like the centrist both sides there.
He said
You get a
retarded.
couple minutes of saying he's bad. Well, you have to do this like, this he and hot. Thank you, Bernie, for shutting
Naughty.
that down.
Decisiveness,
Bad
yes.
boy.
Making bold decisions, yes.
Yes, that's the part that I think-
Authoritarianism, disregarding the Constitution and the rule of law. I'm sorry, no.
I agree with that. That's what I
Pause
meant.
it. Pause it. I forgot.
That's such a funny place to end the.
So I started a Tokugawa game on single player, and I am sandwiched because I was trying to do the 100% loyalty and only do domestic trade routes, but also try and incentivize people to give trade routes to me so I get benefits from them, but send nothing out. But I'm sandwiched between fucking Coupe and the Mayans, and the Mayans decided to invade the city-state that I was sending envoys to, and they killed the city-state. And I was watching. I'm like, if she kills the city-state, because she killed it in 2 turns, I couldn't have moved anything fast enough to stop her. And I'm like, okay, if she kills this, I'm going to take it. But I'm going to build my army first. And she ended up trying to build Machu Picchu. So I'm like, oh shit, I got to take this now. So I took it, which I didn't realize stopped the building of Machu Picchu. I was just going to take it and hope the production was retained, but it wasn't. But I was also planning to build it in a city below where my main city was. So I ended up putting it there anyway and ended up building it before she even could anyway. So I managed to also win the war with her because she gave up after I started looting all her shit. So it's like I'm getting a little better at the war thing and being able to redirect resources into actually doing stuff like that, which is interesting because that was probably the worst thing. Like my worst thing was doing the domination. I always sit around and wait for the passive victories like science or culture or something like that. But I want to learn the culture victory next.
The thing about culture is that it's very hard to do it if you ever really even go to war.
Really?
It depends. So
it's more like you can't declare
it. If you play Gorgo, you can do domination and win culture, because she gets culture for going
from
to
war. Yep.
and then bonuses for every red policy card she has. So you get her into fascism.
No shit. Interesting. That's a very interesting bonus.
She's very powerful for a culture victory.
Very interesting.
Yes. All of the furniture in here. Okay, here we are. So
my favorite thing is
parlor.
him setting up the camera and not cutting that out. Like you could cut it out so you're just standing there, but he chooses to leave him.
He's not using a smartphone. He's using a camera.
An actual camera, yeah. It's very.
On it and
it's very
I wonder
funny.
how old the camera is because the video quality is too good for it to be.
Hey, it's the day before my birthday. What year is it?
25.
If not all recent. Of it is pre-1930s in this apartment. That chair, I can tell you exactly where I got everything and how much it cost.
Oh wait, no, this is literally this was recorded. We were streaming when he recorded this.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
It was given to me by my friend Randy in Louisiana.
Randy.
And when he gave it to me, it was only from there to this T part right there. Nothing below this bar right here. So I ordered these from eBay. I ordered the little chain links. I ordered these little hooks. I ordered these bell caps. I ordered these Thomas Houston bases that turn on and off each one of these. And I ordered these reverse painted 1920s frosted glass covers for these. They were painted from the inside, and the light shining through makes the design appear on the outside of the glass. Anyway, there that is. And the reason I use Thomas Houston light sockets is so that if I want to, which I got this key separate from this table and it works. If I want to, this drawer better open.
Candy. He's got candy.
If I want to, I can use these 1890s light bulbs with the Thomas Houston base.
I'm just saying, this dude's definitely dying from cancer.
Anyway, there that is. And so, yes, I got this key separate on eBay from this table. This is an Eastlake table. It is from the 1870s. And there's a marble top, but it separates, and there is a leather bottom. That is so that if you were entertaining guests and they wanted to set their drinks down, they could do so on the leather and not the marble, because drinks will stain marble. And so if you were playing cards, also the leather top was ideal. So that is why that is under there, and it is original. These chairs over here, I reupholstered myself. They are from the 1870s. This is the ladies' chair. That is the gentleman's chair, because gentlemen could put their arms up.
Indonesia is at war with Buenos Aires.
Dresses and
Indonesia's at war with Buenos Aires. Oh, I lost units. What units did I lose? My tank army? No way. Crazy.
Because gentlemen could put their arms up. Ladies back then would wear hoop dresses and hoop skirts and corsets, and they would be forced to sit up straight with their corset, and the hoop dresses would not fit in armchairs. So that is why the ladies' chair does not have any arms, and it sits rather upright. Anyway, those are from the 1870s. I reupholstered them with mohair and brass tacks. If you've ever heard the saying, getting down to the brass tacks, that is where it comes from, brass tacks. This fan over here, I got when I was 6 years old from my great-grandpa's house, and my dad did not
This is one of the best parts. This isn't the best part of the video, but it's one of them.
To have it because he was afraid I'd cut my fingers off with it. And also, it didn't work. He would have to start it spinning with a broomstick. So he cut the cord off. That's the way I could agree to let him, or I could get him to agree to let us take it home. Anyway, I put a new cord on the next day and oiled it, and it has worked to this day. And bonus, it doesn't cut off your fingers. Don't ask me how I found that out. Anyway, here's my phonograph.
Just shoving his finger in there.
Man.
There's that, and then this lamp right here is from the turn of the last century. It is made of metal. Anyway, there it is. And my friend Randy gave me that shade right there. Anyway, here is my Victorian love seat. It is from the 1890s, I believe. And then what else? Here are my tintypes. I had
What
done.
happened
I
to
had
this
this one
city?
done by Fox
Oh, this
Tintypes
is the
in
one I
Dallas. This one was done by my friend Sean.
I just took it.
I forget what his
Look
ad
at
is.
bro. Look at all his pictures. Like, can you hang on?
What the fuck?
How do I center this? Yeah. Look at.
Are they pictures of him?
Yes. All
That's
the pictures on all the picture frames are photos of him.
That's amazing. Like, that's actually awesome. I love that for him.
I'll find it. This rocking chair is from the 1890s. This chair right here is from the 1860s, 5 years before slavery ended. That is an old chair.
Right.
Here, this lamp is from the 1910s, and I ordered this shade separate. One of my fans gave this to me. Here is my calendar clock. Today is the 27th, and that is the only reason I know what day it is half the time, because the red arrow points to the day of the month. And for months with less days than 31, you have to skip it over manually. But that is from the 1870s, unrestored. Here is my television.
Why did we stop doing that with clocks? That's them also pointing to the day. Like, that's something that should have stayed with clocks.
Yeah, it was the simplification in like the 70s and 80s down to like that needs to be sleek. Maybe the 50s is when that came in. I don't know.
I
It
was
around that
watching
time.
Indiana Jones on it. I don't want.
No way. Look at that thing.
But that is from the 1870s, unrestored.
Awesome.
Here is my television.
Unrestored.
I was watching Indiana Jones on it. I don't watch much TV. But
You
anyway,
don't say. I
let
wonder
me
why.
Put in the VHS tape, and we'll wait
VHS?
any day now. Okay, I'm gonna have to take it out and rewind it because I've played it all the way through.
You have to rewind it by hand?
Give me one moment to rewind this.
You don't have a VCR that can rewind?
You never did this?
Okay, that should be good enough.
Just press rewind.
Okay, it'll start any day now. While we wait, I'll explain some other stuff. Okay, so this painting of me was painted by Sam Bennett Art in Europe, and it was mailed across the ocean. Here it is.
My name is Henry Jones, but my friends call me Indy. For more than 90 years, I've lived the adventures of a lifetime. It all began in 1908 when my mother and I joined my father on his lecture tour around the world.
Is this
Anyway,
young
there it is.
Indiana Jones, bro?
Okay, let's
I don't know what the
do
fuck that is.
Did I even push that? Okay. So, let's see. This radiator, radiator. This radio I'm working on restoring, so you notice the insides are not in there. Let's see. Here is one of my coat closets, and I have skeletons in my closet. These are some of my coats.
bet.
I made this coat right here.
No, did you
and
see
this
it?
coat is actually
No, I didn't.
the one that I wear.
It was an actual skeleton?
Yeah.
That's
Here's
hilarious.
one of my coat closets, and I have skeletons in my closet. These are some of my coats. I made this coat right here.
I think he owns this entire house and actually lives downstairs, and this is part of the bit. You know, like this is just an elaborate bit, right? The skeletons in the closet joke. Like,
It's
how
too
often
funny.
you having people over to tell them that joke?
Probably a lot, I bet.
And this coat is actually the one that I wear in one of my tintypes and this portrait of me. That's the same coat right there, and that's the same coat right there. Also, I'm making tea, so I'm expecting that kettle to whistle any day now. And also, we need music for this tour, so let me go ahead and turn on some music. So this was given to me by a fan. It is from 1918. It was his grandmother's, and he said he wanted to give it to somebody who would cherish it. So I drove to St. Francisville, Louisiana, and I stayed at the Myrtles Plantation, and I got this while I was on that trip. Anyway, this record was recorded March 20th of 1925, and I'm going to play it now. Well, it'll start momentarily. So this is an Edison... record. I dislike Edison heavily.
What was that? What was that, bro? What was that noise?
That was
so
awesome.
this is an Edison record. I dislike Edison heavily. So
Yeah,
it was
fuck that
recorded with
guy.
the Hill and Dale method versus laterally. You have to have a special reproducer to play it. Here is my refrigerator.
Imagine
From
coming over to hang out at this
1934.
dude's house, and this is playing the whole time. This is the only song he got playing. He just got it on a loop every 15 minutes. It restarts.
Refrigerant is original. It's tear gas, sulfur dioxide.
It's what? Did you hear what I heard?
Yep. I sure did.
Oh, can't hear anything because I muted.
Here's my ice trays.
They're made out of lead. Bro didn't even build monuments in his city.
So here is my 1917 Hughes electric range. It is on. I'm making tea right now. Oh, okay, and now that's ready. You know, I guess I'll turn that off and just have that warm over there. Or I'll put it on the back burner as the saying goes, and I can just keep it warm. If you've ever heard that saying, put it...
Again, how much lead do you want in your tea? Look at that thing. I ain't drinking out of that shit. That is decoration, brother, not for use.
on the back burner, it's because the simmer burner on an old range is in the back. Anyway, there's that, and it's a Hughes electric range. I bought this on Facebook Marketplace for $400, drove to Georgetown, Texas to get it, and I found this on eBay, and it was for sale, and it was from Crockett, Texas. This is from April of 1917, this ad. And then on Amazon, I have found books on the Hughes electric range with recipes. And I found this.
The music.
I know, right?
For $15.
I told you he's the coolest guy.
Here's another tin type of me and my friend Fisher Polydorov. There's me.
All of them are me.
Anyway, here's one of my toasters.
Okay. That's clearly been used. He's eating out of this shit. You know, there's like no way, because like it's a toaster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like as soon as you use it once, it's got breadcrumbs forever in it. You know? And those breadcrumbs will stay in there forever. You can't exactly clean it out. You can pull the tray out at the bottom, but there are all these little breadcrumbs in the cracks, right? So like he eating bread out of there, and it's got 100-year-old crumbs in it.
Here
Sounds
is
good to
my
me.
waffle maker. It's a Westinghouse from 1921. And then here is a flashlight. It's from 1915. It says Ever Ready. So
The
here's
fucking
my
music.
china. This on the
All
top
lead.
shelf is off
That
from
is
the
all lead.
1890s. It's Regis by the Johnson brothers in England. This is all Theodore Haviland from the 1920s. This is not uranium glass, it is Fenton glass. However, this is uranium glass right here.
Great.
If I had a black light, I'd show y'all. Here's some of my electrical apparatuses that I was doing some experiments with.
The pigeons are wanting food. I'll be back.
Bro.
That's fucking awesome. Is that a radio?
No. Bro,
Or are you talking about
He
the
just-
uranium glass?
in the middle of this tour, he just goes, and here's my Dr. Frankenstein-ass experiment.
Go.
However, this is uranium glass right here. If I had a black light, I'd show y'all. Here's some of my electrical apparatuses that I was doing some experiments with.
Great. Oh yeah. That's
Anyway,
neat.
there that is. Of course,
This guy's
I
a
could light
fucking
up
nerd.
a fluorescent wirelessly. I'll do that for y'all. Here's a fluorescent.
Wireless fluorescent? Oh yeah, because it's the Tesla tower thing.
Anyway, there that is. Record's almost over. I have some connecting rods and piston rings on my table because tomorrow I'm going to fix my Model T truck.
Is this guy like from Fallout or something?
He must be.
Finally, once and for all. Here's a photo album I bought at an antique store here in town.
All the photos in it are him.
And I'm planning to make it my own. So anyway, there that is. Is this on? Let's turn that one more time. Okay.
And the
Let's
clock,
go
bro.
into my bedroom.
The constant ticking.
It's
like,
like
can you
ASMR.
imagine all the fucking noise, the ambient noise this guy's house must be making?
So here is my sewing machine. This dress was given to me by a fan. It was her grandmother's dress. This is a gossip chair from the 1920s. So back in the 20s, they'd sit there with their telephone there, and they'd put their phone book in there, and they'd sit there and gossip. This is my $18.99 Kimball pump organ. Here's a piece of sheet music advertising for the Durant. That song goes, I want to drive a Durant. I want to see if I can. And then these two pieces are from 1913.
All right.
This one's from 1919, I believe. And this fan is from 1925. It's a General Electric. Let me turn it on. It sounds like a turbine.
All right.
And it works wonderfully. So over here we have, this is like my guest
All LED. That's all LED.
nightstand or bed, whatever you call that. This is my guest bed. That's why I have two beds. This is equivalent to my guest bedroom. That is my bed. I sleep at the
What
head of
the
house.
fuck?
Why?
Like-
Why?
Do you think, does he realize that, like just turning and all of it, like, you don't see the fucking Frankenstein experiment, you know? First it's the skeletons in the closet, right? And then it's the Frankenstein experiment. And then he goes, this is my guest bed, and then turns all haunted dolls.
I have two beds. This is equivalent to my guest bedroom. That is my bed. I sleep at the head of the house. Yes, that is a reproduction Annabelle doll.
That the Annabelle
but
doll
this is
isn't
my
even the
guest
scariest
nightstand,
doll.
basically. Here is an old-timey hair curler. This thing is plugged in. You just flip this switch and it'll turn on.
Do
You'll
you
see it
use
spark.
it? Why is it plugged in?
Okay, it didn't spark, but I mean, it's plugged in. Let's see. Yeah, no, it didn't spark. Anyway, there's
I would be
that.
terrified
This is one of those
living below.
things for
Yes.
finger waves, like the flappers have. And then here is a pocket watch advertising for my Durant as well. It says Durant on it. Let me get it in the light. Or better yet, I'll turn on my flash. There it is. And it does work. It's from 1929. And then here is a hot comb right there. Here's a hair dryer.
Do not put that anywhere near your hair. Good lord. good fucking lord. That's a quick way to get
Meanwhile,
scalped.
there's the fucking wind turbine fan in the background, ready to
Unreal.
like chop something up.
Unreal.
See those sparks in there? That's fun with hairspray.
I bet it is. I bet it is.
See those sparks in there? That's fun with hairspray. Those are the motor brushes, and it's full of asbestos. Anyway, fun.
Great.
It's full of asbestos. Anyway,
I bought that at Hobby Lobby.
What
Those
the
are ready to
fuck?
assemble that. Anyway, this was given to me by one of my friends.
What the fuck?
These 2 chairs I bought at the local antique store for $275.
Get me out of this fucking whore
thing
museum.
Is 500 pounds, and I hauled it up here by myself.
Fucking Zach Baggins is about to move in here.
This is a cloud steam radiator. So basically it connects into gas, and it's a boiler and a radiator in one, and you have to keep it full of water right there.
Great.
And I like that because in the winter it's not dry heat, it's wet heat, humid heat, so it doesn't crack your nose.
Wet heat.
This
wouldn't congest you like how
dresser
congested I am.
And this bed and this table are all from the 1870s. They are Victorian Eastlake. They were given to me by a fan in Eastland, Texas. And I drove there and got it. These 2 chairs right here are Queen Anne chairs, and they were also given to me by a fan. This is an Eastlake chair, and that's the other chair that belongs in the set. They were $15 each locally. This chair right here was $50 on Facebook Marketplace. Has the original 150-year-old upholstery. It's from the 1870s. This trunk right here is, I believe, from the 1920s
Just
or a
ripping
little
this guy
earlier.
apart.
Has the original wallpaper on the inside. It was $75.
Ooh, tanks can get upgrades
let's
to
see.
boost against
I'll show you my
fortified
bathroom, but
defenders. That's great.
I just realized I've forgotten to tell y'all where I got everything. This right here was one of 2. It was $100, and it was an electrified kerosene lamp. The other one is in that closet, and it hasn't been electrified. Anyway, that sofa over there was given to me by a fan for free. I realized I forgot to tell y'all about some of the parlor furniture. So my parlor table in the center of the room I got for $50 in Tyler, Texas. These 2 chairs, I forgot to tell you where I got them. Facebook Marketplace, $10 a piece. So $20 for the set. The couch was $300.
I'm gonna lose this city. There's like no way to hold it.
That rocker was a Christmas gift.
Is it losing the loyalty?
And this
yeah.
clock
If you just
was
look at its
$100.
position, there's no way it's gonna keep.
Everybody's always like, your stuff must be so expensive. I have never paid over $500 for any single item in here. Well, be it furniture. The fridge right there is all original from 1934. It's a General Electric monitor top refrigerator. I paid $175 for it, and I drove to Porter, Texas to get it.
Okay.
Okay, that is definitely on. I'll just keep that going. And then these wall switches I did put in myself. If y'all have kept up with my videos, you'll have watched the video where I did that. Sewing machine over there was $100. The pump organ was $85. Let's go ahead and see my bathroom. So here we are. Of course, I love cats. So the wallpaper is cats playing with toilet paper. And my mom got me this for Christmas.
Where's your cat?
I plan to put it right
More
there.
evidence he doesn't actually live here.
And then this ad is from December of 1919 for Clorox toothpaste. And here is the original bathtub from when this house was built in 1915. And also my shower head that I use is from the 1920s.
I would...
And also I'll put one of these switches in
end
here.
it.
And let's see, did I miss anything?
I'm not using a shower
This bed
head from the
was $50.
1920s.
Right here, I drove to Lexington, Texas to get that. When I drove there...
See how none of his wallpaper is actually laying mesh on the wall, though? Because it's a rental property. So he's got, like, wallpaper on top of something.
Interesting. Is that because you can't paint and shit?
Well, yeah, wallpaper. Have you ever taken down wallpaper?
It, like, tears it off, I'm assuming?
Bro. Like, I have just done the border trim wallpaper stuff, you know, that will be at the top.
Yeah.
It is a fucking tedious nightmare. You basically have to, like, saturate it and use, like, a scraper.
Yeah.
And, like, it's very fucking slow. It's, like, easier to peel paint because you can at least, like, use removers on paint. The wallpaper it doesn't work like that. It's also glue. It's the worst.
Here, I also picked up this little water cooler right here.
Lead.
I think that was $50 as well.
Full of lead.
Here's my vacuum cleaner. I paid $120 for it, and then this fire extinguisher. I don't remember how much I paid for that. I've had that forever. I don't even remember where I got it. And yeah, that's it. That radio was about $150. I gotta fix it. And that table over there was my grandpa's,
archaeologist.
my grandma's dad's table.
You want to get a golden age?
But yeah,
that's what you do.
That's it. Oh, and that light
Just
fixture
build
came
your archaeology
from my old
museums
treehouse,
in
the haunted
advance,
house.
and then when you need that golden age to hit, because
And
I
this
saw
light
you're about to
fixture I
run
bought
out.
on
We have
eBay.
9 turns left.
Literally what I
built
did.
2 archaeologists, and boom, I went from 1 point under a normal to in a heroic now.
Yes, I did the same thing.
I
I
think it
literally
was like
did the same thing. I went through and
$150,
cleared all my
something like that.
artifacts because I'm like,
watched that
I can't
video
be
and I learned
last
that
era, can't do it.
Every archaeologist you build is 3 era score, basically.
Oh, really?
Remember, we watched that video where that's what he said. Every time you extract an artifact, it's an era score. So
Well,
every
I
archaeologist
also
you build is 3 era score.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Because you pull out 3 per archaeologist.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Yeah, I did that as well and cleared the artifacts from my area, and also because I needed space to put battery power stations, because I need those battery resources to get rid of the oil so I can use my oil to make military units to destroy India.
Wow, great.
The wallpaper in here is
I will
actually fabric.
I will be
I put
pilot
it
for
up,
Pakistan.
because fabric is cheaper than wallpaper, and it's
Destroy
temporary because
India.
I rent this space.
See?
So it's cheaper than paper in here is actually $50, something like that. The wallpaper in here is actually fabric. I put it up because fabric is cheaper than wallpaper, and it's temporary because I rent this space. So I stapled it up to the shiplap. Originally in this house, when it was first built,
Like, I
they
don't
would have
believe
had
he actually
cloth.
lives here. I think this is just his hobby house.
It's a bit. Yeah.
Like, this is his special interest house that he has.
It's not a bad bet, honestly.
This is original to the house. Cloth tacked up to the shiplap, and then they paste their
Ship what?
wallpaper over the cloth. And the reason they did that
Look
is so
at
that
chat.
when
This is exactly why I was like, I knew exactly what you were going to get with the sarcasm in the title.
the house would settle, their wallpaper design would not crack.
What do you mean? Nothing's happening in
It was allowed
chat.
to move with the fabric behind it.
Yes,
Here's
it
one
is.
of my typewriters.
I see nothing.
This
The
one's
last one I
Underwood
see
number
was at
3. It's from
10:45 an
24,
hour
I
ago.
believe.
Nope.
And yeah,
I'm gonna refresh.
that will conclude the tour. I hope y'all enjoyed. Okay, today I'm going to take you on a more updated tour of my apartment.
He's dead. Nobody likes anyone. He's dead. What are you giving me for tea? I'll take it.
I see what you mean about the comment. It did not come through on Restream.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Um,
That's why I also have chat open on my phone.
yeah, fair. So that didn't come through on Restream, but I don't know how you can't see that it's sarcasm. Like, I literally said ice is
Yeah,
cool
well-
and all.
People are stupid.
Bringing attention to both issues while making it a clickbait title. That's a great title.
You can't. You're not allowed to make jokes.
What kind of misinformation and foreign
Speaking of people who
actor
think ICE is
involvement have
cool.
been spreading since the recent Minneapolis Immigrations and Customs Enforcement tragedy? A couple of things to start. Yesterday I made a video where I explained that we could probably profile the person
Oh,
who
so
was
we're gonna own up
engaged-
to how shit that video was? That's what's happening here?
I'm so proud of Ryan.
We're not doubling down, right, Ryan? This is you being like, I was a piece of shit, and I've taken that video down. I apologize. Right? That's what's happening?
It's not a double down? He's doubling down, isn't
by
he?
ICE simply by looking at a picture of the firearm that was alleged to have been used. So let's take a look at the accuracy of that YouTube video. Now, in that video, I said that based on the high-end nature of the weapon recovery, which was a SIG P320, from the scene, it was likely that the victim wasn't a criminal who was engaged while being detained.
The other interesting thing is that most guns found in the possession of criminals while committing a crime are Glock, Taurus, Smith & Wesson, and Ruger. I don't think the person carrying this pistol was a petty criminal.
That information was correct. The victim had no criminal record. I also said it was likely that the victim was not a gang member or an immigrant who was being engaged by ICE while being deported.
I don't think the person who was shot was a petty criminal or even an immigrant gangster. They would just have a cheaper or more commonly owned handgun.
That was correct as well.
Okay.
They were a U.S. citizen. I also said that this person likely...
You also painted the picture that, like... So, like... I don't care, like, how little information was out at the time. When this happened, it was immediate. Like, I saw the video leading up to it first.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, everyone was already reporting who this person was when he made his dumbass video.
It was very available, yes.
And the entire point of the video was to frame this guy as somebody who was taking a dangerous weapon to confront ICE officers to intimidate them with the weapon. That's what your video was, bro. Are we going to address that? Are we going to address the whole, like, framing and point of that video instead of the little things you made in that video that are, like, dumb facts that have nothing to do with anything? Like, wow, fucking expensive SIGs aren't used in crime. Crazy.
Whoa. Who would have guessed?
To confront ICE agents while carrying a gun. In other words, they weren't going to the grocery store or taking their kid to school and were just kind of caught up in the raid and couldn't escape.
I also don't think that the person who was shot is likely to be just going about their day concealed carrying.
Like, this video must have taken longer to make than the, like, information coming out. Like, everyone knew who the guy was and what he was doing. Why are we doing this thing like he wasn't just somebody who they accidentally engaged? He just, you know, was carrying soup home for his family. Like, what was this? Why did you make this video?
Doing normal things like going to the grocery store. This just isn't the kind of gun that you take to do that.
Based on footage, it appears to be the victim was there with the intent to confront. Not walking away, not trying to escape the situation, but confronting.
Yeah, unroll your windows. No, you're just right inside. Let's go around.
Now, whether or not you think what the victim was doing was right...
Now, here's where he says, like, oh, I shouldn't have framed it like that, but my information was correct on these parts or something, right? This is where
That's
we
what you would
take
expect.
accountability for being a fuckface. Right, Ryan? This isn't about the video where I paused because I said I can't watch any more of this without Jack, right? That's not what happens next, right?
Wrong, it was what I said was the most likely scenario.
All that being said, I don't think the person carrying this pistol was a petty criminal. I don't think this person was a guy who concealed carries every day. I think this person took their home defense pistol and for whatever reason decided to approach or confront ICE agents with it.
It
and
had
unfortunately,
a hair
it resulted
trigger.
in an undesirable outcome.
I'm really good at what I
The
do.
cop
I know some people are mad
negligently
at it and say the
discharged his hair trigger SIG. It's clearly a comp pistol, you fucking idiot. And the whole point of it is to appear armed, which is why the holster was on the outside, not concealed. You dickhead. It was, right? It was an external holster. It was not a concealed carry holster.
It was under his coat, though.
Okay, but it wasn't like one tucked into the pants. Like it was.
No.
Okay, so it was like semi-concealed.
And that's why it was so easy to remove by the agent as well.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Like, if personally, what I understand about concealed carry the best place is the front, if you can. Is like, I can't remember exactly what the actual position is called.
Shoot your dick off.
Sure, but it's like, it's the shortest draw, right? That's the whole point.
It's like Christmas Story, but they keep saying, you'll shoot your dick off! Oh my god, I shot my dick off!
Because I've also, because I know that the police also do their option between their hip and their thigh. Because some people just find it easier, they got the long arms, they find it easier to just get it from the thigh. Sure, concealed carry is a bit different. If I was carrying, I think it's appendix carry? Let me...
This isn't relevant.
It is.
No.
It is relevant.
It doesn't matter what you do.
Yes, okay, so it is the inside of the waistband. So was it like one of the chest things that it was like here, or was it...
It was just on his side.
Okay. What specific? Okay, so did he have a rifle as well?
No.
No rifle. So it was a handgun under his jacket, potentially on the outside, not in his waistband. It had a sight. I don't know. It looks like a hair trigger. It's definitely a custom trigger. It's definitely an upgraded trigger at an absolute minimum
as well.
And from my experience, most upgraded triggers, the point is to shorten the pull, I think is the word. I forget. It's been some years since I've been shooting. To shorten the pull of the trigger, and to make it less impactful on the sight picture when you pull the trigger. From my understanding, that's what that trigger is for.
Did I accidentally promote?
That is not a concealed carry pistol. Like, it's clearly a pistol designed for something more than that. Clearly, he didn't carry that gun. It was just that is the one that he took on that day because he didn't... Because this is my train of thought, right? If I have a $3,000 SIG handgun that I like, that I think is pretty cool, that I've spent all this money on to get this nice, pretty SIG handgun, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not carrying that pistol. So if you're going to plan to use the pistol, why would you take your competition pistol? I don't think he planned to take it out of the holster at all. And that's just based off what I know from people who have and do carry. I don't know. It's assumptions. You know, take it for what it is, but that's essentially what this fucking idiot's doing as well. So, yeah. It is what it is.
Murdered or executed or whatever. It's a tragedy. It sucks. But I call balls and strikes. You've got plenty of political commentators who can do the whole blue team good, red team bad thing, or red good.
That's literally what you do.
Quick note. YouTube almost immediately demonetized a short video I made yesterday, so that's why I encourage you to follow me at ryanbeth.substack.com. It's only $5, and there is a free section. So if I use words like victim or engaged, and I don't use the actual victim...
Can we go back so we could actually get the punch here instead of 3 minutes of taking the air out of this guy's tires?
I know some people are mad and say the victim was murdered or executed or whatever. It's a...
For whatever reason, decided to approach or confront ICE agents with it. Fortunately, it resulted in an undesirable outcome.
I'm really good at what I do.
Wow,
I
great.
know some people are mad and say the victim...
I'm great. I'm awesome. I'm really good at what I do, which is paint somebody as somebody who went there to kill cops, which is what my video was. I'm good at what I do. I'm Ryan McBeth. Hi, Israel. Can I suck your dick today? Let me tell you why these Palestinians are lying. I'm good at what I do.
Executed or whatever. It's a tragedy. It sucks. But I call balls and strikes. You've got plenty of political commentators who can do the whole blue team good, red team bad thing, or red team good, blue team. Quick note. YouTube almost immediately demonetized a short video I made yesterday, so that's why I encourage you to follow me at ryanbeth.substack.com. It's only $5, and there is a free section. So if I use words like victim or engaged, and I don't use the actual victim's name, the reason is that YouTube dials up the censorship during national events to keep things advertiser safe, because we all know how important it is to keep advertisers safe, even if we can't say the victim's name. Now let's get on to the misinformation. A number of people claim that it's illegal to carry weapons to a protest in Minnesota. It's not. I carry a gun every day. It's not really because I'm afraid of street crime. It's because my life has been threatened by pro-Russian sympathizers. But one thing a lot of people don't understand, especially people who are unfamiliar with firearms, or people who live in different countries who don't have similar laws to the United States, it's that different states inside the United States have different laws. I live in Silver Spring, Maryland. Here, carrying a concealed handgun within 1,000 feet of a public demonstration is illegal. Now, it appears that Minnesota has no prohibition for carrying at public demonstrations. However, I want to show you this specific incident and how it ties in with a man named Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse was an American teenager who traveled to Kenosha, Wisconsin with an AR-15 style rifle to protect local businesses during unrest after the murder of an African-American man by police named George Floyd back in 2020. Ultimately, Kyle Rittenhouse engaged 3 people with his rifle when he felt his life was threatened. And when this happened, a lot of anti-gun people put on their shocked face and said things like, Rittenhouse came to the demonstration with a Smith & Wesson AR-15 style .223 caliber rifle with a 30-round magazine. Put a pin in that because President Trump is about to say the same exact thing. But I'll get to that. I'm saving the best one for last. Now, what's interesting is that foreign inauthentic actors are trying very hard to tie Kyle Rittenhouse with the engagement of the victim in Minneapolis with lines like, don't bring a gun to a protest if you don't want to be killed, duh. Also, American hero Kyle Rittenhouse will be on my podcast this week. Please listen. And it is likely that this was generated by a foreign actor and AI generated, according to Cyabra. Make no mistake about it, foreign actors are using this event to spread division. What's interesting is that some U.S.
Guess what, Ryan? Domestic actors are fucking doing it too. Guess what, Ryan? The domestic disinfo is worse. Isn't that crazy, Ryan?
It is crazy, huh?
Politicians who are very anti-gun are trying to kind of spin this event like Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
This is the...
A what? Escato.
The intention of what Secretary Noem is discussing.
Avocado.
I mean, it is, how rich is it that she is showing up to the scene of a protest with a legally owned weapon should be grounds for a person's death, execution at the hands of the state.
That was kind of funny because...
Okay. Hey, Ryan, I see what you're doing here. You know, being an idiot and all, but you understand that somebody defending themselves with a firearm at a protest and coming to a protest specifically to instigate with protesters, which is what people were framing what Kyle Rittenhouse was doing when it happened, which wasn't, you know, he was vindicated after the fact, right? You understand, like, if Kyle Rittenhouse was murdered by the police in that incident, then you could compare them, Ryan.
Yeah.
Then you could say that AOC would be being a hypocrite if she was like, well, he shouldn't have brought a gun to a protest if he didn't want cops to shoot him. If she said that for Kyle Rittenhouse,
you've got an argument.
Then it would be the same. You see, the issue is the person died. Okay? Like, regardless of your opinion of Kyle Rittenhouse, like, the fucking video evidence showed people were engaging him.
Yes.
I'm sorry for yelling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just saying legally owned weapon was kind of like gagging, right?
With a legally owned weapon.
But later on in the video, she gets to a really important point.
And what Secretary Noem is saying is not that you can't do these things, is not that you can't be armed, is not that you can't attack your government. She just thinks that you can't do that based on your political affiliation.
And she's not wrong. Next, let's get to the claim that a Reddit post showed the firearm 5 days before the actual event, implying that the image was planted.
So this has been confirmed by multiple people, and it was sent to me by my friend Comrade Soup. ICE, the photo of the firearm that they're using to say that they were under attack and that Alex deserved to die, it's a photo that they took off of Reddit from 5 days ago.
Now, when the picture of the weapon first turned up, I immediately did a Google reverse image search. I didn't find that particular weapon on Reddit showing that picture, but that was before an ex-user named Sherry Jacobs posted this photo. And it appears that this person doesn't know how Reddit works or chose not to kind of drill down to the Reddit topic. But I actually found that particular Reddit topic from a subreddit called 538. This was in a weekly discussion mega thread which started 7 days ago, which would have been 5 days ago yesterday, I guess because of time differences. The actual image was posted here in a comment. I have the link at ryanpet.substack.com so you can view it yourself if it hasn't been deleted
Stop
yet.
plugging your Substack.
In this particular case, Google reverse image search turned up a
Also,
new
Jack, get your
picture
own
in an
fucking
old thread,
tagline.
which was then
Stop
interpreted
copying
by
me.
ex-user Sherry
What are you
Jacobs
talking
as a
about?
thread from 5 days ago. So that was misinformation or
Your name,
just
it
lazy
says who's
Googling.
X and what's he
Now
gonna
let's
give
talk
me?
about the actual weapon. First from Greg Bovino, the commander-at-large from the Department
That's
of
your
Homeland
fault.
Security Operations.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
So those are words that someone can say. Now, we don't know the intentions of the victim. Unfortunately, due to the events of the situation, we can't ask him, but I want you to keep in mind the words 2 magazines.
Had 2 loaded magazines.
Now, let's take a look at what President Trump said. The gunman's gun loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What's that all about? This kind of falls into the trope of what do you need a gun like that for?
This right here has ability with a 30 caliber clip to disperse with 30 bullets within half a second. 30 magazine clip in half a second.
Had 2 loaded magazines.
So this kind of falls into the trope of what do you need a gun like that for, or why do you need a 20-round magazine, which is something a lot of anti-gun people like to say. Now, typically, people tend to carry smaller weapons because they're just easier to conceal. I have a few full-size pistols, such as my M17 back there and my Beretta 92FS, but I tend to carry my SIG P365 or my Keltec PF9.
Didn't ask.
They're smaller, they're lighter, they're easier to handle.
Cool.
Now, there is something called the 3-3-3 rule when
Don't care.
dealing with defensive shootings. And we're not talking about police
Free for
shootings, we're
free.
talking about the standard self-defense shootings, the kind of thing where you're filling up your gas tank late at night or someone accosts you while you're walking to your car in the parking lot. Or in my case, when some
So you
pro-Russian
gun them
anti-Ukraine
down.
nut job chases me down 490.
Is Ryan about to confess to pulling his gun and shooting somebody?
It sounds
in the
like it.
parking lot. Or in my case, when some pro-Russian anti-Ukraine nut job chases me down 495 in Virginia and the police won't do anything about it because he didn't do anything illegal. So yeah, I carry a gun. And I'm not going to stop supporting Ukraine no matter how much he threatened me. Back to the 3-3-3 rule.
Or
Most
Israel.
self-defense engagements
Yeah,
take
or
place at a
Israel.
distance of 3 steps with 3 rounds fired, and they're over in 3 seconds. This is why small frame pistols or 5-shot revolvers are still relevant today. Now, some people have said that the 3-3-3 rule is a myth, but we go round and round on this. We might as well debate 9mm versus 45 ACP. But the fact is that most people, most of the time,
What's to debate?
carry a small frame handgun with 1 magazine. But some people like to carry a second magazine. Why? Well, oftentimes with a semi-automatic pistol, if there's a malfunction, you tap the magazine, rack the slide, and make ready. Tap, rack, ready. But magazines, oftentimes, are the cause of the malfunction, so changing magazines could be a good strategy. Now, if you're facing one guy who's trying to rob you in a parking lot, is the second magazine going to matter? Probably not. But some people like carrying a second magazine just for that just-in-case situation.
Okay.
So carrying a second magazine is not uncommon, nor does it imply nefarious intent. That's the first piece of misinformation to come out from the current administration regarding the nature of the weapon. Second is the phrase that President Trump said when he said ready to go in his Truth Social post. I mean, unless you Israeli carry, which is done to prevent accidental discharges, you always have a round ready to go. Now, is it odd that the victim chose to carry a full-size handgun and one that was likely very expensive? I built one on the 6 Hour website. It would cost you about $2,200 to build and purchase. It's not uncommon to carry
pistol.
a gun like that. If that's the gun you have, or you believe your threat level is beyond the 333 rule, you might choose to carry that weapon. There's also a number of people who say, oh, well, I always carry a full-size firearm, and if you feel comfortable carrying a boat anchor, knock yourself out. It's also possible that people in Minnesota might carry a full-size firearm, especially in the winter, because you're wearing a coat and gloves, and it's easier to reach. So, again, just because someone is carrying a full-size firearm doesn't imply nefarious intent. Finally, let's talk about approaching officers with a gun, which is one point a U.S. attorney said. If you approach law enforcement with a gun, there is a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you. Don't do it. So this is misinformation because, as the National Rifle Association replied, this sentiment from the first assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California is dangerous and wrong. Responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens. Legally carrying a weapon does not automatically make you a threat, although it can increase the likelihood of a suboptimal outcome. I can tell you this. I live in Maryland, right? I can carry this rifle to the supermarket while I'm going shopping. Perfectly legal to do that. Would I do that? No, because it's inviting an encounter with the police that could end up badly. So carrying a weapon while engaging with federal agents, whether you think that what they're doing is lawful or not, could escalate the situation. You may be in the right. 5 years later, you may be exonerated, but you're still going to have thousands in court costs, and you're going to end up injured or worse. So that's something to think about if you choose to do this. I think that both sides have on their Team Red and Team Blue blinders, and they're really not realizing that over 400,000 Minnesotans got their hunting licenses this year. These are people who are willing to go out into the cold to maybe harvest a buck this year. And we've seen that they are definitely willing to go out into the cold to protest for something they believe in. If these two things ever conflate, we're going to have a big freaking problem. To bring back AOC here,
we cannot go down this road. We cannot have countrymen against countrymen, citizen against citizen. This is not the America that we believe in. It is not the America that we stand in. And we must unite together against this kind of very dangerous splintering that they are seeking to incite against people and divide us.
And yeah, meanwhile, according to Cyabra, Russia and China are egging us on. Special thanks to Cyabra for allowing me to use their software. Support my channel for only $5 at ryanpet.substack.com. Grab my Intel Life sweatshirt from Bunker Branding. Now I gotta go shovel some snow.
Fuck your house. Fuck your snow.
I like culture. Give me culture.
Port. The only trouble is that doing it with corn ethanol is tremendously stupid. First of all, it's important to acknowledge that we only get one corn harvest per year. Now, an acre of cornfield might be able to produce 550 gallons of corn ethanol when all is said and done. I'd like to note that it takes an awful lot of chemistry and energy to turn corn into ethanol, but we'll just ignore that and pretend it's easy and free. So, let's go back to that solar farm. If this were a 120-acre cornfield, then at the end of the year we can get maybe 66,000 gallons of ethanol out of it. That's about 5 tanker trucks worth. Now, if you didn't already know this, ethanol is less energy dense than gasoline, so E85 vehicles which run on E85 have a really poor fuel economy in miles per gallon. It's about a 40% penalty. But I'll be generous. Let's say those 66,000 gallons of corn ethanol all make it into cars that can go 30 miles on a gallon of E85. How far can they drive? Well, 66,000 gallons times 30 tells us that they can go just shy of 2 million miles. That might seem like a lot, but now let's consider how many miles electric cars that are being charged from the 27 megawatts of solar panels on a 120-acre plot of land can drive every year. The operator of that solar farm's
did you hear how he cited the statistic, though?
Mm-hmm.
It's drive every year, not necessarily like how long they could continuously drive.
Yeah.
Website claims it generates about 37,000 megawatt hours of energy every year. Well, the website says in year 1, so it's possible it wasn't yet complete when they came to that figure, but I'm just going to roll with it. electric cars generally get something like 3 or 4 miles per kilowatt hour. But let's go ahead and make the picture worse for them and say they can only manage 2, which is what my car can get down to in extreme cold. Well, 37,000 megawatt hours is 37 million kilowatt hours. So every year, these panels can push electric cars at least 74 million miles. That's 2 million miles of driving each year from corn versus 74 million miles of driving from solar panels. So, do you really think we should still be growing corn to feed to cars? Here's the best part though. Let's say you decided the answer is no, and we stopped growing corn to feed to cars. How many acres of cornfields would that free up? Well, this website I found says we've got 96 million acres of land growing corn in this country. And depending on how you count, between 25 and 40% of all that acreage is devoted to ethanol. So, let's just say we took a slightly fudged quarter of that land, 25 million acres, and covered it all in solar panels. How much energy would that harvest? Well, that's going to depend on where the panels are, and since we're going to do a thought experiment here where we put the panels in the Corn Belt, let's just keep using the numbers from the solar farm in Depew. Up here in Illinois, we can get 37,000 megawatt hours per year out of 120 acres. So, let's see. 25 million divided by 120,
I love how he's pretending
and
to
then
do
multiplied
the math,
by
but he's reading the
37,000.
script.
That is 7,708,333,000 megawatt hours of energy. And why is that the best part? Because that's more energy than the entire US electricity grid produces right now, and by a lot. In 2023, it all added up to 4.178 billion megawatt hours. So, if all we did was decide to stop growing corn to turn into ethanol, and we used only that land for generating only solar power, we'd be able to generate 84% more electricity on an annual basis than we do today from all
I
of our
died.
energy sources.
It died, is what
I
happened.
hope that helps you understand why I'm not that worried about the land solar
Why
panels
don't you
will
have
take up.
Why don't you have defense around it?
What do you mean?
Why
I
didn't you
drove it.
defend
I
it?
drove it right into an arsenal and it just destroyed it
Why'd you do that?
because I was curious.
It
It
tells
takes-
you it's
We've
going
got
to
a
destroy
whole
it.
lot
It
of
literally
and
takes
we're
one
not
turn
exactly
to make an
using it
aircraft carrier. I
responsibly
don't
at
give a
the
shit.
moment Anyway. And by the
Oh,
way,
it's
I
empty?
used real-world
Yeah.
solar installation to perform this thought experiment in the hopes that that would be
Because
more
I
convincing.
can't build an
But
arsenal
just in
in
case you
Hamburg
doubt
for
my
some
numbers,
reason.
which I understand because
And
I
I
used
don't
the
know
numbers
why.
from the company's website.
They have to be adjacent
There have been
to
plenty
a harbor?
of studies which demonstrate this.
I have a
and I'll
harbor.
link them
It won't
below.
let me make it.
No, I don't know.
What's
that.
most
I don't
notable
know.
is that up here
Oh, well.
in the Corn Belt, we actually have a pretty
I'm
bad
gonna build a
capacity
waterfront
factor.
instead, and I'll build an
Solar
arsenal
panels
up in
would be
Ulm
much more productive if they were somewhere farther south and sunnier.
after I'm
But
finished
even with our mediocre
with a certain
latitude
special
and
project
weather
that I'm
patterns,
doing.
all the land we need to generate electricity with solar power alone can be freed up if we just stop growing corn to feed to cars. So far in this video, I've been talking a lot about solar energy, but you know, I also like those things. Yeah, let's talk about wind turbines for a second. Something
That's
interesting
right.
you can
They're
do with
wind turbines,
these
not
is put them in
windmills,
fields
idiots.
alongside crops and farm the wind and some corn at the same time. You can actually also do that with solar panels. It's called agrivoltaics, and it's a really exciting area of research, but we'll set that aside. This video is already quite long.
Okay, nerd.
Now, some people look at a wind turbine and see a pointless boondoggle which clutters the landscape, but I, on the other hand, see a magnificent machine which turns wind into gasoline. Here's a fun thought experiment. Each one of these wind turbines can generate 2 megawatts of power, and on a windy day like today, that's probably what they're putting out. If this car could actually handle that much power, how long do you think it would take one of those wind turbines, just one, to charge this car's battery? The answer is 2.5 minutes. Seriously, not
What?
even 2.5 minutes. And if we consider that this car...
Keep in mind, he said if it could handle the output
Yeah.
of the windmill.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
has a driving range of about 240 miles, and then equate that to a gasoline-powered car that gets 40 miles per gallon, then you can very much imagine these machines as wind-powered oil derricks that generate about 3 gallons of refined gasoline every single minute.
Okay.
Like, and then even earlier, he like illustrated by showing like how much of just one single like gasoline truck cars use in their lifetime.
Yes, earlier, yeah.
You know, so like there's like the way he's equating everything to fossil fuels, and they're actually showing the equivalent. Because like
yeah, it's very clever.
Like, I don't know if it's really been done just the way he's doing it.
If you're having a hard time imagining what that looks like, most shower heads run at something like 2 gallons per minute. So imagine you had a shower running all the time that was spitting out gasoline, which you could bottle and sell. And that's what just one of those wind turbines does. And how much does the wind cost? Slightly more than the sun, but it's still free. Wind power is obviously quite useful. For one thing, these work just fine on cloudy days and even work at night. But
that's true.
These are gigantic machines with moving parts, which need
Does he
much
address
more maintenance
the
than a
end of life cycle of them? Because they do. There is a lot of waste
Yes.
from like end of life cycle.
Yes.
That's
That's a huge part of the video.
I'm very interested.
In fact, while I was out at this wind farm, this one in the background was stopped because there was a crew performing maintenance. That's OPEX. So while a wind farm still has a very, very low OPEX compared to a power plant which burns a costly fuel, wind turbines are not quite as cost competitive as solar panels. Photovoltaics are very much a kind of solid-state energy generation, and a big machine like that is very much not. But let's pretend wind power doesn't exist. This is a silly thing to pretend because it does, but I want us to return to the purely solar-powered thought experiment. Because in the room where that thought experiment takes place, there is an elephant. Covering 25 million acres in solar panels is going to require building many millions of solar panels. Billions, in fact. And that's going to require a whole heck of a lot of raw materials. Now, I do think it's worth pointing out that the fruit of extracting those raw materials will function for decades. We use an even heckier heck of a lot of raw materials right now when we extract and refine oil, and all the fruits of that process function exactly once. You don't notice all the mass you're burning through right now because it mostly exists in your mind as nothing but numbers on a gas pump. Unless you're filling a jerry can, you don't even see it. But there's a reason those tanker trucks are constantly showing up and delivering more fuel to each and every gas station. Cars burn that fuel, and it's constantly disappearing. I, for one, think we should spend our efforts extracting resources which will hang around for a while. Just seems a little wiser. Regardless, solar panels are large, fairly heavy things, and each one is made from a substantial amount of material. So, it's worth talking about what the raw materials inside these things actually are.
Okay.
And that's why I bought this one. And that one. But we'll get back to that. So, these slender black things with all the lines on them are the actual solar cells. These are what convert the photons from the sun that land on them into electrons, which can be sent down a wire and harnessed as energy. Those cells are extremely thin. We're talking about as thin as a human hair. And that means the vast, vast majority of this panel's mass is simply panel. Almost all of what makes up this thing is either aluminum, glass, or adhesives. 72 silicon cells were arranged and wired together and then glued to this sheet of glass.
I have yet to get
Once that was done, the backside of the glass gets
theocratic
coated in some
combat
kind of
upgrade for these
thermoplastic to
motherfuckers.
seal it all
Really?
up and make it watertight.
All I want is theocratic
A
combat.
hole
I'm
in
just
that
trying
coating
to
was
get
left from lead
Indonesia
wires
and
to
India
connect the
off my
solar cells
fucking
to this
property.
junction box, and then the box was attached to the backside of the glass with sealant. Oh, and if you're wondering what's inside that junction box, sometimes it's a circuit board with a micro inverter to allow the panel to spit out the same AC power that the grid runs on. But in this case, this is a DC solar panel, so all that's in there are a couple of beefy diodes. And, well, the last major thing in here is aluminum. The aluminum frame gives some structure to the glass and provides an easy way to mount it, but that's really all it's there for. I'm not that well versed on all the ways these things are constructed, so I don't want to falsely assert that most of them are made like this one is, and a lot of panels now have solar cells on both sides. Those are known as bifacial panels. But no matter how they're made, it's mostly just glass and aluminum. I think that's notable because those are both materials which are so cheap and easy to get that we use them for food containers. And it's also notable because these food containers, mainly glass bottles and jars and aluminum cans, are something we already actively recycle. It would be better if we reused glass containers rather than ground them up and melted them, but that's an issue for another time. The important thing is, we already know how to do that, and we already have industrial processes which turn used, ground-up glass into new glass, and which melt scrap aluminum into new aluminum. So, at the end of this panel's useful life, which won't be for 25 years, almost all of its raw material mass can easily be recovered and turned into another panel, which is important.
Bro, it has so many
when it
marsh
comes to the
tiles.
actual
Why?
silicon cells, well, you've probably heard or heard someone say that these things are full of toxic materials. That's misinformation, and let me explain why. There are some kinds of solar cell that we've been experimenting with, like thin film solar cells or perovskite cells, which require some less than great elements in their construction. But those represent only about 5% of panels made today. The vast majority are using monocrystalline silicon at this point, which is a material we derive from quartz.
Crystal meth?
You know, rocks. There
They're
are some
minerals,
trace
Miriam.
elements of phosphorus, boron, and silver in here, but based on what I've researched, the only potentially harmful substance people might worry about in this is lead in the solder which makes electrical connections. You can see some of it right here. But I'm not actually sure that lead is even in this panel. We've had lead-free solder for quite some time, though as any electronics enthusiast will tell you, it can be annoying to work with because it doesn't flow as well as when there's a little lead in the mix. I say that because it's possible these will always have to use lead solder to get a good bond with the silicon cells. But even if that's true, we know how to deal with lead. Did you know that new lead-acid batteries are almost entirely made from old lead-acid batteries? Every time you buy a car battery from a store, you're going to have to pay what's called a core charge, which you don't get refunded until you bring your old battery back to the store, and that's to encourage recycling. This system works so well that we capture about 99% of the material in dead car batteries. We have a nearly closed-loop recycling stream already established for them. That's some foreshadowing for the what about the batteries section, but I'm really saying it here to let you know we can absolutely figure out how to capture the lead in these safely and reuse it. We just have to want to. And speaking of recycling, there's absolutely no reason we couldn't also recycle the silicon inside of these. The worn-out solar cells could be melted down and purified into new silicon to make new wafers to make new cells at the end of a panel's life. But even if, for some reason, we never figure that out or it's never economically viable, you have to remember two things. First, each panel will last a quarter of a century or longer. And second, those cells are extremely thin, usually less than 200 micrometers, and thus have almost no
Just like my
material in them
penis.
at all. I wanted to remove the cells from this panel so I could actually weigh them and tell you just how much of this panel's mass the silicon cells constitute. But they're so thin and fragile that I could not peel away the coating which seals them to the glass without destroying them. I tried several different solvents, hoping to dissolve some of the adhesives in here, but I had no luck at all. The magic of buying two of them has, unfortunately, failed us. However, I has internet. Assuming a thickness of 200 micrometers, which appears to be on the thick side these days, then if we stacked up all 72 of these cells, they'd make a stack which is just 1.4 centimeters tall. The total volume
like my
would thus
penis.
be about 94.5 cubic centimeters, and the density of silicon is about 2.3 grams per cubic centimeter, meaning this solar panel has maybe 215 grams of silicon in it. That's about 3% of its total mass. Now, this is only a 100-watt panel, and most panels sold today are larger with more cells. But that still means we're looking at about a kilogram of silicon per 500-watt solar panel on the high end. Now, that's not a lot for an individual panel, but if we followed through with the Corn Belt thought experiment, we'd need about 10 billion panels. So, well, those panels are going to need something 5 or 10 million metric tons of silicon. And that is certainly a lot. But it's probably not as much as you might think. For one thing, right now, in the US, we put some 265 million metric tons of stuff in landfills every year. So if we simply landfilled all that silicon, which I will remind you represents the silicon necessary to completely power the entire US electricity grid from solar energy and nothing else, we'd only be taking up less than 1/10 of our yearly landfill capacity by mass, and we'd only need to do that every quarter of a century. Remember how I said I'd only need 12 of those solar panels to provide enough energy to drive my car in the winter? That's what's really important to remember. The amount of silicon, or in fact whatever material in a solar panel might concern you, that each person in this country will end up utilizing in this imagined future scenario is very small. And when you remember that each of the solar panels is going to last a solid quarter of a human lifetime, if not longer, then the amount of material used per day is irrelevant. Anyone trying to get you to focus on that is fear-mongering and deflecting your attention away from the fact that currently we burn through millions of barrels of oil every day. And now, here we are. What about the batteries? If we actually live in this imagined future of nothing but solar energy, which in case it's not clear, I don't think we will because we have many different sources of energy available to us as well, but if we actually live in this future, we have to deal with when the sun's not shining. And we do that with batteries. We would be building much more solar power capacity than we can actually use when the sun is shining, and the excess we're not using will charge enormous banks of batteries, so that when the sun sets and the panels stop producing any output, we have stored energy to get us through to sunrise. We're also going to have long-term storage available to get us through periods of bad weather. But of course, we can also use this high-tech idea called wires and move energy from sunny deserts to cloudy places. There's a huge variety of ways we could solve this issue, and that's one of the cool things about electricity. But no matter what, we're going to need to build a whole heck of a lot of batteries. And those suckers absolutely do have some nasty chemicals in there, and we're going to need to extract a whole lot of raw material from mines and whatnot to get them. However, if you understand the logic of lifespan, you'll know what I'm about to say. Most people who say, "But what about the batteries?" seem to always ignore two core facts about batteries. The first fact is that they last many years now. In fact, some of the latest batteries with a daily charge cycle should get to 15 years old before they start degrading significantly.
Interesting.
That's 15 years of daily use of the same battery pack as opposed to fossil fuels, which can all be used, I remind you, once. And the second core fact is that when those batteries have degraded, they're still there. When battery cells degrade, it's not as if the material inside of them is disappearing. What's actually happening is that the physical arrangement of those materials is slowly changing. As the reversible chemical reaction, which we call charging and discharging the battery, occurs inside, little bits of material in the anodes and cathodes can start breaking off and moving around, creating structures inside that eventually start to block the chemical reaction from happening and reduce the battery cell's ability to function.
I said, do you
But
know
that
who sings
does
that
not
song?
mean
I
any
do not
of the
know that.
materials have transformed into something else.
Yeah,
can't
I don't
take a
do
lithium atom,
names
for
of
example,
people and shit.
and
I
turn
just
it into iron.
I just know songs.
All the lithium that was in there when the battery was made is still there. So when the battery wears out, all of the lithium inside can be recovered. Let's talk about mining for a second.
Let's.
When we find new deposits of some substance we're looking for, It's not as if someone
Is that
just
a
happens
stone
upon
wood?
a giant lump of
That's
pure
like my
cobalt
favorite
and
thing
we start
Ozzy ever
cutting
did is
chunks
that
out of it.
fucking commercial.
No, we find a deposit of ore, which is rich in that material. Then we'll dig up that ore and do lots of fancy processing to extract the cobalt or whatever from the rest of the rocks and purify it. Why am I telling you this? Because the richest ore for whatever material you need to build a battery is used batteries. We are already starting up processes where we grind up used lithium-ion batteries and turn them into a mineral-rich paste, which, just like the raw
Right.
ore we
That's
get out of the
awesome.
ground, can be processed into the raw material inputs that built that battery in the first place. Jerry Rig Everything has a 2-year-old video about this process, and I'll link to it in the
I bet he
description
does.
if you'd like to see it. Unlike fossil fuels, where we toil away extracting and purifying resources just so that we can sell them, put them in our gas tanks, and set them on fire, when we're building a battery, we're building something. We're extracting and purifying resources to make a durable good,
Where's
which
Gandhi's
will last
capital?
many, many years. And because that durable good doesn't
Is it
disappear
Mumbai?
once we've used it, like
No, it's
fossil
below
fuels
Mumbai.
do, everything
Oh, I
inside
can't say
that
it
durable
then.
good can be recovered.
I guess I'll work my way
That's
down.
kind of the whole point of
No,
renewable
my
energy.
helicopter.
It's called renewable because it's not
Helicopter,
disposable. It's a resource
helicopter.
we can use again and again and again without worrying about running out. Now, a lot of people like to point out that we don't have a huge industry recycling lithium-ion batteries yet. But that's mostly because we don't have a huge supply of dead lithium-ion batteries yet. The biggest supply comes from electric cars with worn-out battery packs, but again, modern battery chemistries in thermally controlled battery packs last decades. So aside from first-gen Nissan Leafs, which had a uniquely terrible battery pack design, most electric cars that were built in the last 15 years still have their original battery packs. The biggest reason we end up with used packs is cars getting into collisions and becoming totaled. That happens way more often than a battery pack failure. So it's not like a recycling industry isn't going to happen. In fact, it's already happening. But it doesn't seem to be at a very large scale
Calcutta
yet,
is
because
mine.
most EV batteries are still in service. And a lot of folks are buying used EV battery packs from totaled cars and the like to repurpose them for stationary energy storage, meaning they are still in use, they're just not in a car. But there's another rather enormous reason I think, but what about the batteries, is a misplaced concern. That reason? We're still learning. We are constantly learning how to build better batteries. Name any material of concern inside a battery pack, and I can guarantee you there are engineers out there trying to eliminate it. Lithium iron phosphate cells, for example, don't contain nickel, manganese, or cobalt. And in addition to eliminating the need for conflict minerals, LFP battery chemistry is also much more stable, meaning the risks of battery fires have been reduced dramatically.
Interesting.
And we're on the cusp of commercializing sodium-ion batteries, which don't use lithium at
Okay.
all. They use
Great.
sodium. You know, the stuff in ramen noodles. Table salt. The stuff we can get simply by filling a pot with seawater and waiting a while. Sodium-ion batteries are not as energy
More
dense,
aluminium.
so they'll probably not be a great fit for electric
Amazing.
cars, but they'll be a fantastic fit for the
It's in my
large
territory already.
grid-scale
What do you
energy
mean?
storage facilities which are already being built all the time.
You want some aluminium?
And if you've read about battery fires at those facilities,
I'm
that's a
gaining
huge
12 and
reason
using
we're
7,
looking
so
into
I got
sodium-ion.
plenty. So if
That
you want some,
chemistry
you
is
can have
far
some.
more stable
I am
and seems
losing it
nearly
right now.
immune from
You want
thermal
40?
runaway risks, from what I understand. We are constantly learning new things as we try to crack this
draining.
nut.
But I also
I remind you,
I'm
the
gonna have
energy
more
we get
sources
from
soon.
solar panels is free. So there is a huge incentive for us to figure out how to use this free energy when the sun isn't shining. We are, and have always been, working on building better, cheaper, longer-lasting, less dangerous batteries which use materials we can find in our own backyard. So whatever you've heard that might make you concerned is not guaranteed to be relevant in the next few years or even tomorrow. And because every single battery we build will still be there when it wears out, barring accidents of course, we have the ability to reprocess those batteries into fresh, new batteries without extracting more virgin materials.
Virgin.
That's the end game. I've seen a lot of people say things like, well, lithium is just going to become the new oil, but that completely misunderstands the realities here. We cannot stop extracting oil because we burn it as we use it. Yes, renewable energy technology will require lots of extraction to build, but we don't destroy what we extracted. That is what we do with fossil fuels. We burn them as we use them, and that's the problem. There's scarcity built into fossil fuels because it disappears. Each and every gallon of gasoline you've ever purchased, except for what's sitting in your gas tank right this moment, is gone. But the battery pack I purchased alongside my car is still with us. It's right there. All of the raw materials it's made from are still inside of it, and we are able to get to them. And so when it's no longer doing its job as I need it to, it will live another life. Just as the steel which makes up the rest of the car will be crushed and turned into new cars, the minerals inside that battery pack will be processed into their pure form and used to build new batteries. And even if we never figure out how to make better batteries and we're stuck with lithium-ion from now until the end of time for some reason,
standing underneath no
eventually we'll have built enough of them to do everything we need to do. I'm not buying a new battery pack for my car because it's already got one and it's still working. And once we've built enough batteries for grid-scale energy storage, well, we'll have built enough batteries. There does come a day when we have built enough.
I'll build one from the other
side. We only use energy when we
That's
choose
what I'm
to
trying to
do
do
things like cook food or drive a car.
Are you sending your engineer
There's only
around
so
the
many
mountain, are
humans
you?
on this
I'm
planet
building
choosing to
rail
do
for your
stuff.
cities because I got
And when
nothing
they start
to do.
wearing out, then yeah, those batteries will need replacement. But that doesn't mean we'll have to keep
There's a
mining
big
for more lithium
theological war
forever.
going on.
We'll have
I
to
love
find
that they've got
some
these
new lithium
this
to
little
make up for whatever
tri-city
is
up here
lost
with
in the
Berlin.
recovery process. But if we can follow the example of lead-acid battery recycling and all but completely close the loop,
Yeah, and just
then
because
in
of
a
the mountain
theoretical
range, they
50
should
years
have no
down the road
loyalty
scenario,
issues.
perhaps
Yeah.
1 in 100 lithium mines will remain operational. The rest of them will have closed down because when we need to build new batteries, we'll get lithium from old batteries. But the best part is something I mentioned way back at the start. We're already here. Solar and storage is now the cheapest form of electricity generation we know of. For years, the barrier to making solar energy happen at scale was simply cost. We had
I
functional
renamed
solar
my 3
panels
cities
decades
up
ago,
here.
but they were ludicrously expensive to manufacture, and that's why the only places you tended to find them were on, like, the International Space Station and satellites and junk. But now we are way under $1 per watt. Random websites will sell me, a random schmuck, solar panels which go for just 35 cents a watt. And they'll certainly get cheaper than that. They already are when you have a contract for 27 megawatts worth. Of course, I care deeply about the materials angle and appreciate the fact that unlike all fossil fuels, nearly everything we extract out of the ground to
He's got
build
credits
solar
on the
panels
screen.
and batteries
Against me?
can be recaptured at the end of their
Me?
life to make new solar panels and batteries. I
I
like
can't
that
vote
a
for
lot.
it. That's a shame.
But even if you don't
To vote
care
to
about
pass
it,
it?
the sun
Yes.
is free. And both solar panels and batteries are now
Come on,
cheap enough
Indonesia,
to make
accept that shit.
practical
Let's
use
fucking
of that
go.
free source of energy. We are here.
I'm
We
right
made
on
it.
your
won't
shit.
be
And
accepting
the future looks quite bright. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this isn't the actual end. If you watch until the actual end, I promise I'll explain why I did that. But for now, I want to ask you something. Did this video make sense to you?
Absolutely.
A while
did.
ago, I put a quick talking to camera
I might be
thing together
retarded,
on my second channel.
but
where
I did
basically-
Let me ask
science
you
in
something,
school,
please.
So I can follow along, but don't ask me to do the math. I can't do that. It's been a while.
Well, he already did the math for us.
That's
We'll
great.
Just take his word. We'll just take his word for
We'll
it.
take his word for it. I can't proof check it.
Who passed it? It's all Gandhi.
Incredible. Nobody else has joined. Good job, Gandhi.
He tried his best.
I stole his great work too. Fuck that guy.
Just explained the whole situation here and asked, why does the logic of pay more upfront to save more later break down whenever we're talking about renewable energy? It was a
Good
pretty
question.
snarky video and very off the cuff. I don't even remember what prompted me to make it. But at last year's Open Sauce, which by the way, I'll be headed to again this year, I had a wonderful conversation with someone who told me that video changed their mind. I have to apologize because I don't remember your name, but I very much remember that conversation, and it's been stuck in my head ever since. See, the logic of renewable energy seemed self-evident to me, and that's why the video was as snarky as it was. Frankly, and I don't want this to sound like I think I'm full of myself, but it probably comes across that way, so I apologize in advance. But as soon as I was old enough to understand what photovoltaics did, and that, like almost every technology we've ever dealt with, eventually we'd figure out how to make solar panels cheaply, I immediately thought, oh, cool. So eventually we'll be able to stop burning expensive stuff to generate electricity. And that mental reality has been in my head so long.
He's got a robot too.
I never thought to explain it. I kind of assumed everyone already knew what we were trying to do by commercializing solar and storage technologies. So when I discovered it's not as self-evident to everyone as it was to me,
damn, the robots are strong.
That's when I started thinking about making this video. And in the process of making this one, I've been reflecting on some of the other videos I've made.
Ooh, see you later,
For
robot.
instance, the videos I've done on heat pumps and electrification, etc. I made those videos assuming that everyone who watched them was on the same page as me.
And I fucking
and that comments which were perplexed by my desire to stop paying for things we set on fire were coming from a place of malice. I'm sure some were, but I also know that not everyone is really thinking about resilience and the value of permanent infrastructure in the way that I am. Lots of those comments were probably honest, especially when I made arguments couched in my own internalized reality, which understands that natural gas is very cheap today, but it is likely to become more expensive in the future, while electricity is almost certainly going to get cheaper. That is, of course, once we decide to cut it out with this weird aberration we find ourselves in where computing is getting less energy efficient somehow. But I digress. I am always thinking both through a lens of history and opportunity. And that's why when I look at an electrical panel, I don't see a boring piece of infrastructure everyone has in their house. I see an endless variety of new opportunities. If you've got a natural gas connection, then you probably have, at most, 4 appliances which actually utilize it. Meanwhile, literally everything else you own is powered by the wires that are in your house. Everything we've invented in the last, century is electric. All the innovation we've been doing to make our lives better relies on electricity.
Yeah, but the fossil
And
fuel
all the
companies
innovation
told
which
me that it
happens in
was
the realm of
bad.
fossil fuels is how to use them slightly more efficiently. That's it. And we're already damn near perfectly optimized in a lot of cases. There's very little room left to innovate. But we are always innovating with electric technologies. And since your house already has wires in it, you can add new things and new technologies to your home with very little effort. When the personal computer hit the scene, nobody needed to do an engineering study or get permits to get one because you just plug it in. Some things, like installing an electric car charger, are a little more difficult, but they still utilize the feed wires you already have and the power grid which already exists. Electrification seems like the most rational thing we should be doing. We can leverage infrastructure, which is already in place, to distribute and utilize the free energy we can harvest from the sun.
What if I don't understand the difference between thunder and lightning? Like, why is Wade
up that infrastructure
the god of
if and
thunder?
when we need to support
How come
new demand
Pikachu
down
does
the road.
Thunderbolt?
In many cases, simply by replacing wires and transformers. That's how the grid went from not existing to existing basically just for electric lights to everyone has air conditioning now. And that's a perfect segue.
Yay,
Ooh,
aircon.
those were also electric. Anyway, that's the perfect segue to addressing
Pretty
the
sure aircon
misled
runs on gas,
in the
to be
video
honest.
title. And
Do they not? Are they not gas
now the snark levels are going to
run
go up
converters?
a bit.
Or like the
Let's just,
pollutants from
roll
aircon
some
is the
clips.
same as like fridges. I know there's something about aircons that is not great. It's like a hydrofluorocarbon emitter or some shit like that.
Whatever.
You know, I also just want to point out, I drove my
aircon,
electric car out here. I'm 134 miles from Millennium Park in downtown Chicago, which is a pretty rural area, and yet there's a lot of people who think you can't drive electric cars out in the country. I don't know what that's about. Something else I should point out, I didn't spend any time charging the car because I spent the night at a friend's house, and her house, believe it or not, has electricity. So I just plugged the car into her house and then it charged overnight.
So it's just
wild.
carbon,
Did you know
apparently.
homes
It's
have
just CO2.
electricity? You know, I should also
Apparently
point out that
aircon
I
is
parked my
3%
car
of all pollution.
Huh?
Apparently aircon is 3% of all pollution.
I believe it.
That's fucking crazy.
out in the country. I don't know what that's about. Something else I should point out, I didn't spend any time charging the car because I spent the night at a friend's house, and her house, believe it or not, has electricity. So I just plugged the car into her house and then it charged overnight. It's wild. Did you know homes have electricity? You know, I should also point out that I parked my car right next to one of these because I wanted to find out if they really make that noise that some people say they make. And you know, I can hear some whooshing from the blades every time it goes past, but it's not that loud. Standing right beneath it, and I can hear the blade whooshing by, but I don't know. Just take a listen for yourself.
Whoosh.
Are these really that loud? Let me just walk around this way. By the way, I'm also taking a look on the ground to see if there's a bunch of dead birds around here. I hear that these things are just murder factories for birds, but I don't know. I'm not seeing any. It's a really windy day out. Honestly, just the wind is kind of louder than the whooshing of the blades. Yeah. If it's not clear yet, I'm going there. But before I do, it's important to me that you understand and grasp the difference between small p politics and capital P partisanship. A lot of people in the United States right now confuse those two and think any discussion of a political issue must have been bought and paid for by the other team. That's just not how any of this works. If you've been watching my channel for any length of time, then you should already have a pretty clear understanding of what my personal politics are.
I just did 5
If
pillages,
you've been
one
under the
turn.
impression that I've
Nice.
not been political,
One movement.
you simply don't understand what politics means. I have
Nice.
indeed stayed out of partisan politics and electoral politics, but I've been wearing my personal politics on my sleeve this whole time, and they've not been that subtle. Remember that thing I said about getting the most value out of how we spend our money and time? The money part is obvious, but the time part might be less so.
My plane, because he put a
I have a
robot in that
tremendous
city.
respect for the working people of this country. I certainly have a cushy job these days.
Finally, my
I used to work
aircraft
at the
carrier is
hotel
ready in my Cologne
forgotten what
port,
it's like
and
to
now I
make
get to
ends
use
meet
my
on
canals for the
$14
first
an hour.
time.
Nor have I forgotten the amazing and underappreciated
I'm so
housekeeping
excited.
staff who were the only reason we could even be in business. My connection to those women and their families is absolutely part of my personal politics, and if the foreshadowing of that isn't clear enough, my God, have you not been paying attention? I believe in the value of labor,
Oh, shit.
and I also
The,
respect the purpose of labor. Our housekeeping
The
staff
fucking
was
dirty
there to do
cunt
the grunt
robot
work of
can shoot back at the bombers.
Yeah, I just lost a bomber to one.
Filthy. Smart mortar army, let's fucking go. Should fuck around and build a Statue of Liberty just for the lols.
cleaning rooms and doing laundry, a sort of domestic labor we have never truly valued. Front desk me was there to help people with whatever problems they might be having. Did you know businesses used to put their real phone numbers on their websites? When you called my hotel, the front desk phone rang, and it was my job to say hello and ask what you needed. It was old-fashioned, but it worked, and way better than every single customer service chatbot I have been forced to interact with lately. When I think about the laborers who work on, say, oil rigs, I respect what they're doing immensely. Those people toil day in and day out to make our lives possible, which is noble work. But I also think there's a crassness to that work. Because if we must toil, why should we toil as Sisyphus on drilling platforms, doing work that brings us fuel to spin our wheels but which moves us nowhere? We should build with what we extract. We should not just set it on fire. And when we build things which make our lives easier, we improve the human condition. Basically, I just want us to learn stuff and grow our bag of tricks. And that's what I've been preaching from this channel the whole time.
Preaching?
Sometimes that's through looking at interesting pieces of old technology and making connections between them. There are a lot of lessons we've already learned as a species, but which can easily be forgotten if folks aren't sharing those stories. Other times, that's through teaching things like the difference between power and energy, basic facts of our world that, if you can learn to intuit, are very helpful for understanding your energy bills or, indeed, just how much opportunity solar panels unlock. Everything I do here is rooted in my belief that all of us should have some basic understanding of how the stuff we use in our lives works and what the impact of using that stuff is, both on ourselves and our fellow humans. It is very empowering and protects you from people who would otherwise leverage your ignorance and scam you into things you don't actually need.
The city is mine.
And another core piece of my personal politics
Time to raise the
comes from
fuck out
something
of this
we
city,
know
though.
deep in our hearts.
What a shit city.
Even if we
Built
sometimes
right
like
on a
to pretend it
floodplain.
isn't true.
Dumbass.
We accomplish more when we work together and collaborate. The power grid is the ultimate example of that. I believe the power grid is the most miraculous machine our species has ever created. Once we figured out how useful this whole electricity business was, we took great efforts to run wires to almost every structure in this country.
That is
Even
true.
remote farmhouses,
And
which
every
a traditional
country
view
did
of
it.
capital would tell you could never recoup that infrastructure investment. If you've never spent time amongst the cornfields, you might not have seen the poles and
Raise
wires
that bitch.
run for miles sometimes
Get the
to
fuck
serve
outta here.
just a single house. We decided it was so important
Two
that everyone
cities
had
in one
access
turn. How
to
about that?
electricity that our government made that happen when the private sector certainly would not. But somewhere along the line, we lost the will to do that. If you don't know anyone who lives in a rural area, you might not know how horrible it can be to get reliable internet access out there. Even though it's totally possible to get networking anywhere with wireless technologies, internet service providers are doing the math and realizing, oh, they're just not going to make very much money getting broadband out to the boonies. So they didn't. And somehow the most rational response to this reality is a constellation of satellites in low Earth orbit? As impressive as that is technologically, it's kind of crazy-making that we're fawning over that solution rather than just, like, blanketing the country in 4G a little bit better.
Orgy?
We've got countless point-to-point networking options, which don't involve launching rockets into space, but we dragged our feet so long that satellite constellations somehow seem rational. Don't get me wrong, I used to rely on Starlink. And as someone dealing with either a 6 megabit DSL line with a whole 1 megabit upload speed, great for a YouTuber, or a flaky 4G connection that would get overwhelmed to the point of becoming useless if too many people were in the area at the same time,
Incredible.
Starlink was a miracle. But if AT&T could just get a better trunk line to that tower and maybe put some extra radio equipment there if needed,
Damn, I
well,
can't
then I would
buy
never have
flood
needed
barriers.
Starlink.
That sucks.
And what really makes me pull my hair out is that AT&T absolutely knows that tower is getting overwhelmed. Or at least they should if they're running analytics, but they just don't care. It's not a big enough problem for them. Launching satellites into space to make rural broadband happen is an admission of laziness and defeat from both big
More
telecom
oil. Hell
and the
yeah.
government. It's a solution a billionaire could provide and happily monetize, but it's not necessarily the best solution, now is it? That's called looking at something with an eye for nuance and complexity. Not everything is black and white, but the truth is. And here are some true facts I'd like you to know. And now
Tell me
we
facts,
are getting
Daddy.
into partisan politics. Go ahead and click away if you don't want to hear any of this. But did you know that President Jimmy Carter put solar panels on the White House? No. They
Probably.
were not photovoltaic panels, though those did exist at the time. They were instead solar water heating panels. Those are still common today in sunny climates.
They are.
They're effectively just boxes with black pipes zigging and zagging back and forth, and solar radiation heats the water inside the pipes for free and without using any electricity or fuel. Carter did this to promote the idea of alternative sources of energy, something that was very much on our mind during the energy crisis of the 1970s.
Yeah, Iran.
And then, in 1986, President Ronald Reagan took them down.
What?
Of course he
Tell me
did.
that this entire renewable energy problem that the globe is facing stems from Reagan?
No way.
Wow,
Couldn't
I can't
have
believe
guessed.
It.
This
The
is
entire
so.
world is suffering from
This is so shocking.
Saying that when the president does it, that means it's not illegal.
I have so many fucking units.
Supposedly,
It's
the
crazy.
White House was getting its roof resurfaced.
I'm
so they were
spending
taken off,
740
which is understandable.
gold per turn
What's
on
less
units.
understandable is that he never bothered to put them back. Now, President Carter was a Democrat, and President Reagan was a
Fat
Republican.
pigeon.
And in the years since, there has been a repeating pattern where Democratic administrations attempt to usher in new energy technologies to free us from endless extraction, and then Republican administrations swiftly undo that. We just went through this when President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, a weirdly named piece of legislation which included a lot of spending for renewable energy and electrification investment in this country to make panels and batteries here. Investments that I hope by now you understand were to lower our costs in the future, improve our national security, and make our lives better. But then President Trump got into power
And he was like,
told
"Fuck
his
national
Republican
security."
Congressmakers to repeal that law almost immediately. Except no, that's not actually what happened. President Trump signed some executive orders which froze much of the funding, bypassing the very structure of our Constitution, which explicitly gives Congress the power of the purse. We actually have a whole law, the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which explicitly makes what Trump did illegal. But Republicans currently control both houses of
Saying
Congress,
that when
and
the
they've made it
president
very
does
clear
it,
they...
That means it's not illegal.
Well, when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal. By definition. Exactly.
They do not care to provide the checks and balances they're constitutionally obligated to do. They're desecrating our Constitution because they happen to be on the same team as the guy in the White House. And as we all know, the primary objective of this administration is to own the libs. Or is it kidnapping brown people? It's getting kind of hard to tell. I didn't think masked cowards with guns going around demanding papers please was on the bingo card of my 30s, but apparently it was. And having looked at that card a little more closely, I mean, I've almost got a bingo without even using a free space. I've already crossed off threatened to
pause
invade
it.
Greenland and destroy NATO.
That reminds
threatened
me.
to annex Canada.
So, I was having, so I use Twitter for politics and shit posting and fucking with Nazis, and I probably should not use Twitter. However, I use Threads to like just fuck around and talk to people. And I was talking to some people, and they're like, "Oh, we need like," because obviously everyone observes that the MAGA crowd are just like incredibly stupid and just have no grasp on reality. So what we could do, because they're so predictable, and I said this to someone, I'm like, what we could do is maybe make a mimetic trend where we use some kind of bingo card with typical MAGA talking points. And under every single time that you see a post from someone with those talking points, you cross off the bingo card and post it under their under their post and say
It's
nothing
like,
else. And imagine if hundreds,
that one guy
thousands of
who
people
was
did this.
trolling Sniper Wolf and making the videos about how she's like a
Yes,
thief.
yes, yes,
He
yes,
made
yes,
Sniper
yes.
Wolf bingo.
Yes, Jacksepticeye. Yes, 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 yes.
That's Jacksepticeye's different, I think.
No, that's him. That's Jacksepticeye.
Speaking
because,
of which, Markiplier's new movie, right?
Mm.
So last night on my stream, I bought the game that the movie's based on, and
Yeah.
it's one of the first games that I've ever refunded because I was definitely less than 2 hours, and I'm
That
just
good,
playing
huh?
it, and I'm like, they made a movie out of this?
Crazy.
No, it is crazy. No, it is crazy. Like that they were able to make a movie out of that shit.
It didn't even register that Jacksepticeye did a bingo card because I remember him doing that. It didn't even register because I'm just like, it would be so funny just to have like thousands of people mimetically, no plan, just thousands of people see a bingo card with MAGA talking points, and then thousands of people are just replying with nothing else but bingo cards. I just think that would be one of the funniest, like, low-key, harmless, easy to do, funny trolls that you could do of the entire MAGA crowd online. I just think that would be so funny. And you could customize it to country, because you could easily customize it to do Australian fascists as well, because all they do is say the same shit. So I reckon you could do it pretty effectively. But it would require people to actually, take the mimetic trend and use it and do it. Can move after attacking. I like that.
This
Land
is a great
units.
general. Great general allow them to move after attack.
Oh, do they?
Yep.
I didn't know that. Okay, you move there. You get upgrade. Smart mortar army. You go there. Ranged attack. Boom.
Canada, and papers, please. So all I need now is a few murders of U.S. citizens, which were captured on video from multiple angles. What's that? Cross that off too? Well, surely I'm not going to be able to cross off government officials telling us our eyes didn't see what we saw. Oh. Bingo. Folks, you need to wake up and smell the fascism.
The drone doesn't come with me when I do my jump.
You see this shit though?
Hold on,
Biggest technology channel on YouTube. Never been political at all before.
And now he's getting political? Love it.
Officials telling us our eyes didn't see what we saw. Oh. Bingo. Folks, you need to wake up and smell the fascism. I don't know what imaginary lines you might have drawn which could be crossed, but if you can't agree we've crossed a very bad one, you need to get off Twitter and stop watching Fox News or Newsmax or OANN or whatever those new ones are, or, I'm so sad to say, CBS News. It's bad. We're clearly living under leaders who have a completely different understanding of reality than the rest of us do. And they are so high on their own supply that their followers will believe abject lies.
It's true.
Renewable energy is only controversial because they made it so. And they don't want you thinking through the reality, which is free energy from reusable materials, as I've just explained. They have donors who still make money selling you fossil fuels. And so they do not want you thinking about how much you're spending and how we have the opportunity to stop. Even worse, they'll artificially lower the cost of fossil fuels through subsidies, even though they're supposedly the party against that sort of thing.
Wow,
I
no
am
way.
very scared of what the future of this country looks like. The Bill of Rights looks to be effectively dead.
More
Our First
aluminium.
Amendment right to protest is being challenged through intimidation. And the press
Purchase
that dares
that
to tell
tile.
the truth
Thank
is being
you.
declared an enemy of the people. Our Fourth Amendment right to be free of unreasonable searches and seizures
The
is
ice at
being
the top is
gleefully
almost melted.
violated,
I can
and
almost send
nobody
my
seems to
battleship
care.
through.
Even the Second Amendment might as well be lost.
And then
Our
I can start
government
taking
used
out
the
the
fact
Soviets.
that Alex Preddy, a legal firearm holder with a concealed carry permit, had a gun on him to justify his murder. So
What
do we have a right to bear
murder?
arms or not? Sure
No.
doesn't seem like it. If you're upset that a tech creator like myself is suddenly being explicit about politics,
Cry.
then you're not paying enough attention and are part of the problem.
Yes.
I should not have to do this.
Pop off,
I
Queen.
never thought I'd be
Go
making a
hard.
video where I said, hey guys, remember that whole Constitution thing? I figured our leaders would always uphold it, but they're clearly not. The document does not enforce itself, and so it is up to us.
Yes, it's up to the people.
We had a
You're right.
revolution in 1776 to escape the tyranny of British rule, and the Declaration of Independence describes what's going on right now with distressing clarity. Let me quote it for you. He has
Hell
kept among
yeah.
us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has effected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states,
Bro's reading them.
for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefit of trial by jury.
See, like this video was as long as a movie, but you see why I was like, you just have to watch the whole thing.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Those words were written about King George, but they might as well describe Donald Trump.
Yeah, go hard, son.
We fought the Revolutionary War to be free of tyrannical kings, but it looks like we're under tyranny again, inflicted on ourselves. You may have been one of those people who
And
likes
that
to stay
tyranny
out
was
of
not letting us do genocide and potentially threats of outlawing our slaves.
More oil.
Politics, but
Hell
politics
yeah.
eventually comes for everyone.
Give me all your
Here
oil.
we are. For the love of God, please learn from this and remember what happens when you stop paying attention and let other people think for you. It doesn't end well. Now, as scared as I
Dennis,
am, I
come
am
on,
still
again,
going
really?
to vote in the midterms,
Again with
and
this
I will be
plane.
voting against
My
Republicans.
plane is getting damaged. What is
I
happening?
think you should too.
Where are his
And
planes?
yes, because the realities
It's
of our
hiding
terrible
in a
two-party
city.
system don't always sink into everyone. I am
Cheeky
saying
cunt.
I think you should
Use a
vote for
drone.
Democrats in November. I am not a huge fan of a lot.
Hang on, let me just pull up the wiki on the drone and Civ so you can understand everything they do.
I can
It's Loki the best
specifically.
unit in the game. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so has a sight of 5. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what is sight, right? Okay, so sight are attributes to all units that allows them to reveal activity in nearby tiles,
Mhm.
right? So specifically that term activity, that means most units can only detect like a submarine from 1 to 2 tiles away. They can
Yes.
detect it 5 tiles away.
Ah, okay.
So now, on top of that, sight is unobscured by terrain features. Other things that give you sight are obscured by terrain featers, unless you like scouts. You can get the upgrade to see through forests, but you can't.
Well,
see
a lot
through
of
mountains.
my things do have drones. Like I have a hover launcher, self-propelled artillery, and a giant death robot with drones
Now-
attached, as well as another artillery army.
It adds +1 range and +5 bombard strength to adjacent bombard units. That means you can put one
Oh.
drone, and four tiles around it have your siege units, and they will all get the drone's benefit.
Ah. That's
Right.
handy. All right, now I can take this fucking city. Mumbai is mine. Feather gray. Give me food.
Of what the Democratic Party is up to these days. They seem, unfortunately, to be far more beholden to corporate interests than they're concerned with the lives of their constituents. Universal health care still hasn't happened, and the best reason I can think that's the case is that the for-profit healthcare lobby is very influential. Meanwhile, constituents, such as myself, haven't even been able to leave a voicemail at any of Senator Durbin's offices because they're all the inboxes are full. They've been very disappointing. But right now, we're heading into a primary season, and you'll have the opportunity to vote in those primaries very soon to tell Democrats how you want them to act.
Fuck your own face.
Please make sure you're registered to vote in general and in the Democratic primary if that's required in your state. If you don't know how to do that, call or walk into your local library. The people there have the same mission I do, to share knowledge and be helpful, and they'll guide you.
I'm also building a
the
spaceport in every single city because I have the policy card that gives me aluminium for my spaceports, and then I'm going to build an air force.
The process of registering to vote is how we verify the citizenship of voters. You have to be on the voter rolls before you can cast a vote. But it's a lot easier for Republicans to ignore that fact and lie by omission to make you think massive voter fraud from non-citizens keeps happening. They lie all the time, and people need to stop listening to them. This isn't just normal politicians always lie stuff. This is active propaganda designed to make you distrustful of your fellow human beings. It's disgusting and shameful. How did we get to a place where the president can say other countries pay for tariffs and literally nobody cares that he's lying? He's counting on his base not understanding that you can't just charge someone extra money when you buy something from them, because that's just not how trade works. Hell, that's not even how commerce works. I can't walk into Menards and demand they pay me to buy their products. But the only people who were willing to say that plainly were independent journalists and freaking YouTubers. The stalwarts of the press just kept writing headlines as if reality was up for debate, and they still haven't cut that shit out. It is terrifying how nobody is interested in holding anyone accountable for anything these days. But while I am terrified, I am also increasingly hopeful. The people of Minnesota are demonstrating what we have to do. We have to care for each other. Don't wait for someone to lend a helping hand. Be that helping hand. Organizing networks are popping up everywhere because those of us who manage to grow up into adults who care about people other than ourselves are not going to stand by and let this illegitimate government run by petulant toddlers violate the Constitution and the very principles that make America
Get mad.
great. My fellow Midwesterners in Minnesota have made me so proud. Stay strong and keep teaching us how to be brave and resist this horrible chapter of our history with steadfast, nonviolent defiance. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a lawless group of masked thugs terrorizing our cities and neighbors for daring to look not quite white. Anyone who has any understanding of history will know that it is happening here. And if you believe that to be true, then you should also believe that ICE must be abolished. And if that freaks you out, I'm gonna guess you've been told the people who say that want completely open borders. Some people do, but most people simply took the poem on the Statue of Liberty as meaningful and think this country should open its arms wide and provide a legal pathway to immigration, just as our ancestors.
I love, one of my favorite things about this is like one of the greatest arguments that you'll always hear people cite for immigration is the Statue of Liberty's poem, right?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
So when we talk about things that underpinning documents that are important for the country but aren't actually law, like the Declaration of Independence, right? This is actual like anarchist philosophy. That's one of the things that actually underpins like things that people consider the like founding documents. Like even though the Statue of Liberty came later, right? It's still, that poem is something that is just as like entwined into like politics as the Declaration of Independence nowadays.
Oh, friendship expired. That's some open
ancestors
borders.
did on the storied Ellis Island. It is our decades-long inability to have true immigration reform occur, which in this place. And what we're doing today to fix it is clearly wrong. It is a racist, ethnic cleansing operation happening on the pretext of child care fraud, which was already being investigated and dealt with by the state of Minnesota, but which some terminally online weirdos somehow got wind of and spun into this madness. And that madness is being perpetrated by agents of the state and endorsed by Republicans. Republicans could stop this now, but they won't. And the reason I know we absolutely can abolish ICE, I am older than ICE. In fact, I'm older than the entire Department of Homeland Security. That agency was created post 9/11. And in retrospect, the folks who thought Homeland Security sounds kind of ominous were apparently correct. We need to throw this system out and start over. And so yes, I believe ICE must be abolished. There is no reforming that agency of thugs. It has to go. And the lawless criminals hiding behind masks who are violating the Fourth Amendment day in and day out need to be prosecuted for each and every one of their crimes.
I heard executed.
I will be voting in the primaries, and I sure as well hope my representative Sean Casten starts saying that with clarity and conviction. Sean has been one of the people who understand the realities of renewable energy and has been a longtime advocate of it, so we've been pretty aligned, but we're not aligned on everything, and my patience is starting to break. So,
fair enough,
if you made it here, thank you for watching. I hope we can bring some sanity back to this country and that we can start calling lies what they are. And you will have to be a part of that. Talk to your neighbors, talk to your family, and if you don't know where to start the conversation,
buy a gun.
That's why there's that fake gun. If you think it might get some gears turning, go ahead and watch this video with someone.
Yeah, but that when he ended the video like that, I watched it last night and I was like, "What?
Yeah, no,
this
that's
is fucking crazy."
That's great. I did not expect that to come out of this video. Pretty nuts. And convert all barbarians.
Yeah, you know, and it was one of those things where it was like, it was a long video, you know, but like, because it had so much information about stuff we already talk about and reference a lot.
Perfect video.
I figured it would be
yeah.
worth sitting through, but then like the ending, you know, like
so good.
That's an extra. That video was an hour and a half.
Crazy.
The last 30 minutes is just him telling ICE to go fuck themselves.
Which is great. We love that.
Is that what happened? No, I'm prepared to tell you what went down, and I've never told anyone before.
I turned and went to the next room, and then I was looking at Osama bin Laden.
So you believe you fired a shot?
I did a shot.
Because what this means is, in the official debrief, the truth wasn't told. Somebody somewhere lied.
Rob doesn't seem to be talking about who took out bin Laden, but he's saying the official story was a lie. And once you admit that, every version of the bin Laden story becomes suspect. Let's keep going.
Well, if the truth wasn't told, I'm going to connect the two on that, right?
I don't know, Mr. Poodle Chair. I think that's kind of jumping to conclusions. Wow, the douchebag in chief who is played by Chris Pratt in Zero Dark 30 said that the official narrative that came out of the bin Laden raid had some incorrect information, and stuff wasn't fully
Crazy.
disclosed about it.
Who'd have thought?
Wow, crazy. So the conclusion is everything about bin Laden is a lie.
If the story that was told in the official debrief is not what happened on the ground, then...
It was kind of close.
Yeah, but you know as well as I do, that doesn't mean anything.
Well, at a debrief, it really doesn't either.
Rob gets into some detail here never talked about before. Why was the debrief not fully truthful, 100% truthful? Why was it misleading? We'll see. How does Rob fit in? This is fascinating.
I heard other guy who got it. They said Nizro, and one of the answers I heard was, "Oh, great, we're never going to hear the end of this." So people were asking, and then we get back, and there's we go to the CBs. There's the internet stuff like that on the flight over. People are, we got Virginia, we got some guys in DC, we got Coronado. Hey, don't tell anybody, but. Then you get back, and it's like your bartender. Don't tell anybody. So my name's out. Someone that was a fellow at the White House called to say, "Hey, we heard it was you."
Yeah,
name's out.
Well, that's out, but that's inside of at least the bubble. I'm talking like
I didn't release it then. We're going to be the best friends forever. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And there was just.
So who's he talking about? The best friends forever. He's talking about the men in the room, right? You have the point man. You have Rob. And the way I understand it, another one. We'll get to that. There's multiple stacks. All sorts of new information here. All sorts of who took the first shot and why did Rob take the other shot. Well, let's hold on.
Just getting back, there's butthurt.
Publicly coming out.
Biss was going around, starting a lot of shit, going to see the Mass Chief every Monday morning, talking about me, saying I'm signing a book deal.
What would you have done differently?
I would not have provided the top cover in the after action report that I did. What happened after the Bin Laden raid, I remember saying to myself, I'm going to regret this. This is going to come back to haunt me.
Okay.
It has.
Yeah.
What do you mean by top cover?
I can explain to you what happened, because the big thing they talk about is an after action report.
I have heard or read that there exists a cell phone audio recording.
Yeah, I've heard there might be two, but I know the commanding officer recorded one.
Right.
First debrief was over Bin Laden's body in Jalalabad. Mechanics from TF-160 pointing at him. Me. That's the guy that got him. Throw the thing away. The other bird comes back. I run into the point man. We have a discussion over here, and then Bin Laden's body's over here, so we go over that. And the ground force commander said to Bill McRaven, Admiral Bill McRaven, "Do you want to meet the guy that killed him?" He brought him over to me. He put his hand on my back of my neck like this, and it was like almost a fatherly yet uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Looking at Bin Laden, he says, "Your life just changed forever."
What did you and the point man talk about away from Bin Laden's
Was he hit
body?
when you? He asked me the two questions anyone from that team has asked me about the room, other than an email I got from Biss later. And he asked me, "Where the fuck was everyone?"
Okay.
And then he said, "Was he hit when you went in there?"
So he had taken shots.
He took a shot.
Okay. And was asking you whether or not he was hit.
When I saw him.
When the debrief went down.
Yes.
What was the difference between those two?
The difference was the shot hit him on the top of the head. And then what we said was, and then I went in and he was circling the drain.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story. That's clean.
Okay, so that's what they put in the after action report. I'm going to assume the point man is not Bissonette, is red. So what we got right now is there was a shot from the point man that injured UBO, and then Rob took the shot that ended it, right? So effectively, he is the one that took out Bin Laden, not the first guy. We've all heard that story, right? He comes through the door. He's the only guy, comes through the staircase. Maybe I'll put it in here. Sees Bin Laden there with his wife and takes care of business. We've heard that story, which that's not true now based on what we're hearing from Rob.
Clean.
Meaning there's no questions. That's their debrief.
Is that what happened?
No. Wow. I'm prepared to tell you what went down, and I've never told anyone before.
Why is he telling us now?
I'm going to believe you.
Somebody coming out with a book. They do go through the lawsuit. Link in the description. Cleared Hot Podcast. Andy Stumps. He goes through a lot here. And Rob he's very delicate with his words, we'll call it. It's hard to tell what the hell is going on here.
We'll get to that, but so, okay.
Okay.
This is an exclusive.
Because what this means is, in the official debrief, the truth wasn't told. Which another way to put that is, somebody somewhere lied.
Yeah, possibly.
What?
Well, if the truth wasn't told,
Whoa! Bro. Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you
He came back to dot that eye.
crazy?
Like, you know what that means? Exactly the words I just said in the previous sentence.
Connect the two on that. So what actually happened?
And so then they were separated. I'm looking sort of, and normally in an urban environment, I'm like 7 dudes.
I'm not going to steal all Andy's thunder. There's some stuff in here that it's hard to believe I'm hearing it after this many years.
8 dudes in front of me. I'm going to back up because they're going to. If they start, I'm going to back up. But I'm like, we're going to fucking die anyway. I got to see what they do because we're very good at being quiet. None of that yelling shit. None of the clear. I'm back here. Point man goes here, shoots. Everyone splits, and then I've been asked, why didn't he follow his shots? Well, because that's another level. That's the third floor, and he's by himself. He took a shot, and he could see movement. There was a curtain there, and it almost looked like a military blanket, a green blanket, but a shower curtain. And I can see it right now, and on my part, it definitely was not bravery. It was, this is where we run in. He's going to blow himself up, okay? And I'm going to feel, I mean, it's like I might survive this. I'm going to feel it. Oh, I'm tired of thinking about it, though. Let's fucking do this, right? So we did that. And he goes up the stairs, and he moved it, and the girls are right there, his daughters. And they're suicide bombers. Got to be, right? So he moved them. There's bin Laden standing there. Amal's right in front of him.
How much time did you guys have up there with just the two of you?
Seconds, if that. Because as we enter, I shoot him. It was enough time to see his tongue come out, and his head was fucked up. And I saw his son, Hussein, too. And the humanity of it came through. It's like, this kid has nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Move him back, and I turn, and they're here.
Okay.
So they turn, and now it's 2 trains. And this is not chaos, but this is now an extremely dynamic room.
So we go from the two of them, the point man in first, which we hear on the internet's red. Don't know if that's true. That never comes up here. Takes the shot, recounting here, doesn't do everything that's necessary. I'm being delicate for YouTube. Rob finishes it off, and now we got the whole crew in, or the second stack team, whatever.
The other train comes in. Now guys are shooting bin Laden. I need to go get a picture. I pour water on his face. Someone point blank shoots him in front of me. And I go, what the fuck was that? We got to identify this guy. Now I ask people, I've never told that story before. And there's a little bit more that I will save for the Bible. Guys come in there, blasting bin Laden.
Oh my God. Shut up.
I'm not telling that story. We need to make this work. This is a bad situation.
Can you army giant death robots?
No.
Fuck. That's sad.
50 orders, right? Or 10. Correct me if I'm wrong here. They're working for the agency at this point, not for the DOD. However, that doesn't mean, and Rob goes on to talk about
Holy
this
shit,
at
there's
length,
Bobs in there.
He doesn't want his boys, and probably including himself later, to get
Barbs in what?
burned by the government when they change their mind.
And I've been leaving breadcrumbs for this for 10 years.
It's a tough question, man. I'll be honest with you. I lean towards telling the truth.
That is the truth.
No, that's what I mean in the debrief, though, too. Because the reality is...
At the time, it didn't matter. We're going to be best friends forever, and no one needs to know this happened.
It's still a lie, though.
No.
So all 3 of the guys agreed to a debrief after action report that was inaccurate. We're going to be best friends forever and keep a secret, right? How do you keep a secret? You don't tell anybody, and one person knows, right? You.
Wow. I didn't tell it either.
There's also lying by omission.
Whatever. It's a debrief. I didn't tell that part of the debrief. This is the truth.
I understand that. What I'm saying is you knew that what was being said in the debrief wasn't the truth. And I'm not trying to assess blame. That's not what I'm trying to do.
The global, I mean, obviously.
Eventually. Like, you realize this is going to be global news. Let's put it that way.
Well, but at the time, being in that, like, everyone's special.
Yeah.
So you don't really take credit. Yeah, not credit, but you don't appreciate how special.
Now, no one will know who Rob O'Neill is but for this, right? If he was the third guy that did it, Bissonnette went and did a book without DOD approval. They took all that money. The rest of the guys on the raid, we don't even know who they are. So, but for Rob doing it, taking credit or getting credit from his team, however that kind of shook out, the way I see it, he took credit. You don't even know who Rob O'Neill is. He's just another team guy who's a chacho, right?
As the shit, when we got back to the CB's place and on Yahoo, you see SEAL Team 6 kills Osama bin Laden. That was surprising.
Yeah.
Would I do that differently now? Fuck yeah. I would do it differently. If I could go back and do the debrief differently, you're goddamn right I would.
So going back to your question, though, I want to believe that I would have told the truth to include the guy walking up point blank, because here's the reality. He shouldn't have done that in the first place.
Fuck no, he shouldn't have.
And I understand.
But also, I shouldn't be getting
exactly
blamed for being the guy that did it.
I agree with you.
I'm a lot taller than the guy that did it. We're talking about, you can tell people who are there by the shadows in their walk. You know goddamn well I did not canoe bin Laden.
Yeah. I understand why not only somebody would do that, but also shoot his dead body after 20 years of sustained
I
contact.
understand
To be fair
why
there
as well.
too, I don't have a problem with that. I just need to identify it. What I have a problem with is someone doing it and then years later they say that's what I did, try and take credit for it. That is not the case. I'm a fucking team leader. I just watched a guy who's not a team leader miss the shot of his life. I'm not going to put that in a debrief either.
Now, is that Bissonette or Red or somebody different? I know Bissonette is, as I understand it, quite a bit smaller in height than Rob. Is he referring to Bissonette there? Is this all coming out because Bissonette's writing a book? Why is this coming out now? Try to get a hold of Andy to find that out, but I don't have that answer yet.
Rude as is that we lied before, but now I need you to believe us because we're telling
100%.
the truth. And I don't, and that leads into the bigger question.
No, it's I've told the same story every time.
I'm not talking about your particular story.
I didn't get to that detail.
Again, I'm talking about the legitimacy of the debrief, which is what things like McRaven is going to make his decisions based off of. Or
It's really suspicious that he's saying that, you know, he wasn't the guy. And we never heard about this person who took this extra shot
It is kind of sus.
on the ground until somebody said, "No, that guy just." You know, like the biggest douchebag that we know is the guy who claims to be the guy who shot Bin Laden, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody says he just went in there and shot his body, and he's the one who's like, "That what? Now it's this. I lied on the debrief. That did happen, but it wasn't me who did it."
Mm-hmm. Sounds like he's covering for something. Like he fucked up.
information, you know what I mean? Like, so what would you define the top cover as that you provided? Where did the shot go from the number one man? Is that what he was worried about?
I don't know what he was worried about. I don't know. I mean, it's almost the common understanding that other dudes are going to shoot Bin Laden too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, whatever, the top cover's fine because you don't need to know what happened. And then it's going to be fine. And that's the mission. I don't have a problem with that. But then the debrief turns into this, Bissonette's putting himself in history.
Why do you think there is such a difference in, and the difference seems to occur at the level between the second floor stairs and the third? It
seems like it.
I haven't fully read through Biss's book.
Well, the only reason there's a difference would be, the way I understand, the three guys that were there. The point man, we recognized Bissonette, and we recognized O'Neill. If you remember this, but Rob said Bissonette's book was based on the after action report, which now we're finding out is not accurate. Whoa.
I've read through portions of yours as well. I haven't read both of them in totality.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like there's a very parallel track up to a point, and then it kind of diverges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that...
Well, his book was based on the after action report. And then he got sued and lost.
The deviation, though, seems to be going up from the second to the third floor.
Yeah.
What do you think he saw which would make him... How much time after the events that you described did he arrive to even be able to see anything?
I couldn't. It's got to be seconds, though. And see the uniforms. Guys are in. I remember specifically seeing, I'm not going to say his name, he's out. The third guy, point man for the second train, come in. I know exactly who he is. And he didn't know what happened in the room. So everyone behind him doesn't know what happened in the room. From being the point, not the point man behind me, we brought him downstairs to the sniper who rescued Richard Phillips. So I mean, it was quick. It's not like
it's not an extended period of time.
Well, we got Bin Laden. We're going to leave now, and it didn't matter. It really didn't matter.
Yeah.
Does it matter who shot Bin Laden? No. But when he ran around talking about it, people got interested, and then people came out, I guess, from the woodworks in the military and said it wasn't true. Now we're hearing the after action report was inaccurate. What can we believe anymore? Why is this coming out now?
A lot of conflicting
Can we just let
information
it
here.
go? Because this $25 million lawsuit, he wants the lawsuit to proceed with anti-hero and Ben Tucker. All right.
Why? I mean, so was the point man just worried that he had winged them all? I just don't understand the need for the top cover. What was the agreement you guys came to?
We're in Pakistan. It's a Title 50.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen. But we don't know if they're just going to burn us.
Yeah.
Title 50 being not DOD, working for the intelligence community, probably CIA, right?
And for people listening, Title 10 and Title 50
Is that black ops shit?
Missed the shot. I'm not going to say that. It sucks. That's an important shot. You're supposed to hit that.
But he's saying he missed it, right? Because Rob said he took it the final shot because UBL wasn't down. It wasn't done.
And them all get shot. This is, and by the way, make this decision quickly because the rest of history is basing everything on this. So
he was good with that? Was it his idea or was it a combination?
That's a bit dramatic.
He was talking.
Yeah.
All right, so point man missed, hit the wife. Rob comes in later and takes out the threat, takes out UBL, right? That's what I'm hearing. That's the story we got now. In the past, it was just Rob coming up and Osama bin Laden was with the wife and he hits Osama bin Laden.
Why did they say UBL but say Osama?
UBL is the CIA designation because it's his actual name is Usama.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. So like they're saying
he's saying UBL just because he's used to hearing guys like this say UBL.
But he's so stupid he says Osama.
Osama, yeah.
Instead of putting the two and two together. Great.
And it was sort of we agreed, and like I said, like shit in the room. If they want to say what happened, if other guys want to say what they saw, I don't have a problem with that. But I'm telling you what happened, and I'm not comfortable. I wanted that top cover forever, man. I'm happy to die with that knowledge.
What changed your mind?
Yeah,
constantly getting harassed. My daughter's not losing sleep. A fraud, a liar. It's like 53 awards, 16 years in Navy SEAL. No.
So he's going on to say the reason he's coming out now. That was my question to you before. Let me know. Is because he was getting harassed by Anti-Hero. It's hard to believe you come out with this big of an event. Where you got Admiral McCraven, you got DOD, you got all the players involved.
Hey, Indonesia, what the fuck?
Bro, you're harassed because you're a fucking fascist and used your fucking credit as being in that team to fucking push fascist prot nonsense. That's why people harass you. They don't give a fuck that you killed bin Laden. Nobody gives a fuck who you are.
Hey.
What?
Hey. Indonesia is attacking my city-state. Declare protectorate war. Bitch. You're about to die. This asshole.
Hang on.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
That's not what I was looking for, but it was one of the things that I was looking for. Looking for
That'll
something
work.
specific.
I can use faith to purchase. Great. Alright. Let's get a gunship army. And let's get...
Where is it? Where is it? This is it.
A smart
Pakistan is threatening my border!
That's you.
Was involved with all kinds of combat operations. I'm not a fucking fraud. And if there's a problem with the room and you're at Delta...
Why do you think it came apart? Why do you think the best friend idea shattered?
I have thought about it every day. It's got to be some sort of professional jealousy. I know at that level, at the tier 1 level, I know that guys who didn't get picked for the mission were extremely jealous. Imagine being on the stairs to bin Laden's room and bin Laden dies and you don't like the guy who did it. Maybe it's jealousy.
Fascinating, right? Imagine being on the stairs and you don't like the guy, and bin Laden dies, you don't like the guy who did it. The wording here is very slippery. It's tricky, because now we had one story we've all heard. We had this story. Get the after action report story. We got Bissonnette, who's writing a new book, which is coming out. Allegedly, there's a third person, which would have been the point man, that we've never heard from.
Excellent.
Rob says this is coming out now because of what he got from Anti-Hero when they went through their process to go over Rob's story. This is groundbreaking.
This is
If-
groundbreaking. Seems like kind of irrelevant nonsense
Yeah, a little bit.
to me.
Convert to Satanism, Calcutta. You know you want to. Buenos
Seems
Aires.
like some eggs in some frying pan.
Now, if they take Buenos Aires, I'm gonna take it back and then liberate it back to Buenos Aires. Because that's just the kind of guy I am when you're under my protectorate.
The real question is, are we
Die,
going to go
robot.
to war with Iran?
Yeah.
Or what's going to happen? The United
It's
States has
happening. We're bombing
significantly increased its military
Yeah,
presence.
Iran's
Iran's
got the capabilities to
which is
participate
coming on
in
the
a war.
heels of
Yep.
some seriously
Great Zimbabwe.
escalating tensions with Iran. Some recent deployments include the USS Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, leading what President Trump has called a massive, quote, armada, additional ballistic missile defense destroyers, fighter squadrons, tanker aircraft, electronics surveillance aircraft, and recently we've even seen like F-35s that participated in the raid in Venezuela, flying across the Atlantic, moving to islands in the Azores right off of Portugal,
Yeah,
and a lot of
maybe we
people are
shouldn't have pulled all
speculating
that
those
shit out of there,
F-35s
huh?
are en route to the Middle East. In addition to all
Yeah,
that, there's
maybe.
been multi-day aerial military drills that have been announced or are underway as of right now as a show of strength involving U.S. Air Force and Navy assets. Now, this is probably the largest buildup since reported U.S. airstrikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities in June of 2025. Currently, U.S. forces are distributed across numerous bases, including Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, with some naval assets in the Persian Gulf and surrounding waters. Now, currently, there are no confirmed ongoing direct nuclear negotiations, but Iran has publicly expressed willingness to engage in talk. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi actually stated that Tehran is ready for, quote, fair and equitable nuclear discussions, provided they occur without threats or duress and do not extend to Iran's ballistic missile program or non-nuclear issues. Iran has also emphasized that they're prepared for conflict if diplomacy doesn't work out. Now, there's diplomatic efforts underway currently involving intermediaries that are reportedly happening to try to avert any type of conflict, with some sources describing a, quote, scramble to facilitate dialogue. However, most of the Iranian officials have rejected negotiations under military pressure, and the regime is described as unlikely to fully accede to U.S. demands. As many of you know, the Iranian regime is very prideful, and they don't like to surrender, and they definitely are not interested in going down without a fight, even though they're, you know, currently being accused of slaughtering, I think, 40 to 70,000 of their own people over the past
Damn, that
month
number
and a
went up
half-ish.
real
Anyway,
quick.
President Trump in his second term has pretty much adopted a hard line of, quote, maximum pressure approach to this whole thing. He's
Well, that's what I was
combining
saying,
military threats with
right?
calls
It's
for
like,
new...
It's like we got mainstream media to go forward with the 5-digit number quicker than they did. Like, they started reporting the 5-digit number when they still weren't reporting the 4-digit number.
No shit.
Like, so like in some of the first days, that's what I like DM'd you, and I said it's at least 4 digits in Iran.
Yes, I remember. And then
Right.
you were like, it's at least 5 now. And what
Well,
the fuck,
I
like
said that on stream
40,000?
Not that long ago.
Yeah, but like
30,000.
40,000
Well, I said it's
fucking crazy.
I said Ground News is reporting the 5-digit number.
Mm-hmm.
So enough outlets have reported it that Ground News has posted it, the 30,000 number.
I can see all that shit now. My spy will go there.
I want to know like other massacres, like how bad they were. Like Saddam and the Kurds, how many people did he kill?
Good question.
Nuclear agreement far stricter than the 2015 JCPOA, which he withdrew from in his first term. Some of the key statements that he's been talking about is describing deployed forces as a massive, quote, armada heading towards Iran, while expressing that he hopes it won't be needed. He's also warned Iran that, quote, time is running out to reach a deal or face military action. Any future strikes would be
I
far
told you,
worse
she's
than
fucking
previous
attacking
ones,
Buenos Aires.
referencing the 2025 attacks on
Oh,
the
good, we'll
nuclear
sandwich that
facilities.
bitch.
He's also demanded that Iran end its nuclear
I just
program
finished with Lenin. He
completely, no
surrendered
nuclear
to me.
weapons, and stop
Yeah,
suppressing
nice.
/ killing its own people. I've also heard him saying that he's predicted
Oh, you
Iran
took out the
will
Congo already,
seek
nice.
a deal to avoid U.S. strikes, and has claimed
Yeah,
that
rip them
Iran
apart.
or Tehran has
Like
already
multiple
had
cities
U.S.
per turn.
terms and, quote, wants to conclude an accord. Interestingly Funnily enough, his 2026 national defense strategy, meaning President Trump's national defense strategy, reportedly frames Iran as a key test of U.S. policy. Now, the United States has significantly bolstered its naval and air presence in the Middle East, particularly in the Persian Gulf surrounding waters, with the centerpiece being the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, which arrived in U.S. Central Command area of responsibility, including the Persian Gulf region. Now, this Nimitz-class carrier carries several dozen fighter jets and is escorted by guided missile destroyers and other ships as well. So recent additions include at least one or more destroyer. There's some people that are referencing saying that it could be the USS Delbert Black. I don't know for sure. In total, that would bring
nukes. Bye. That's a bit aggressive, don't you think?
Do you know how long I've been waiting to kill her?
Amazing.
Do you know how long I've been waiting to kill her? The first fucking apostle she sent into my territory. This is a blood feud that has been going on since ancient times. She's like, I thought we were friends. And I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, I told her to stop asking. Stop fucking
Fuck
asking.
off, stop asking. Hey, is this an airstrip?
What are you launching them from?
ICBMs.
Oh, no shit. What was that one?
Just targeting an airstrip.
Ah, okay.
By the way, you can use military engineers to clear radioactive tiles.
Yes, I did know that. I'm waiting for Delhi to rebel.
The
so
number
I can
of
just
ballistic
zap it
missile
again.
defense capable destroyers up to 6, plus 3 littoral combat ships. The carrier's air wing includes F-35 Charlie Lightning II stealth fighters, FA-18 Echo and Fox Super Hornets, EA-18 Growler electronic warfare jets, and support aircraft like E-2 Hawkeyes. Some additional deployments feature future fighter squadrons, tanker aircraft, electronic surveillance jets, and things like that. I've also heard that there have been numerous air defense units being deployed to various countries in the Middle East, though I don't have any confirmation on that. If that ends up being true, I'd be curious where they're going and why they are believed to be important to have in those particular locations. Probably to protect U.S. military bases in case any weird stuff happens. If that's true. Again, I'm just speculating. I've just been hearing that from some open source intelligence reporting accounts. Haven't been able to confirm any of that just yet. Now, currently, there's been a mix of reactions from countries in the Middle East about the buildup in the area. Most countries in the region have actually expressed a lot of caution and urged de-escalation while engaging in behind the scenes diplomacy to prevent a U.S.-Iran military confrontation, because they're worried about spillover, obviously, because Iran always threatens everybody with launching missiles at their countries if the U.S. attacks them. Basically, I'll blow myself up. Basically, they're doing the same thing that they have all their proxies doing. What this ends up causing is it causes a lot of these other countries that are in the surrounding areas to feel threatened about their oil infrastructure. They are concerned about regional instability and potential Iranian retaliation against their territories. Which all those Middle Eastern countries, they're not fans of the Iranian government. They're just not. Now, Oman has explicitly warned that U.S. military action risks widening the conflict and violates international norms. Egypt has participated in urging the United States and Iran against escalation. Jordan has limited their public statements, but involved in some regional security assessments without any explicit support for military action. Iraq has not made any public statements in recent reports, but pro-Iran factions would likely oppose the U.S. buildup that's happening out there. Turkey is focused on internal security assessments, and they're probably more interested in Syria than they are with Iran right now. And surprisingly, I haven't seen Israel mention much about it. At least I haven't seen much mentioned from Israel as far as supporting pressure on Iran, although I'm sure that they're happy about it. They haven't put out any public statements from any officials, at least in the latest reports that I've seen. But I'm sure that they're, focused in coordinating with the United States, as they typically do in the region with the United States. Now, there are also several Arab countries out there that have publicly stated or pledged they will not allow the United States their territory, airspace, or waters to be used for a potential U.S. military attack on Iran, probably because they don't want any type of backlash for that. The most explicitly confirmed cases from reliable reporting are the United Arab Emirates, which the UAE Foreign Ministry issued a formal statement reaffirming its commitment not to allow its airspace, territory, or waters used for any hostile military actions against Iran. It also explicitly refused to provide logistical support for such operations, emphasizing dialogue, de-escalation, and respect for sovereignty as the preferred path. Now, another country, Saudi Arabia, has also pledged, hey, we don't want this happening. They've said they've ruled out the use of its airspace, their territory for military actions against Iran. And Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman personally conveyed his position, including in communications with Iranian officials, stressing respect for Iran's sovereignty and a preference for dialogue to maintain regional stability. Now, Iran and Saudi Arabia are not friends. Let's get that 100% clear. Saudi Arabia would love to see the Iranian regime collapse. They won't tell that to you publicly, and they won't say that publicly, but they 100% would be about it. They just have to publicly posture themselves as not being supportive of the United States doing this, because they know that Iran is like their bipolar cousin that lives very close to them. That's pretty much sums that up. Now, I don't know if they would admit that ever. Maybe they will if the regime does end up being toppled, but at least they've publicly said they're not interested in supporting it. Most of the other places have kind of like declared neutrality or refused to permit bases or airspaces for attacks like Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, but there's no major news outlets confirming any public pledges for them to prevent people from coming in other than the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Now, the last thing I'll mention is that the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has made several public statements in late January 2026 regarding Iran, strongly aligning with President Trump's hardline stance, as you might imagine. And these comments pretty much emphasize military readiness, war against Iran, pursuing nuclear weapons, and explicitly signal that all options, including military action, remain on the table to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear capabilities or threatening U.S. interests. So the key things that he said was during a cabinet meeting on January 29th of 2026, when he was directly asked by President Trump about preparedness on Iran, Secretary Hegseth stated that the U.S. military will be prepared to deliver whatever the president expects. He also reiterated that Iran should, quote, not pursue nuclear capabilities and has the option to make a deal instead. He also repeatedly warned that the United States is prepared to use, quote, all options, explicitly including military ones, if Iran does not abandon its nuclear ambitions or continues provocative actions like supporting proxies like the Houthis. Now, obviously, with everything that's been going on in Iran, with all the political unrest there, and people talking about how there's like over 800 people potentially going to be publicly executed and crazy stuff like that. The president's mentioned a lot of things about that as well, saying that he personally intervened to tell them to stop that. Don't know if that's true or not.
Intervene while your guys are executing American
one thing's for sure is that it seems that the buildup in the Middle East is slowly beginning to escalate. There's a lot of building. I mean, I've seen people talking about C-17s streaming into, you know, the Middle East, which if they're doing that, then that means they're dropping off supplies and ammunition and armaments and all kinds of stuff, maybe troops, who knows? But there's a lot of moving.
Hey, remember when you said that illiterate idiot reporting on Minneapolis was accurate, remember?
Which one? What do you mean?
Not you.
Pieces. A lot of people moving around there. Either way, there's a lot building up over there. I think at this point, your guess is as good as mine. It's tough to say what's going to happen. There's a lot of people that speculate that this is all with the intention to just surround them with military, and then if they decide they don't want to concede to whatever demands,
taking this
kind of
city instantly turned rebellion into
feels like this is the perfect time to strike while they're down. There's some people that are speculating that the president would like to topple the regime, but he has not come out said that explicitly. The big thing that the president keeps focusing on is no nuclear and stop killing protesters. He's repeatedly talked about the protesters being killed by the thousands. He said he stopped 837 hangings a couple of weeks ago and things like that. But that seems to be the two focal points.
I don't believe it.
Last thing I'll say is there apparently are some assessments going on. There are some people that are speculating that the United States is going to try to topple the Iranian government soon. Specifically, the Israeli Public Broadcasting Corporation thinks
Yeah,
that
well,
that's what's
we
going
don't
to
give a
happen.
shit about
So,
Israel.
I don't know. Things are
Who
heating
gives a
up.
fuck what Israel thinks?
And I suspect that if something happens, it's going to happen overnight, kind of like the way that the Maduro raid took place. And it's going to be so quick and so decisive and vicious that nobody's going to see it coming. And then it'll be over. And then everybody will be talking about it on Twitter.
If they were smart, though, they wouldn't go for the Ayatollah.
Mm-hmm. That would
They'd
destroy
take out what's
everything else.
immediately under him, just like
Yeah.
they did with Soleimani, right?
Exactly.
The Ayatollah is going to die anyway. Leave him,
Mhm.
leave him with nothing
Let him
underneath
leave him to rot.
Yeah.
I
That
couldn't
would be
agree
smarter.
more. It absolutely would be.
They already have. I mean, Maduro already had a contingency taking him out too, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't be. It wouldn't mean anything if they just took the Ayatollah.
No. He would just be replaced.
Yeah, I mean, he's barely alive as it is.
Yes.
I think he's now the longest ruling dictator alive.
No shit.
Now that Equatorial Guyana died, Chad died.
Yep.
I think those are the
Interesting.
two big ones. There's what's that country? It's next to the Congo. It's slightly to the northwest of the Congo. It's a little country there, right on the corner.
It's not
of
Equatorial
Africa.
Guinea.
No. It's like it's in that area though. It's in the Niger area, but below it. It's between that Niger belt, the Sahel states and stuff.
I'm gonna have to
In
look.
the Congo. What is it?
This is annoying because I've been really good at learning
Cameroon.
African geography. Okay. Cameron.
He's been around for a while too.
Yeah, okay. Africa.
Paul
Yes.
Biya
that
or
sounds
something?
familiar, yeah. Yeah, Cameroon. It's not so small
What's
actually.
his name?
It's not so small actually.
Smaller than the Congo.
Oh, sure. Paul Biya.
That's what I said, Biya.
Mm.
I knew it.
Yeah.
That's
Nailed
an
it.
obscure one.
Hello. Yes, that is quite obscure. You are correct.
The next day or whatever. Your guess is as good as mine, but I can tell you right now, as I get more information.
Oh
and
yeah,
I
baby.
see more
37
information about
aluminium
this,
per
or
turn.
if
This is
something
what I'm
breaks, I'll keep you guys updated.
fucking talking about.
Wanted to do this with you, Binder, because you might have a little bit more insight into this TikTok.
No, stop talking.
Who likes antiques like I do. I mean, my whole apartment is furnished in pre-1930s antiques.
What is your family?
I
Do
mean,
they support them?
Oh yeah. But like for Christmas, my parents like to get me old stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
stuff I look for and ask for. Like one year, I wanted this rocking chair from 1899.
Yeah.
It's in my parlor at my apartment now. But it has the red velvet on it. They got me that
Amazing.
for Christmas. I think I was 14 years old when they got me that.
That's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's very cool.
It's that time once again where we try, hard as it may be, to stop focusing on the truly horrific news and find something, anything, to laugh about. That's basically impossible nowadays, and will likely remain that
Hang
way
on.
for the next...
It's giving me these recommendations.
you?
I got to keep clicking.
I heard y'all want to see a video of me driving my car, so here it is.
It's got registration on it, bro.
That's great.
That shit's street legal.
Go. I sent deal.
Hang on. Uh-oh.
That sounds bad.
It was just the wind.
1,084 days, approximately.
Yeah.
It's pretty much all bad news out there, and This guy's just not giving us a single moment's rest.
No.
In just the past day or
What?
so, he's started arresting journalists and charging them with serious crimes for merely being present during acts of unrest in Minneapolis, which is a thing journalists typically do.
Yeah.
He's also trying out the presidential version of an infinite money glitch by suing his own IRS for $10 billion.
Sure.
The authoritarianism and corruption machines continue to go burr. But we can at least take some solace in the fact that nothing he does can get him the one thing he truly,
What are you
deeply
doing?
wants: the love and respect of the masses, both here and abroad.
Yeah, it's impossible to know if this is a new phenomenon or they're just worse at hiding their desperation these days. But it drives rich and powerful people insane that despite all of their wealth and power, only a small minority of the general population worships them as if they were gods. Money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy that. And that's especially true if you're not even the rich and powerful asshole, you're just his trophy wife. Because on Friday, Melania, tagline, a new film. Well, I was confused by all of the other Melanias that have been coming out.
Hold on. Is this an old film? No, it says right here. It's a new film.
That's right.
But yeah, it's out.
On Friday, Melania, a new film, debuted in theaters. And it is going about as well as you'd expect for a movie that literally no one asked for except for Melania and presumably her husband.
Give her something to do. With most people...
And definitely Brett Ratner, who's wait, please.
Please.
Yeah.
But with like middle class people where the wife has no actual skills and no job, the husband will be like, yeah, let's get you set up with a multi-level marketing thing. Let's give you something to do. But when you're the president, you got more things. You're like, all right, yeah, Melania's bored as hell. Let's get her our own documentary.
We have to find her the most colorful room in the White House and have her suck all of the joy out of it.
I thought you were going to say something else, but, yes.
No, well, that's what she does as like the Christmas decorations and everything. And this, someone did like a red carpet review, and she's dressed as if she's going to a funeral.
Yeah, I mean, every day's a funeral in America.
This movie's entire existence is essentially a legal bribe from Jeff Bezos to the President of the United States. It's a documentary about the First Lady, but unlike other documentaries, this one cost Amazon $40 million to make. By far, one of the highest budgets ever for a documentary.
Epic.
And $28 million of that budget went directly to Melania Trump, who, unlike with most other documentaries, is both the subject of the film and its executive producer.
That's what you always
Great.
want to look for. If you want a true, just like accurate picture of someone, a real look behind the curtain, you want to make sure that person is the executive
Who won the
producer
Climate Accords?
of
Not
the
me.
movie about themselves.
Probably wasn't me.
And
No, you did better than me.
potentially,
Really? How?
almost
Probably
certainly,
because I
acquired
converted-
all of the financing
Okay.
through certain
course.
means. Yes.
So the only other documentaries with higher budgets than Melania
Look at me,
were
third place.
2007's Earth and 2009's Oceans, both of which were nature documentaries that took years to produce, were shot in remote locations all around the
Indonesia,
world, and
literally
involved
5%.
very
is lowest
expensive,
in the game.
cutting-edge technology.
Sometimes like the first time it's ever been used in the field.
These documentaries cost tens of millions of dollars, and you can tell just by looking at it. You're like, yeah, that looks fucking expensive. Melania, on the other hand, just sort of follows Melania Trump around for 3 weeks of her life while she prepares for the 2025 inauguration. Some other unusual quirks about the Melania movie include the fact that Amazon chose to go with a wide theatrical release and a huge marketing campaign.
Yeah, we just talked about it on the last episode, but there's been bus ads around where we're at, and
That's weird,
every
huh?
day it's a couple days before they're cleaned. But I've seen no less than 4 different designs on Melania's face over the past like month or so.
Yeah, it's a
What on her
Pokemon
face?
situation. There is no Melania Trump
there's a
advertisement
Hitler
in
one
this
there.
town that hasn't been caught.
It has like a wheat paste mask on now,
Yeah.
and then one in Mid City somewhere. Someone graffitied it to have her sitting down and shitting all over the
That
American
one's
flag.
real good. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the best one. Because most of them were just like putting a Hitler mustache on her and writing Nazi bitch.
Yeah.
Which like that's good. But the
Sure.
the poop through the
Unoriginal.
chair and pooping on the American flag. That's artistry.
Yeah.
But yeah, if this was a documentary about literally anyone else, Amazon would have almost certainly released this straight to Amazon Prime.
It's the bargain bin.
Yeah. to be fair, they did spend a whole lot of money on it, and theatrical release is basically the only way they'd ever hope to turn a profit
and get themselves an Oscar next year.
Of course. So, but yeah, they spent an additional $35 million promoting this movie, and
an Oscar.
Spoiler alert. Based on opening weekend ticket sales,
getting,
it's not looking like
there's no way
any profits are going to be coming for this one. Looks like this one's going to be
City
in
State's
Reading
mad at me
on the ledger.
But that wasn't the point, was it, folks?
No.
It wasn't about the profit. It never was about the profit. The people who are most important and most vital to this project, they, of course, got paid.
Of course.
But,
that would be Melania Trump and Brett Ratner.
Yeah.
Acclaimed director,
That's
Brett
just
Ratner.
and I don't know if it's because Trump just loves people who commit sexual assault, or he just loves Rush Hour. But it's one of those, and he put them together and said,
Yeah.
I want this guy to spend a lot of time alone with my wife.
Yeah, get him back over here. Put this boy to work.
Yeah.
There's more juice in that lemon.
Yeah. I saw some very funny, like, people on the scene at, like, in New York at theaters and saying that there was 4 people there and 3 of them were accredited critics.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I spent a good portion of today just going on Fandango and typing in just random zip codes and like clicking around to movie theaters.
Well, it's weird because typically there would be some sort of deployment of funds or emails where it's like, everyone go out and get your ticket. Because there was that movie a couple of years ago. It was a very like heavily Christian movie.
Oh, the
and
one
it was
about
sold out.
child trafficking?
But there was no one. Oh, maybe it was that
Yeah.
one. But there was no one in the actual theaters, and someone showed up to one of the sold out screenings, and there was no one there.
Well, like churches were buying bulk. They were buying out entire
For the
theaters.
Lord.
Yeah.
You have to leave a lot of empty seats for the Lord. He's got a big fat ass.
Leave some room for the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
It's fucking gigantic.
Oh, and also this movie, by the way, it's, of course, directed by Brett Ratner, who you may remember as the director of the Rush Hour movies and a few of the X-Men movies. He's been in director's jail for the past 9 years because back in 2017, a bunch of women came out and accused him of sexual misconduct during Me Too.
Ooh,
And
Lennon
a few
wants
years
to buy
back,
all
he even
these
made the
resources
ultimate
that
sexual
are
predator
currently
pilgrimage by immigrating to Israel,
in a
where
deal.
he's apparently been good buddies with Benjamin Netanyahu.
A real mensch,
Great.
this one.
That's going to be a good documentary.
Yeah, I got a
don't think
counter
we're gonna see
offer on these
Yeah,
resources here.
that one's just for
Benjamin.
Yeah, Ben. Gentle Ben.
Gentle Ben, yeah. Uncle Ben.
But thanks to Jeff Bezos and Melania Trump, Brett Ratner is back in the director's chair, baby. And what a comeback it's turning out to be. Here's Rolling Stone this week.
One person familiar with the production estimated that some 2/3 of the crew members who worked on the film in New York had requested not to have their names formally credited on the documentary. A separate person who will be credited on the film said that after experiencing the first year of Trump's second term, they now wish they had not put their name on it.
Lol.
I'm much more alarmed now than I was a year ago, that person said. People who worked on the film said they had fewer problems working with Melania Trump herself, who was described as friendly and very engaged in the process, than they did with the director, Brett Ratner. She was totally nice, one person said. She was the opposite of Brett Ratner.
Trump was like, give me the old Brett. Get in there like you used to make them in the 90s. Push people around a little bit.
Yeah. They don't let you do that anymore, but it's back. Woke is dead. And you're allowed to be a just absolute prick when you're directing a movie again.
And
it's cool now.
Everyone else, the whole rest of the crew is like standing around Melania and she goes, Army? And they're like, yeah, Army, Melania. She was very nice. Army!
Yeah.
She loves the Army.
Piss on Earth.
Piss on Earth.
And all that shit.
Okay, well, so it sounds like Brett Ratner's 9 years in director's jail didn't involve very much
that's
self-reflection because he was apparently a total prick on set. Hey, smack him!
Is Gandhi still alive?
He's almost dead. I got his capital.
Go into the screen and demand him to give you things.
Okay.
Oh, you can't. There's only people you aren't fighting. I'm gonna make demands from him. I'm gonna tell him, give me uranium. Demands will get you nowhere. Alright. He won't give me that.
He's not happy.
He only has one penguin left.
Mm.
He won't even give me the spy he has in custody back. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck
I'll
yourself.
get him back soon anyway.
Go fuck yourself.
He's
Around a little
One
bit.
person said he would
need
just
to
like
touch
eat
it.
food and just like throw his trash on the ground. Like he's that kind of prick.
Wow. So Melania is out in theaters right now, and if you're wondering how that's going, pause this video right now. Go look at Fandango. Look at the seating charts for Melania screenings at your local movie theaters. A fun game. Meanwhile, you should go watch. There's a new Sam Raimi movie out.
Is there?
There's a new Sam Raimi in theaters.
I didn't know they
Sam
didn't
Raimi.
advertise it on every fucking surface around.
That's because
last month.
Melania overtook all of it. They're trapped on a desert island with that Rachel McAdams.
Okay.
You'll see it. Anyways, if you really want to have fun, you can also check out the screenings that are happening in cities all over the U.S. because while it's no surprise L.A. and New York residents aren't exactly rushing to the theater to see this one, even in red states, the seats aren't exactly filling up. And that's because Donald Trump sent the winter ice wave to freeze the Leviathan that is off the coast of South
Joe
Carolina.
Biden used his blizzard gun to stop people from going to the theater. To see Melania.
That's right. Here's Wired on Thursday.
While it seems relatively
Oh
easy
boy,
to find an empty
tourism.
screening of Melania, Wired reporters have taken the extra step and identified 2 screenings in the United States out of nearly 1,400 we reviewed that have sold out for Friday. To conduct our analysis, Wired reviewed listings for 329 movie theaters located near 64 of the 100 U.S. cities featured in a Best U.S. Cities to See a Movie ranking list created by BetMGM, which has no affiliation with Amazon MGM Studios. Due to technical issues, Wired was unable to complete a full review of all 100 of BetMGM's best cities to see a movie prior to publication. From there, Wired identified 1,398 Melania showtimes listed for those theaters on Fandango, a ticket-buying website. Of those screenings, just 2 were sold out. The 12:55 p.m. at Vero Beach's AMC Classic Indian River
Artifact.
24 and the 1 p.m. at AMC Independence Commons 20 in Missouri.
Those are definitely retirement homes on a field trip.
Losers
I
over there,
guarantee
WND.
you that it is, hey, Friday,
Indonesia.
field trip, we're going to the Melania movie. Vero Beach and what was it, Missouri?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1000%. Can we stop at the casino on the way? Yes, we can. Yes, we can stop at the casino on the way back.
And yeah, on Amazon's website, it appears that both showings were offered at a 20% discount, which is standard for showtimes before 4 p.m.
Well, when you stack the senior discount on top of that, too, then you're really cooking.
And yeah, when I was clicking around, like I checked on Dallas, Nashville, I checked on all these like red cities, and each of those cities had like one screening at like 6:30 p.m. that was pretty packed. But it's hilarious. Like the funniest thing about this is the theaters rolled out like they're treating this like a brand new blockbuster release. There's like 10 screenings a night.
Oh, does she have a popcorn bucket?
That would be funny.
At the
I would
official
go just for the
premiere
popcorn
at
bucket.
the Kennedy Center, I guess there was a official popcorn bucket. I don't know what the
Yeah,
design was. Maybe it was
fuck
one of her
your
big
nukes.
hats.
Just her mouth.
Damn,
yeah,
you have
all-
so
I
much.
would, there'd be
I
like
have
one
no idea. She
screening
doesn't
every
anymore.
night at 6:30 that was like half full. Then you look at anything past 8 p.m. was completely fucking empty because the audience for this is 75 years old.
Yeah.
They're in bed by that point.
Or
who's going to a fucking midnight screening of Melania?
Or it's kids buying tickets to Melania and sneaking into that Sam Raimi movie. The name I cannot think. I think it's Send Help.
I saw someone posted a screenshot of a theater that they looked at, and the only 2 seats taken were in the very back row, at the very end of the row. And
They're going to make out.
Like these people are doing hand stuff.
Oh yeah,
it's the hand job movie of the year. If you're looking to get over the pants or even under the pants hand job, Melania is the movie to do it in. There's ain't no one going to be around.
This will age me a bit, but I believe I was I went to go got a ticket to Bounce, starring Mel Gibson. That was
I
my
don't even know.
make
Never even heard of that
I think it's a real movie. That's what I remember.
But yeah, you want to do this. Literally no teenagers watching this, but that's what you got to do. You got to pick a movie that no one else is going to be in.
That's right. Well, anyways, it's all pretty nuts considering how inescapable the ads for this movie have been for the past month, even here in LA, where seemingly every single outdoor ad has, of course, been vandalized. So it's not like no one has heard of this movie. I didn't think it was real until like a week or two ago when people started talking about it as if it was real. I thought it was
we're
some
not
weird...
just joking? This isn't a bit?
I thought it was maybe like something that had secretly come out and was for your consideration because the Oscars were coming up or something. I don't know what I thought, but it didn't occur to me that it was going to be a wide theatrical release of a Melania Trump documentary. By the way, a woman who is still in office, like or the office. Of
She has
First
no
Lady.
job.
Yeah,
her husband's in office.
I know, but when this is clearly
And she hates
unprecedented
Christmas.
because no other.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's state propaganda. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
like,
you know what would be great actually? If you are curious, don't spend the money on this movie. And I would never give this advice. But what you should do is Sam Raimi really needs the help. You buy a bunch of tickets to Send Help, whatever. I think that's what the movie's called. And then
White
you
Crime.
sneak into Melania.
Yeah, White
and see how
Crime.
long you can last. But then you make sure that you do go and see Send Help because
they're calling it the Melania Challenge.
Yes.
Teenagers across the country are seeing how long they can last in the Melania movie.
Yeah.
Before
Hilarious.
They vomit.
Need to get the hell out of there.
Yeah. So anyways,
You took all my
at least
uranium.
at least a small chunk of the people actually spending money on tickets for this movie are critics, obviously.
Yeah.
Because in another unusual move, there were no advanced screenings for
need it.
critics.
Always a good sign
Yeah,
for
I
the
fucking
quality
need it
of a
too.
movie.
You had to be there in
I
person
only
at the
have
Kennedy
one.
Center.
It's gonna cost you.
But critics, they did see the movie, and now we're going to read some excerpts from what they had to say about it. Here's The Guardian's Zan Brooks. It's one of those rare unicorn films that doesn't have a single redeeming quality. I'm not even sure it qualifies as a documentary.
That's hilarious.
Exactly. So much as an elaborate piece of designer taxidermy, horribly overpriced and ice cold to the touch, and proffered like a medieval tribute to placate the greedy king on his throne. It's dispiriting, it's deadly, and it's spectacularly unrevealing. Ratner's film plays like a gilded trash remake of Jonathan Glazer's The Zone of Interest, in which a
think
button-eyed
that's her friends, I
Cinderella
can still
points
spy.
at gold baubles and
My
designer
spies
dresses,
better not be
cunningly
kicked out.
distracting us while her husband and his cronies prepare to
I already
dismantle
got
the
one that
Constitution,
leveled up.
an asset strip
I
of the
lost
federal government.
a bunch. Whoever India has, I think they're one of my better ones that I had.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, but I don't need them anymore because they're my siphon fund spy, and now I don't really like.
More
the only person
uranium in my
siphon funds
territory.
I mean, I can siphon funds from Lenin, but
Mm.
he's a cunt, and he'll always catch my spies and kill them, so I don't even bother.
Mm.
God
two
damn.
things of
Yeah,
uranium.
I was thinking, I saw this review earlier in the day, the Zone of Interest one, and like, it is like seeing this wide release today and 2 days ago seeing the drone footage and audio of that, what is essentially a concentration camp in Texas, is, it hurts everything. It hurts my soul because those are just two things that I can't make sense of existing at the same time.
Why do you have to look through everything with the lens of politics? Why can't you just
Enjoy the Melania movie.
Why can't you be unbiased about this movie about the wife of our fascist president?
Do we find out about her Einstein visa in this?
I don't know. I don't like a lot of the reviews were just like I read one that started off with like a basically mini biography of Melania about like, oh, here's where she's from, here's how like, but it's like, oh, and the movie doesn't tell you any of this shit. I had to look this up on Wikipedia. The movie doesn't tell you fucking anything about
She
this
just
one.
walks up and says, Army, and then the movie starts.
But here's a second review from The Guardian. They had so nice they had to do it twice.
A second Guardian review.
This one's less a review and more of an opinion piece, but it's essentially a review, and it's by Caitlin Cassidy. When the film begins, I immediately regret not buying popcorn, so at least one of my senses would be entertained. In what feels excruciatingly
Lennon's over
slow,
here
the
building
first 10 minutes are
wonders in a
just her using
destroyed
various
city.
modes of transport.
Amazing.
Getting ushered into a black car, boarding a plane, wishing staff Happy New Year in monotone. Then there is her first voiceover. Everyone wants to know, so here it is. 20 days in my life. Family, business, philanthropy, and becoming First Lady of the United States again. The next segment of the film is Melania trying on outfits. Then she's looking at the menu for the inauguration dinner. Then she is with an interior designer discussing nightstands and cabinets for the White House. This could be the ultimate tradwife film, I ponder, except that Melania doesn't actually do anything domestic. Other people do it for her while she instructs them.
Amazing.
Some of the weirdest moments are her interactions with the president. In one scene, she's on the phone to Trump as he excitedly discusses how many electoral college votes he won. That's a good one, she says robotically, then, bye, congrats.
Like, I'm not going to be fooled again because I thought that Cats would be so bad it was funny. But this sounds very funny.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the verdict on that. It sounds like it's too boring to be funny.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's so heavily like curated.
Yeah.
Like Melania herself would never allow anything even close to like funny to break through. So the only, I'm sure there's like moments that are just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But as a whole,
a good movie would be like the Some Kind of Monster version of this.
yes,
Yeah.
that's a classic.
But yeah, it sounds like a long episode of the Kardashians without any charisma.
Yeah, and I mean like, at least on the Kardashians, there's plot.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Like-
they're coming up with a plot.
I
Yeah.
mean, the best parts are eventually just going to be cut into memes anyway.
Yeah, probably.
This is like,
And say what you will about the Kardashians, they have charisma.
yes, they have personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, here's Owen Gleiberman of Variety. Melania is a documentary that never comes to life. It's a portrait of the First Lady of the United States, but it's so orchestrated and airbrushed and stage managed that it barely rises to the level of a shameless infomercial. Is it cheesy? At moments, but mostly it's inert. It feels like it's been stitched together out of the most innocuous outtakes from a reality show. There's no drama to it. It should have been called Day of the Living Treadwife. The movie opens to the strains of the Rolling Stones' Gimme Shelter, which makes it sound like the film is going to strike an attitude of defense against those who have been mean to Melania. But no, Melania is so studiously celebratory, like a piece of state-sanctioned propaganda out of 1960s communist China, that it never even wades into those controversial waters.
Yeah, that part, that's interesting. Like, it doesn't even... Like, this is not a movie.
No.
It's like a promo reel that happens to be 100 minutes long.
Yes.
It's... Yeah, that part was weird. I'm like, oh, they don't even... And yeah, it sounds like they just, like, kept politics out of this to the extent of, like, overt politics. Clearly, this whole thing is fucking
She
political.
said no bullying!
Be best! Here's Frank Scheck of The Hollywood Reporter. To say that Melania is a hagiography would be an insult to hagiographies. This is a film that fawns so lavishly over its subject that you feel downright unpatriotic not gushing over it. I will always use my influence and power to fight for those in need, Melania announces in yet another voiceover that feels scripted by a motivational speaker. Then it's time to head to D.C. She shares her limo with Ratner, and the two sing along to Billie Jean in what may be the worst episode of Carpool Karaoke ever. This is my last flight as a private citizen, she tells us as she boards her private jet, the irony clearly escaping her. Donald Trump wants to film around
That is good.
The no bullying thing is just so funny. She's like so oblivious.
ending the deprivation that we've been feeling up to that point. At a meeting to discuss the impending inauguration, he's his usual charming self, complaining about the championship sports game that's taking place the same day. They probably did it on purpose, he grouses.
I just don't... Who is this for? It's just like a blank slate. It's crazy.
You know,
here's Nick Hilton of The Independent. To call Melania vapid would...
You know, Donald probably wouldn't have watched this if they didn't have a premiere where he had to sit through it anyway.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Do a disservice to the plumes of florid vape smoke that linger around British teenagers. She calls herself a mother, wife, daughter, friend, yet is only depicted preening and scowling. Figures like Brigitte Macron and Queen Rania of Jordan appear to bolster Melania's geopolitical credentials, yet time and again she returns to banal aphorisms. Cherish your family and loved ones, she implores audiences who were up until then neglecting their family and despising their loved ones. Trump himself is an instantly more charismatic presence on screen. His scenes offer a relief from Melania's mask of pure nothingness. Hitting cinemas as the streets of America remain filled with the angry and grieving, with the country on the verge of an irreparable schism, the vulgar, gilded lifestyle of the Trumps makes them look like Marie Antoinette skulking in her cake-filled chateau, or Hermann Goring's staring up at his looted Monet.
So yeah, as of when we filmed this, the Rotten Tomatoes tomato meter it sits at around 8%.
That's not a good tomato.
Yeah, the only fresh review comes from the conservative UK newspaper, the London Evening Standard, and they gave it a lukewarm 3 out of 5 stars.
Rent it.
Yeah.
I saw up until Friday that this might be the record for biggest discrepancy between critics and audience review, because the audience review is like 99% fresh.
Yeah, I can't.
It's just botted.
I can't think of another
These
one.
hover tanks, if they take
was-
uranium, I don't want them.
Maybe
Morbius.
Yeah, they
Justice
do.
League.
Morbius. It's Morbid time.
But yeah, meanwhile, the popcorn meter, that's the people's meter.
Yeah.
Sits at 99%.
That's right. True American patriot.
Yeah, that's thanks to hundreds of glowing 5-star reviews from real American patriots who love cinema.
I love the movies.
So yeah, there was one I haven't been to the movies in 15 years, but this was a real nice night out.
The last thing she saw was Passion of the Christ. I love seeing people tortured on screen.
And now it was me who was tortured.
Yes.
But yeah, who's to say whether Melania, the movie, is good or bad? All we know is that it's a new film. It says it so right on the poster.
Send Help should have sponsored this show because you should go see that instead of Melania.
Yeah, I'll see anything else. But yeah, I guess you'll just have to go see it for yourself. And it's a hell of a deal. For the cost of a movie ticket, you're almost guaranteed your own private screening.
That's right.
To do whatever it is you want in there. Wink, wink. Alone or with someone else.
There's probably some sick conservative freak out there jerking off to this movie and all those private screenings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More than one. Anyway, Brett Ratner isn't the only person in this episode who appears in the Epstein files. DOJ has once again released a huge batch of long overdue Epstein files that they were supposed to release over a month ago. And, this might shock you. No, it won't. Elon Musk's in there.
Oh, wow.
Not shocking at all, actually.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Connections between Musk and Epstein have been known for years. And back in September, some files released by the House Oversight Committee contained some of Epstein's personal itinerary, listing a planned visit by Elon Musk to Epstein's Island in 2014.
This was pretty damning, but it wasn't evidence that Musk had actually visited the island or directly communicated with Epstein about it. That's not the case with these new files, though. Some of our faves have been implicated. Here's USA Today. Billionaire tech entrepreneur Elon Musk had multiple conversations with Jeffrey Epstein about visiting the accused sex trafficker's private island, according to emails released by the Justice Department. Among the 3 million pages of documents disclosed January 30th by the Justice Department are email exchanges between Musk and Epstein in 2012 and 2013 about plans for the SpaceX and Tesla CEO and founder to visit Epstein's 70-acre Little St. James Island, U.S.
I
Virgin
need to
Islands.
relearn how to
Quote,
do torrents.
How
and
many
shit.
people will you be for the heli to island? Epstein wrote to Musk on November 24th, 2012. Probably just Tallulah and me. What day/night will be the wildest party on our island? Musk responded the next day, November 25th, 2012.
The Justice Department's latest release of files from the Epstein investigation, prompted by Congress passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act in November, reveals Musk and Epstein had more extensive communications than previously known. In 2013, the two men exchanged emails about Musk visiting Epstein's island over the holidays, while Musk would be nearby in St. Bartholomew in the Caribbean. We'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Musk wrote in a December 13th, 2013 email to Epstein. Epstein replied in a December 15th, 2013 email, "Any day, the 1st through the 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you." After trading possible dates, Musk in a December 25th, 2013 email wrote, "Actually, I could fly back early on the 3rd. We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island? On the 2nd. I would really like to be on your island. I hear really cool things happen.
I love it.
It sounds like just the sort of thing I would be into."
But that's interesting, especially considering Elon's version of the story up until now, as he told Vanity Fair in 2019, was he tried repeatedly to get me to visit his island. I declined. Turns out that was a lie.
No way.
Elon lying.
Oh, I can't believe it.
And while it's still
He would
unclear if
never.
Elon ever actually visited the island, he seemed really stoked about the idea on multiple occasions, years after Jeffrey Epstein was first convicted of sex crimes. Whoops! He seemed so excited to go to the place where the sex crimes were happening with the sex crime guy,
Yeah.
knowing about it.
Yeah.
Sounds like he wanted to maybe do a couple of sex crimes. Maybe. Anyways, also in these new files is Howard Lutnick, the current Commerce Secretary of the United States.
Oh, jeez.
Who was apparently planning a trip to Epstein's Island in 2012, despite claiming he'd severed ties with Epstein years earlier. Whoops! But these files do reveal that not everyone was cool with Epstein once he became a registered sex offender. Here's The Verge.
Would it surprise you to learn Microsoft booted Jeffrey Epstein from its online gaming platform? As spotted by Xbox Era, the latest batch of Epstein's emails shows that in December 2013, he was permanently suspended due to harassment, threats, and/or abuse of other players. But it appears the real reason may be simpler. A second email from Microsoft to Epstein the very same day shows he was banned because he was a registered sex offender, and because Microsoft was among the companies that agreed to purge registered sex offenders from their systems. While Epstein became a registered sex offender years earlier, another email shows he may not have joined Xbox Live until October 2012. Microsoft joined New York State's initiative to purge sex offenders from online platforms where they might bump into children back in April 2012, so it seems it didn't ban his account for over a year.
This certainly raises some big questions. Primarily, was Jeffrey Epstein a gamer?
Oh,
And it would appear there's very little evidence that he was, aside from a 2014 email where he asks his assistant, "Do we have an Xbox 360 Connect?" And another message from 2019 with the sender and receiver both redacted, where someone asks, "Why is there a $25.24 charge on Xbox?" Epstein seems more like a Steam guy anyway, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, that seems more the library.
He wants the Gooner goggles on. I can only assume he's going to do very perverted, disgusting things with that camera.
Yeah, I don't really want to know. I don't think it was gaming. I think it was something else, probably.
But yeah, wild. Both him and Osama bin Laden, big gamers. Jeffrey Epstein and Osama bin Laden, big gamers. Notable gamers.
Yeah. Attention all gamers, this is the company you keep.
Oh, by the way, there might be another reason for the ban, the Xbox ban, because as we found in the files, nothing's confirmed, I guess. Anything's possible, but it appears as though Bill Gates, very angry at Mr. Epstein because he contracted an STD from a Russian prostitute at some point.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they just dumped, millions of files.
So that's why he deleted his Xbox account.
Yeah.
That's it. No more gaming for Jeff.
Yeah, it was interesting. It's like, on the one hand, Bill Gates, best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. On the other hand, Bill Gates' company is kicking him off Xbox, but that would make sense.
Yeah.
He
got a STD from a Russian prostitute.
Yeah, that was very unfair to old Bill.
Yep.
No, so
and then
to be clear, these were emails Jeffrey Epstein was sending himself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's nothing definitively proving that Bill Gates asked for those antibiotics. But as journalists, if we report the story accurately, we can trust our viewers to come to the correct conclusion.
And then Epstein mentioned it in game chat.
Yeah.
So then he banned it. Anyways, let's move on finally now to someone who's not in the Epstein files. Luigi Mangione, the alleged CEO slayer and confirmed heartthrob, is still awaiting trial, but on Friday he caught a very big break when a federal judge dropped some charges from the case that would have allowed them to seek the death penalty. He does still face life in prison, but also this week someone tried to bust him out of jail.
Do you know about
this? Well thought out
yes, I
jailbreak
do know
attempt,
about this.
but it was
Very
certainly
funny.
bold, and it was more of that Minnesota nice.
Yeah.
I have a friend who
They will save us all.
is
The Midwest
very obsessed with
decade
him, and
is
she
here.
couldn't wait to tell me.
The sleeping dragon of the Midwest has been awoken.
Yes, they have, yes.
The Yeti is on the prowl.
Mm-hmm. Here's courthouse news.
A 36-year-old Minnesota man was arrested Wednesday night for showing up to a Brooklyn jail and pretending to be an FBI agent to release a prisoner, prosecutors claim in a new criminal complaint in the Eastern District of New York. According to a law enforcement source, the inmate he sought to free was Luigi Mangione, the 27-year-old accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in 2024.
No, we need to set a professional. Malachi Love Robinson, you can totally redeem yourself by pretending to be an FBI agent and busting Luigi Mangione out.
Prosecutors claim Mark Anderson of Mankato, Minnesota, came to the Metropolitan Detention Center just before 7 p.m., approached the jail's intake area and claimed to Bureau of Prisons guards that he was an FBI agent with paperwork signed by a judge authorizing the release of an inmate.
It's signed by a judge!
When asked to provide federal credentials, the defendant, Mark Anderson, displayed his Minnesota driver's license to the BOP officers and then claimed to be in possession of weapons, prosecutors claim. Anderson also threw numerous documents at the officers, including papers related to filing claims against the United States Department of Justice.
Threw a phone book at
claim.
him, basically.
The guards proceeded to arrest Anderson and searched his backpack, where they found the supposed weapons that he spoke of: a large barbecue fork and a round steel blade resembling a pizza cutter.
I mean, those could be weapons.
Yeah, I mean,
would a fake FBI agent be holding a weapon like this? Yes, that's exactly what I would think that a fake FBI agent would be holding. A pizza slicer. Yeah, it was literally a pizza cutter because the guy actually works at a pizza place, or at least he did. It sounds like he's got a long history of mental illness, incarceration, and periods of homelessness.
I don't want
So
him.
hopefully they can get him some actual help
they're
instead
alive.
of just
Go and
locking him up
attack.
once
Trying
a
to
week.
destroy him.
Trying to go and attack Bimmer.
Anyways, one more story before the ads and the headlines. The Super Bowl is coming up very soon, and it's happening in Santa Clara, California at Levi Stadium, home of the 49ers, who aren't playing in the Super Bowl, but that's where their home is. And a lot of locals there are understandably worried that the Trump administration is going to use the Super Bowl as an opportunity for a massive ICE operation, because they've pretty much said that's what they're going to do. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And one resident who voiced their concerns at a recent city council meeting was none other than Batman, the Dark Knight, the Caped Crusader, the world's greatest detective. And Batman does raise some good points.
Please tell me he does the voice.
What the fuck are we doing here?
Boo. The voice would have been better. He should have done the voice. That's incredible. It's fucking awesome.
Do you just delete shorts? You just delete the shorts tag, right? Boom.
I believe India is now dead.
Do I put video instead of shorts in here? Is that how
Sure.
you do it? Do you know this trick?
No idea.
Look. See, it's a short, right? And I think if you just take this right here, and instead of shorts, you just do video. No. There's a way to get it where it's just... Do you just take shorts out? No. How do you do this?
I have no idea.
What is
I
a
don't know
regular
what you're trying
YouTube
to
tab
do.
in it? Watch?
Yeah, it is watch.
Is that what I put there? Probably case sensitive, huh, too?
Possibly.
Question mark V equals. Right? And then there's a space, or is there no space? Is this how you do it? Boom!
Science.
Now it's not a short. Now I can download it.
Great. I didn't know you could do that.
Yep.
There you go. Military engineer. I can put a mountain through. I can put a mountain tunnel through this shit. How is this cunt still rebelling? Fucking hell! I literally had to wipe out all of India's influence for Agra to stop rebelling. That's crazy. I did what those Pakistani kids wished they could. Wiped out India. It's such a funny video. Drone team, hell yeah. I have many builders. Because India had not built up their shit at all. What do you got, Buenos Aires? Nothing. Honey. I don't want honey. What do you got? Nothing. What other city-states have we got here? Hong Kong.
What are we doing here?
Do I have little bits? I do.
What
Why did it misalign like that?
are we doing here?
Oh my god, there's more aluminium over here. And niter. Not that I need that now. Go nuts, I'm picking a city-state. I'm just going to put her in Buenos Aires again. I think she's a... No, she's not there. She's in a city, because I was trying to stabilize rebellion. Buenos Aires. Yeah, go in there.
Okay. Oh, I got it. Look, now we got this reaction.
What are we doing here?
Wait, do it again?
What are we doing here?
Amazing. Are you going to upload that to the videos?
Yeah, no, that's what it's on the video reaction.
Great.
It is a big achievement for us, eating in the outskirts of the hospital and around it without damaging the
Hilarious.
It's so funny they said that. It's an achievement for us to not
Seriously,
hit the hospital.
you have had
so
months to prepare for this upcoming event. I don't give a damn if this is outside of decorum. People are dying on our streets every single day in this country because we allow this federal government to walk all over you. Look me in the eye. Can any one of you go home to your children and tell them that you did everything you could to protect their classmates? To protect their grandparents? To protect them? I don't think you can. You need to affirm that no city resources will go to ICE, that no cooperation will be given to them. You need to affirm to the country, to the world, that you are not cowards. Because as of right now, I stand in front of a council of cowards. And if you do not act, you're not just cowards, you are traitors. Traitors to each and every individual you serve. You need to do something.
I like
getting
this
these
angle.
policies into writing.
This is my favorite angle.
Ensuring that
cowards.
your officers do not cooperate with ICE.
Oath
Ensuring
breakers, that kind
that they
of shit.
cannot use city resources, that they cannot tap into city data. Before more people die. Yes, more people die. I don't think I need to go into how many people have been shot, how many people have been taken, how many children have been abducted and used as bait. I don't need to tell you that. You see it on the TV every single day.
I also saw a post on Threads as well. Military guys were like, by the way, dickheads, your oath of enlistment, which is the same as the oath of office, doesn't stop when you retire, right? And so I was like, I'm curious, right? So I asked a couple questions. I was like, okay, so the first question I asked was, hey, does an order from the president supersede the orders and, sorry, not the orders, but the oath to uphold and obey, whatever the actual words are. It's like obey and be faithful to the Constitution or something like that. So I asked them, hey, does the orders from the president supersede that? And they said, obviously no, because I knew the answer, right? And I was like, so if your oath doesn't end when you retire and the orders don't supersede the oath to the Constitution, would a group of veterans, per se, be within their rights
To kill the president.
not necessarily, but to go to a protest armed and to physically stop ICE from breaching the Constitution? And they said, not necessarily. It would potentially be within limits of their oath to do something like that, as well as obviously the Second Amendment. I feel like that would probably classify as a militia under the Second Amendment. I don't know. I'm not a constitutional expert. So this is just like some interactions I had with some people that said that they were veterans. They quoted the military uniform code at me, and I was like, I'm pretty satisfied with that. So here's my question. Where are the veterans? Like, I know that they did their march and shit.
One of them just got killed.
Was he a veteran, was he?
Yeah.
Interesting. But, like, I'm talking, like, instead of normal, like, I say normal, like, regular civilians going out and being, like, armed and at protests and whatever, why not have people who are trained to be armed go to protests to do that armed security that people are going out of their way to do as a dangerous job? I feel like if veterans are at the point where they are seeing what's happening in the US and they're like, hey, there's constitutional breaches going on, why don't we go and form some kind of protectorate group that goes out to these protests in Minnesota and stands armed guard instead of regular people? And like, I could, this could be happening, and I just don't see it, right? But as far as I'm concerned, it's mostly, I know I saw that. It's mostly individuals sort of mimetically coming to the same conclusion of going to protest armed. I don't know if there's like an organized group doing this, but it feels like it's more an individual decision being pushed to go to something armed.
I am very sad about the Epstein files. Was Barron in them?
How so? Ammo, how so? Was Barron in them?
I want you to sit back and watch. I want you to fucking do something. Each and every one of these people came
you mean
up,
the groups?
has been very polite,
Okay, good.
Very
good,
earnest,
good,
very
good,
kind.
Good. I'm glad because that
begging you to do something.
If it's veterans, and I also suggested going in military
that you
uniform as
act
well, like going in dress uniform.
with some semblance of a
Just to like kind of, because if they go armed in dress uniform, one, it distinguishes them from ICE, the LARPers, the people with their stolen valor,
LARPers.
right?
The Chan Sixers.
So it distinguishes the veterans on the side of the protesters from ICE, as well as giving people the reassurance that people who have served in the military are there armed. I feel like that would give some kind of reassurance to the people of some kind. I don't know. I could be just talking out of my ass. But like, I don't know. I feel like this is a thing that should be happening, that if it isn't happening, should be happening. Kind of like the noise brigades and shit. Just because they have that experience, even if that experience is going overseas to murder Muslims. Yeah, it's like whatever. Who gives a shit? As long as you're standing up for the people, who cares? As long as you're not one of these fuckheads going to protest and standing on the side of ICE with guns. That's fucking cringe, bro. That's cringe. Elon never went to the island, which is good. Is that what we got?
Yeah, no, that's what happened. He tried to go to the island.
So
and
yes,
Epstein
instead of
said
yes,
no.
yes, okay.
Elon said he
He wanted to.
too good for it.
He wanted to diddle
In the
kids.
past, he said, "This isn't true. I never went to that island. He invited me, and I said no."
Very funny.
Fucking spine. Do something.
Thank you. The bloop bloop bloop. Kind of fat. Kind of a fat Batman.
And every one of these people who have came up has been very polite, very earnest, very kind, pleading you, begging you to do something. I'm not begging you. I'm fucking demanding that you act with some semblance of a fucking spine.
Nice.
Do something.
Do.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Batman.
that's obviously not actually
One of his helpers.
You can tell by the voice, but Batman also not real.
No, it's one of his helpers.
That was the real Batman. He's
Of course it
retired.
was.
He's out of shape.
If he cracked out his costume for a special event.
It is a big achievement for us, eating in the outskirts of the hospital and around it without damaging the...
I can't believe they said that shit. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yes. I still have movement.
One of Batman's helpers.
Yeah.
Who dresses like a shittier version of Batman. But this Batman has been around for a few years now, and usually his main thing is advocating for the homeless and helping them get supplies and services
Interesting.
that they need, which is very cool. Here's the Mercury News back in 2020. As he makes his way through the many homeless encampments that dot the city, his
Taking my
purple
way
cape billowing out
downtown.
behind him, and the iconic Bat logo displayed across his chest, people call out to him, "Hey, Batman! What's up, Batman? It's Batman, bro!" He responds to each one, handing out bottles of water, canned tuna and ravioli, shirts and socks. He
What a
asks how
legend.
people are doing, poking his head into tents to make sure the occupants are all right.
He's not really a superhero. He's a 19-year-old from San Jose, fresh out of high school, who drives a
19?
2002 Toyota
Oh, this is-
Avalon instead of...
This was written years ago.
Okay.
So this was from 2020. So he's
okay.
like 23-ish now, maybe.
Yep. Makes sense. And Indonesia's fucked. She
of a
really
Batmobile
shouldn't
and
have
lives with his parents.
waged that
But
war.
for the past year, he's been donning the elaborate
I have
handmade costume and
2,200
visiting his
military
city's
strength.
homeless
She
community.
has 200.
Yeah, the AI never has high military strength. I mean, Lenin is pretty
Sometimes
high
they
right now.
do. Sometimes
Lenin
they do.
has a lot of death robots.
Oh,
by the
really?
way. Yeah. That's one of the reasons I was glad he fucking negotiated peace. I didn't want to deal with him.
You got a lot of cities, though. Once we do the rest, are we just gonna call it? Or what are we doing?
Oh, it's only 250 turns. I don't think we can physically
We won't
take
actually
over
end it.
everything by the
Yeah,
time
okay.
it ends.
We'll see. I reckon I'll take Indonesia pretty quickly. It's just getting past this fucking mountain range that's a cunt.
Yeah, Lenin has a mountain range defending him. A mountain range and a desert
Jesus.
defending him.
Now that school's out, he's going
Shut
almost
up.
every day.
Oh, Lenin.
His goal is to get
Lenin
strangers
goes,
to notice
I
him
will
and
not
ask what
remain
he's doing so he
silent
can
to
spread
your
awareness
tyranny.
about the crisis that's
Shut
left
up,
more than
dickhead.
6,000 people in the city with nowhere to call home.
He's such an
A
asshole.
42% increase in 2 years. I want to draw attention to the issues that people don't like to look at, he said.
Gandhi, you
Batman is
can you
very
can chain me,
attention-grabbing.
you can torture me,
Purple
you can
Batman
even
is even
destroy
more
this body.
attention-grabbing.
But
So I
you
figured
will
I'd
never
use that to
imprison
help
my
show
mind.
people
Well,
what's
you no
going on
longer
in San
exist, so
Jose.
see you later.
Hey,
Forgotten
sounds
to
like a good
history.
kid.
You
and
go,
a
that's great,
reliable
and just
car.
shoot him in the head.
Much more reliable than the Batmobile.
If Batman was real, he would drive a Japanese.
Hang on, I got a video.
I wish it would hurry up and melt the ice. Actually, I could probably build.
Well, we actually
canals.
stemmed climate change.
Oh, did we? That's funny as. I can put canals. Damn. I'm going to build a canal over this ice, like this snow terrain, so I can get my ships to the other side and continue. I win! The emergency failed! No shit. Maybe people should have agreed. Oh, well.
Look. This is
History
Gandhi.
bin.
Yeah,
Not in America.
You drive it yourself.
But yeah, that is a real life superhero there.
Yeah.
So like I used to have that as a cutout animation for when I posted like it was like a Russian attack at a conscript office.
Mm-hmm.
And I fucking all the people that get shot in the video, I made that clown as the censor bar.
It's cool that he's using his powers not only to advocate for the homeless, but also for his local immigrant communities during this very scary time for them. At a time when it sounds like the local city council is not taking this seriously at all.
Also, Trump said that he's not going to go because he said it's too far. He said it's too far, and that he doesn't like the musical acts because they're anti-Trump. And someone pulled up a tweet of him seeing American Idiot on Broadway. Love that Green Day. And they're Trump haters.
You don't want to be an American idiot.
That's right. I would never be an American idiot.
I found out that Green Day got
the ads. And if
banned
all of this
from
news
the
is making you reach for the
bar that
you'll
they
be very
like
interested
made
to
all
know
their
this episode is sponsored by
reputation
Z-Biotics.
from because
Some
they
of us
signed a
have
major
sworn it
label.
off. Some of us
and I
might
didn't
need it
even
now
know
more than
that.
ever, but if you're gonna drink alcohol, your first drink of the night should be Z-Biotics pre-alcohol.
It's the bar is apparently a non-profit punk bar in LA, and one of their rules is no major label deals, and Green Day got banned. I found that so funny. So interesting.
Sponsored by Turtle Beach. Attention, gamers. Not all of you, but
Not all of you.
most 90 all gamers except for one.
Two.
New year, new gear. We've both been rocking the Turtle Beach Stealth 700 headset for a long time now, and not only are the memory foam ear cushions
Trash.
super comfortable to wear for hours on end,
Trash.
not only does the crystal clear sound quality definitely give you an edge in fast-paced competitive games, the 80-hour battery life is insane, and you'll almost never have to even think about charging it.
I just finally beat Outer Worlds 2, and it was a fine game. But you know what? With my headset on, completely locked out the rest of the world and was able to focus entirely
Locked out and locked in.
on Auntie's Choice. So big thumbs up. I still game with them.
Mm-hmm.
And the Stealth 700 has the industry's first ever cross-play
Shut up,
dual
Bird.
wireless transmitter system, and that means you can seamlessly switch between your
Don't tell my
consoles
pigeons
and
to
your
shut up.
PC with just
How dare you?
click of a
Rude.
button.
And it gets even better. While being connected to
know
your
it's funny.
console, the Stealth 700 can connect with your phone for music streaming or taking calls at the same time. Listen to your favorite songs while gaming, all done with the Stealth 700.
While
Turtle
gaming.
Beach doesn't just have amazing headsets, they have every gaming accessory you could ever want, and they're all high quality at prices that don't break the bank. From flight and racing simulators to controllers, keyboards, and mice. Turtle Beach is the ultimate gaming cheat code. Head to turtlebeach.com and use code INTERNET today for 10% off your entire order. That's 10% off your order at turtlebeach.com with promo code INTERNET today. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Get the ultimate immersive gaming experience with Turtle
Shut
Beach
up.
today.
All right, now it's time for the craziest, weirdest, wildest headlines from around the world, starting with...
President Trump says he wants to drive housing prices up, not down. He admitted.
What?
Yeah, I think he
I
got
sent
confused
this to you.
because...
He did
Remember?
not get confused.
Well, like
Hilarious.
I
thought, he's
sent
like,
it, and I was like, remember when they were
everyone
talking
wants
about
me to bring the housing
affordability?
prices down, but that's not going to help all
Yes,
of my
yes,
friends
okay.
and all of the people that own their houses.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt them, actually. So, oh my God, what am I going to do?
Let me just play the clip.
Yeah.
You know, there's so much talk about, oh, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured that's what's going to happen.
So this
Fuck
is
you if you want to own
in
a home.
The larger context here is like, no, like housing prices don't need to go down. They should go up. What needs to come down are the interest rates. And it's just like one of the most out of touch things I've ever fucking heard from a rich person. It's like, oh yeah, surely having the interest rate be like 1% instead of 4%. That's the thing that's holding back like 90% of the population from being
because everyone wants to take out a $1 million even at a 1% rate. Or have like the money to put down for that.
Yeah,
to
like,
even get that
you
rate.
still need a down payment. Like he's so fucking detached from reality. But like the fact that he's saying like, oh no, we need the prices to go up is like, this is something that every fucking rich person, especially landlords and people who own a lot of property, this is something they all fucking think. This is a belief they all hold deep in their hearts, but they can't actually say out loud because it sounds evil. But here he's just like, yeah, no, if the prices go down, we lose money.
Yeah.
Prices go up, we make money. So yeah,
he does have a habit of saying the that part out loud.
Yeah, that is something I appreciate about him is he cuts through all the artifice. Tells it like it is.
It's such like a short-term thing too, to cut interest rates, drive housing prices up so that all of the old people can sell their houses at elevated rates.
They're not going to sell them.
I know. I'm just saying that in theory,
wait for all of the boomers to die. We're going to progress like 40 years in 5 when all the boomers die. Like, it's going to be so fucking good for the world.
It's going to be a Mass Effect.
We will literally hit a second golden age when all the boomers die. It's going to be a
Mass Effect.
When all of them are finally...
It's going to be a Mass Effect.
When all of them are finally in the fucking grave and all of their wealth has been distributed because none of them gave it to their kids because they're selfish cunts. And it just goes into the world. And then a class war happens and all the billionaires get killed. And then it's a paradise. And then, look, everything's solved. We won't have to worry. Maybe don't let the world be run by scientists. I feel like that would be a bad idea. But, like, maybe consult scientists a bit more than we're doing right now. Probably a smart idea, I reckon. What do you reckon?
I like turtles.
That's nice. Fucking boomers. I keep getting my tweets flagged because I keep using the word boomer and combining it with the word cunt. Twitter does not like old people being called cunts, I guess. Maybe they should stop being cunts.
Boomer cunt.
Maybe it's also because I call them filthy boomer cunts. That might have something to do with it. Someone needs to tell them. Fucking destroying the entire planet and then laughing in our faces while they're off in fucking Milan on their private flights. Fuck you. Filthy fucking cunts. Play the video. Or I'm going to keep ranting about boomers. Why, did you clip it? What, you nuked the city? It doesn't bother me. Saves me time. Yeah, you saved me a lot of time, actually. Thank you. Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, just
fucking dropping another nuke on Indonesia.
Was it a thermonuclear one?
Yeah.
It looks like a big area. What is it, like 6 tiles?
I don't know.
3? It looks like 3 tiles. It looks like a 3 tile spread out from the central. Very interesting. And you didn't even hit any of my units either, did you? You might have hit a couple.
That's why I did it.
That's all right. How much did you reduce my military by? I'm curious. 100?
Probably
That's
not
not
much.
too bad. No,
Did
not
it give
much
you
at
any
all.
dings saying your units died?
I don't know.
Maybe it's got an IFF.
Maybe. Haha, my biosphere.
And what would the other like thought be that they just like having their house value be higher because
No.
a lot of old people just live in those homes until they fucking die.
I don't
Never
think
get
so.
out of them,
But
despite the large square footage.
But they're obsessed. Like at a
Yeah.
certain age,
This
like
spy's
one of your
kinda
primary
worthless. All
concerns
you
in
can
life
do is
is
steal
like the
technology.
value of your home, even though
Yeah.
it has no real fucking effect.
You have a
on
roof over your
anything.
head.
Yeah,
I'll start-
the true value of any home is you get to live in it.
Yes.
And you know, housing, obviously you don't want the fucking price of housing to crash, but like
that would suck.
over time, changes in the price of homes affects the entire market. So if you have to sell when the market's high, you buy when the market's high. If you have to sell when the market's low, you buy when the market's low. So it doesn't really fucking matter once you're in.
For really old people, they could get down into a condo, though. That would be very nice of them. But, you know, they're still going to have their, like, 4,000 square foot McMansions that they can't even use the... Hey, we moved everything down to the first floor. We can't even get up to the second floor anymore.
We installed the thing from Gremlins. So
No.
I'm going to ride upstairs in the chair.
I would assume there's a lot of houses out there where they're like, we don't even go upstairs anymore.
That's where the store... the upstairs is the hoarding floor.
Yeah.
We just sort of throw it up there.
Yeah, that's where Grandma has her knickknacks. Trump's head of cybersecurity uploaded sensitive materials to a public ChatGPT.
He's really good with the cyber in this.
Yes, that's right. Well, Giuliani instructed him. He's a protege.
Yeah, I mean, this would not surprise me at all if it was just like anyone in the Trump administration, but like the fact that it's like the head of cybersecurity.
Well,
it's just like, oh, ChatGPT, very useful. I'm gonna upload a bunch of sensitive government documents to this, and like, I'm too lazy. I'm lazy as fuck. Just read this shit for me. Just ingest it into your servers and give me the TLDR, please. What? I wasn't supposed to do that?
No, this makes total sense.
How was I
because
to know? I'm only the head of cybersecurity.
in the first Trump term, Rudy Giuliani was like one of the heads of cyber.
Yeah, Rudy, real good with computers.
That's right.
Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, Barron was too young back then. Too young.
See, Rudy, he's
My
like,
last day as a private citizen. Bitch, he was president before. What was she mean when she was talking about that in the documentary?
who cares? Who cares? Fuck her.
Yeah.
Liberal
Who cares?
Wisconsin
Fuck
Brewing
her.
Company promises free beer all day long after Trump dies.
It's gonna be a big
Hilarious.
To be clear, they did the thing that everyone does, where they don't say it. They're like,
in a video game.
when it happens. No, they just don't say Trump. They're like, when it happens, or when he dies, or and you fill in the blank because
Yeah, there's like an Instagram account that's like, did it happen today or whatever.
Someone's got to do it. When's it going to happen? People have learned that language evolves. The way language evolves today is all just about getting around terms of service filters.
Yeah, the unaliving,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff.
But this one does make me chuckle.
Corn hub, whatever.
There's like a lot of people. A lot of people have the president dying on their mind, and they
Well, that's because he's very old and unhealthy, not for any.
Yeah, no, it's yeah.
Yeah.
It does not necessarily mean any foul play. The guy's old as shit and extremely unhealthy.
But what a day it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the end of Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. It's gonna be like just Ewoks dancing, fireworks going off on Coruscant.
It's I'm like thinking back at like even like LA, the big moments where everyone comes out and just takes over the streets.
When
It's
he
gonna be
lost, when he officially lost in 2020, it was
Yeah, it was
an
the first
all-day
time that
street
people-
party in the entire city.
It was the first time people really like came out in large groups during the pandemic.
Well, yeah. I just drove my car like up and down the street for like an hour. And
Yeah, people were hanging out of the
I didn't even
windows.
get out of the car.
And that was just losing the election.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be big, and he's gotta know that, and it's gotta hurt him.
Yeah.
Good.
And
Former Native American concentration
will have a
camp
base
lies
that is
beneath
crying like
current
they cried for
immigration
the great
detention
leader.
center.
History repeating itself.
Well, there's that, and also just like, if any place is just so
How do you
fucking
think
haunted,
they get in Chuck
like
Schumer's
usually
Fringe doing?
when something is like built over a Native American burial ground or something, it's like a house, and like you didn't know it. It's not your fault.
But now you gotta kill your whole family.
This time, they're intentionally built a immigration detention center over a place where they conducted a genocide, and also it's in North Dakota, so they're literally a lot of the people they're rounding up are
They're just using rocket
Americans.
What's the point?
They get out eventually, but it's like they get
after the
swept
Kavanaugh
up.
stop?
Yeah, they get swept up and they have to spend like the night or a couple nights at this detention center while they verify, like, oh, okay, yeah, you are a citizen, I guess. Whoops. Well, better safe than sorry, I guess.
Better safe than sorry.
We are all definitely safer after
I don't
doing
think,
that.
I don't think I hurt your units, but I killed the drone I had that was there, so I was able to hurt my own units with the nuke, but not yours. So it must be because we're not at war. It has, like... That's not very realistic if you ask me, but... I was hoping it would take out your entire army and you'd get really mad about it, because that would have been really funny. But... it didn't work. Plus, you have the Golden Faith to replace them anyway, you know? Can't hear you.
Replace them pretty quickly. My faith is pretty... my
Yeah.
production and golden faith is pretty high.
Like, all it would do is lower the resources you're using on them. Like, that would be the hardest part, is, like, if you don't have a stockpile. A strategic stockpile, they say.
Thank you for helping us make America safe again.
It is putting this on top of a former concentration site is someone heard history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes, and they said no, it does repeat itself.
It actually repeats
It's
itself.
like exactly the same
itself
thing.
verbatim.
Yeah.
There's no rhymes about it. It's just the same line twice.
Yeah. We did it again. We did it again.
Yeah.
And we are completely unaware of the fact. Either that or we're actually intentionally evil.
La 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 la.
Lightning strike at Brasilia rally injures 89 Bolsonaro supporters. Hey, all of his friends are going to be in the hospital with him.
Lamel.
Yeah, he had like the hiccups recently. He loves being in the hospital.
I just assume he's always in the hospital, but now he's going to have 89 friends in that hospital.
Well, he's in the prison hospital. This was just a bunch of like right-wing freaks in Brazil protesting, like, because he's in prison for 25 years.
Yeah.
And they're very upset about that. Release Bolsonaro. And God looked at them and was like, "Bow!"
Yeah.
Threw a lightning bolt at them.
That's
and,
right.
Dozens of them were severely injured by lightning. But if there was ever a sign from God,
That's awesome.
that what you're doing, he doesn't like
That's
it.
pretty awesome.
I'd say this is one of those times.
Yeah. Man arrested again for seeking diaper changes.
Yeah, I think we might have covered this guy before, but he pretends to be disabled.
All
Well,
right.
he pretends to be his own caretaker, and he'll like go on websites where nurses, like nurses or whatever, Rover for nurses, and be like, my brother who's like severely developmentally disabled, he needs someone mostly for diaper changes, and then they show up, and he pretends to be like that because he gets off on it, but he's been arrested for this like 3 separate times of the year, and he just inevitably does it again.
I'm going to assume that this is what Elon Musk was looking for when he was emailing with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, nothing illegal. But nothing with kids. Just wants my diaper changed. Yeah. Officer placed on modified duty after fatally shooting raccoon at New York City beach. I've never seen like a better example of like when people talk about reallocating police budgets into other city services, like a better example of like that in action, where like there was a raccoon disturbing people on the beach, harassing them, and they called 911, and they're like, yes, let's send a cop. A cop will surely know how to deal with this raccoon. And he just immediately was just like, just shot it like 4 times.
Yeah.
Like,
it had to die.
Yeah, if only there was some other city public service agency that is specialized in animal matters. But we'll never know.
Or maybe even a janitor nearby. Someone that isn't a total psychopath that can shuffle an animal.
Someone that knows how to solve problems without immediately using lethal fucking force.
Solve a problem with a broom instead of a gun.
Yeah, it's a raccoon. Like, come on.
Put it inside of a trash can and cover the lid.
You remember the fucking
Yeah, also,
gator
it's
trash
just
can video?
Yes.
A very disturbing example of America is like this officer is facing even the slightest change versus federal agents who killed 2 people.
Right.
I mean, the one has been now put on like administrative whatever, but only after like nationwide protests.
Yeah, don't shoot animals. People get upset by that.
Join ICE.
Shoot just normal people for literally nothing. Do that instead. You'll be a hero.
Trade deficit soared 94% in November and was higher than a year ago, despite tariff efforts.
Well, the results are in, folks.
They didn't work. And we all paid more.
The trade deficit, the worst it's ever been.
Dang.
Damn. Okay.
No way.
Just got to give it time. The American steel industry, all those factories, they just need a little more time, and then we're going to be exporting. They're going to be buying our shit, and we're not going to be buying any of their shit.
That's right.
So,
it's going to take just a couple decades more pain, and we'll get there.
Don't say the decades word. Just gotta say, just use time. Just use the vague concept of
nuclear. I'm gonna say it. The N word.
The T word.
An alleged leak clip of Erica Kirk shows her talking about merch sales after Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah, she is. It is the happiest anyone has ever sounded following the brutal murder of their.
Yeah,
it
it's
really spouse.
very.
It's a weird audio.
This is like Candace Owens leaked this. Obviously, fuck her. But yeah, it's Erica Kirk.
Candace Owens seems to have genuinely liked Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Whereas Erica Kirk does not seem.
No, and like, listen, the grieving process is different for everyone.
Sure.
But most people aren't immediately like turned into a public relations figurehead for their husband's company. Like the second he is murdered in
What
public.
was the quote where she was like, what an incredible event.
Yeah,
like,
Charlie's looking down from heaven and he's really
Why the
happy
fuck is
about all of our
Singapore
merch
at war with
sales.
me? What is
Yeah,
happening?
she's like just talking to it's like a post.
Is Lennon at war with you?
It's like an all hands meeting for a company.
Yeah.
But like they're talking about like the event where
guess
like
she
Charlie
has
Kirk's memorial
secret-
service.
Yeah, like how big the ticket sales, online viewership was.
It's just really weird. Like I don't expect her to
demanded
be
Lennon-
crying like every moment.
I demanded Lennon
and it would
give
be
me
one thing
resources,
if it was like
luxuries.
the CFO
Bro, he
of
has-
a company, like
Well,
a
he used
nameless to
possibly
us
3
person
cities
who
underwater.
really is just like, well, the nuts. As
Awesome.
sad as it is to say, the nuts and bolts of the event actually did perform really well. No, this is his fucking wife.
Yeah, who shouldn't be
My
there.
wife.
Like that's the thing about it. It's
She's
like,
leading the call.
It's like I feel like most people during
Pause the video. What?
like the immediate aftermath of a loved one die.
If you buy a drone out of Alum, then just send it over to his little peninsula here to see if his cities are underwater.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to do it.
Actually, you know what? I can probably move a spy there to see.
I have to wait for my turn, but I can do it.
You might be able to get all the way to Moscow. No, that's just a river. I was about to say. Just from the ocean all the way to his capital. That would be wild.
That would be
take
pretty
an
funny.
Inland capital with a navy.
You know what? I reckon I could probably do it. One tank
there's probably
and
moments that come
both
off.
my aircraft carriers with some bombers. I reckon
Would come
I could
off a little
probably
weird
do
to
it.
other people, but those people are not just like right back to work.
Yeah.
Gotta get to work. No time for morning for me.
Holy
There's
shit,
merch to
a
sell.
Bob
There's,
Destroyer. What?
Investors to get on the
Yeah.
call with. It's just fucking weird. It's very weird, and it's like, and it's also it's not isolated. This is just like the latest cherry on top of just months of like even conservatives being like, this is a little bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is strange. Well, kind of odd.
Yeah, and it's the thing of it is like when that work revolves entirely around the person who was brutally murdered. Like, I came back 2 weeks after my mom passed, but like that's because this made me feel normal.
Yeah.
And it's not because it revolved around
Oh, it sounds like
you're
her
or whatever. It's just
empathizing.
Yeah.
And
But this is a different feeling
that might have been
entirely.
what she felt too.
This is like
sounds what.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain
Focus
it. It's just
back.
like, it's very cold, but in a weird way.
Yeah, Charlie would have wanted me to keep on grifting. That's Charlie. He
more
up
shit.
in heaven. He's being like, I've got to keep on grifting.
The flock really had loose pockets today.
I'm doing the grift. This grift is for you, Charlie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put on
canal.
Those leather pants that you
Build
used
that
to love.
canal.
I'm gonna give your good friend JD a big old hug for you, Charlie.
Get in there.
All I've gotten from, and I don't watch Candace Owens or anything,
Are there
but all
trees
I've
here?
gotten over the past couple of months is that Candace Owens genuinely really liked Charlie Kirk.
I mean,
and she
yeah.
is so fucking
More
pissed
aluminium.
at the way
Hell
that all of this
yeah.
was handled. I mean, she's a terrible person, but like just
You're
seeing
giving
how
Candace
she's
too much
reacting
credit,
to Erica's reaction to things,
Oh, so
I think
Candace
is very
is
telling.
doing all
But
this.
she's also grifting too.
Whoa. Candace is doing all this stuff because she's mad.
Yeah, I don't know
Is that
about
what
that.
these guys are seriously saying? That's dumb as fuck, guys.
I don't know about that one.
That's stupid. That's something a dum-dum Magoo would say.
Well, these guys, I do find it funny when these guys are like, "Haha, capitalism bad, but buy Raycons." It makes me
that's
laugh
always
every
funny.
time.
That's always funny. That's never not been funny.
Fucking entertaining.
Sure.
This is content to all of them.
Yeah.
It's just gross all around. Elderly lottery winner uses jackpot to build 288 million pound drug empire, making pills from his cottage.
Epic.
I mean, live the dream. You've got the money. Do it.
I guess they made some really shitty counterfeit drugs that killed a lot of people.
Oh well, that's a nightmare. That's not a dream.
Yeah, they pressed like counterfeit pills with just like I don't know if they got fentanyl, but whatever they used, a lot of people got sick.
Nah, I think you're
People
actually being
died.
ageist because this is an elderly couple that tried to do something that usually young people do.
But yeah, I mean like this is the one
They
thing.
got the fuzzy eyes and shaky hands.
Oh,
They're not going to get all
jeez.
the measurements right.
I mean, when people win the lottery, a lot of people do stupid shit with it. It's nice to see someone take those lottery winnings and invest it in their
Into the
future.
community.
yeah.
Into the community. Yeah.
Yeah, make your money work for you
And the rest of the community.
by becoming an elderly drug lord.
CBS Evening News, Tony DeCouple under fire for interviewing his own mom. And this
But
is like just
who
after
cares?
like this is a serious
Oh, this is CBS,
news
right?
program.
Gotta have high
So
hopes
they
for a
canceled
minute.
60 Minutes.
Yeah,
but did
so
mom
apparently Barry
interview,
Weiss
got
did
it.
All Hands, and that was the song.
Apparently, it was the Frank Sinatra song, High Hopes.
Same thing, isn't it? It's just a cover of the Frank Sinatra song.
But
Old Blue Eyes. He did the really good version.
yeah, this guy's bad at his fucking job. Like the CBS saga has been
Damn.
very funny because
The nuclear
she's
wiped
so
out my
far
robot
over her
in
head,
one
she has no
turn. That's
fucking clue what she's doing.
crazy.
She's
The radiation.
so
Yeah.
stupidly ambitious about like we need
Crazy.
Zoomers tuning into CBS Evening News every night. It's like Barry, it's not gonna fucking happen. And like she's talking this big talk, and then the guy that she installs as the new face of the network is just like a terrible journalist. Not even just bad at journalism, but like not making interesting content. Like he's doing a story about like, oh, new study
Because
shows
they need a blank slate so that they can build something off of it.
New study shows that like grandparents that spend time with their grandkids are healthier. And so he's like, so I reached out to my mom who spends time with my kids. It's like, oh wow, this is really like cutting edge journalism.
This is like
Wow,
local,
this is worthless.
outside of a major metropolitan
Yeah, this is
local,
local
news
news.
segment.
This is some
And
Sinclair shit.
even then, people watching would be like, all right, this is a bit. I don't want to see this fucking guy's mom.
Yeah, I didn't even make the connection. He's the guy who had interviewed Ta-Nehisi Coates, Ta-Nehisi Coates like a year ago when his book came out, and just like went super hard on him and like accused him of being like anti-Semitic and said some kind of racist shit. And then I looked into him more, and it's like he is Jewish, but he converted as an adult to marry a woman that he later
Double
divorced,
sniffer?
and he subjected himself to an adult circumcision to
talking about
consummate
double snips.
the deal.
My
He's kind of
God.
a weird guy.
That's what I
Kind
thought.
of a
They're
kind
talking
of
about the
strange
CBS
fellow.
guy. I
This
was
Tony.
like, oh, it's double snips.
The Koopel. Strange name too. No one should
Did he
say.
ask his mom about the bris?
No, but I bet she had some questions for him.
Does it still work? I don't know. This is a lot to take in. I'll have to watch the next episode of CBS Evening News to catch up on everything that's going on.
And so far it's been like his Marco Rubio.
He did the Erica Kirk interview, or no, Barry Weiss actually did that.
Yeah, but the Marco Rubio thing, that was like Melania, the movie, where it's just like, what? Like we're making like fan cams.
Yes.
The administration.
Yes.
This is weird. This is not even like fair and balanced. This is just you're doing state media shit.
Well, that's kind of the point. Anyways, that's it for this episode. We will be back next week, of course. But until then, we have other episodes you can watch. They're going to pop up over there in a second. You can like the video. Please like the video. Leave a comment. Reply to a comment. And
do the national shutdown. Do national shutdown stuff. More on the Epstein too, maybe.
I did a lot of Epstein stuff while you were
When I
gone.
was gone. Fair enough. Never fucking mind then. What have I saved to the playlist? Ooh, Crusade video. It's the guy who explains stuff badly.
Yeah.
How much
Well,
did
it's really
we...
as writers that's the issue.
How much did we cover of
think
Don
about it.
Lemon?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at that video already.
The Legal Eagle one?
Yeah.
Was there anything else? Like any other ones on it? I kind of want to know.
No, that's just the
bit more.
Crusade one.
No, I mean about
No,
Don
there was
Lemon.
really nothing else there.
Interesting.
That was like the video just explaining. They actually used a law that was written to protect people from the KKK to arrest him.
Great.
Pretty funny, right?
Fucking fantastic. Wait, what? Okay, play this one. I don't know if you've done this one, but that's interesting. When you be sending links? Or like links?
I'm curious about this. Broadly speaking, I am not a fan of this. What is the name of the Pivot podcast? And it's Scott Galloway. He is a professor, I think, at NYU, and Kara Swisher, who
Carrie Fisher,
brought us years and
She's
years
dead.
of hagiography of Elon Musk. She has since apologized, and she realized she made a mistake. Blah 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 blah. Galloway,
Gets paid
another highly paid person who makes
really
mistakes.
highly paid by Vox for podcasting, millions and millions of dollars.
But still, she apologized.
Look, have some grace, Emma.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Just because, just
made a mistake.
Just because you say you have crypto in people's retirement.
She built.
We need a road to redemption.
She built a ladder and remains where that ladder took her, but just knows she has disdain for the ladder. So that's the important thing.
That feels nice.
Anyways, Galloway is an interesting figure because not hard to find him talking about stuff that I think many of us would agree with. He is very much a sort of like I don't know if he would identify as a neoliberal, and I don't know that he is, but he's certainly very much looking for ways to maintain the sort of structural dynamic that we have. Now he does believe that there
Time to
needs
go
to be
for Russia.
serious, almost confiscatory taxation. I've heard him talk about this as well. So there's interesting stories. And what's interesting here is he is talking about people withholding their role within society as a way of shutting things down. And he certainly understands the sort of the moment that we're in. And it's sort of interesting to me in that his role for labor here, he sort of begrudgingly acknowledges it.
What's going on over there?
But I know this will be
What
a
was
little
that
bit
noise?
like, this is a nuanced
You fall
argument in terms
down?
of response. But I want to say, like, broadly speaking, happy to have any type of call for people's action and an awareness that this is not a time where we're going to be saved by politicians. Politicians are our tools.
I can't even make a normal
And they are
fucking
one of the
aircraft
tools
carrier.
that we need to use. But we are the ones who need to be exercising this. And it has to be broader than, you know, the couple hour arrows that politicians represent in our quiver. But here is Galloway.
Something I'm spending a lot of time thinking about and trying to get some politicians on board with and some public figures is the following. If you want to understand real power and the difference between being right and being effective, stop watching protests and start watching gross domestic product, specifically GDP. Trump does not respond to outrage. He responds to markets. And that's not cynicism. It's mechanics. I'm not talking about a labor strike. This isn't unions, picket lines, or collective bargaining. I'm talking about something quieter, far more unsettling to the system, and that is an economic strike. A short-term coordinated withdrawal from spending and maybe work.
Well, they did that. They did that in Minnesota. They had a day. The business is closed for.
It can't be a day. A day is annoyance. It needs to be a week or a month, and it needs to
I
be
agree.
national. The U.S. economy is $27 trillion. That's $74 billion a day. And here's our power, Kara. Our economy is 70% consumer-driven. Consumers actually have more power, not in signs or in guns or even in their vote right now. They have it in the power of the purse. A very small change in behavior could have an enormous effect. It's not cinematic, it's not romantic, it's not going to be written up in great history novels. But if you could figure out a way to basically kick a small number of companies related to the tech economy that account for 40% of the S&P right now and who are the people he cares about, if you canceled all of your streaming media platforms, if you canceled OpenAI and Anthropic, and you said, I am not upgrading my Apple phone, and there was a real movement that registered, and they had to disclose it in their earnings calls, this shit would come to an end pronto.
So this is interesting, and like I almost like wanted to play this just to look at the look on Matt's face.
Yeah.
I mean, here's part of the problem. Okay, if you found a way, the part of the problem is that as consumers, relying on citizens, residents, people as consumers is problematic in the regard that A, they are not organized around anything. They have no relationship to each other. You can bump up to your friend and go like, oh, you got an iPhone? I got an iPhone. It's very difficult to have solidarity across shared consumer fates. Also, incidentally, because we also know that 50% of the economy is a function of the top 10% of the population. So you can get everybody to stop their streaming, their Netflix streaming, based upon their just being Netflix subscribers. But I mean, if you can't get that to happen based upon even the use case of Netflix, what? They canceled whatever show? I'm going to quit my my Netflix. It's not going to happen that way. I mean, the idea of shutting everything down is a good one. And the idea of shutting everything down for an extended period of time is also a good one. But you're going to need an existing network, A, and B, it needs to be from power that is not a function contingent upon what product is or is not available. It has got to be shutting down the availability of the products. And the way you do that is by shutting down, by exercising what you are giving into the system. In one instance, it's money as a consumer. But the other thing is
Nuclear
in the
emergency,
actual
but the only
production of
person who can
things.
vote on it is
There is
Lenin.
all of those products that he's
I
talking
can't
about
vote on it. It's funny.
will not make it to marketplace if the labor
vote for it,
associated
Lenin.
with them
Go
decide,
ahead.
I'm not doing this.
It's just, I mean, well, it's interesting he just disaggregates that from labor, because what I've been hearing,
I am getting
the general strike
53
idea was
aluminium
what Sean
per
Fang
ton.
was talking about last year, coming up in 2028 on May 1st.
It's insane.
So I find it, I mean, what Minnesota doing that with their general strike, I mean,
I
it
have
was
25
very
per
also
turn
community focused in the sense that it was what was happening to them. And there's another one coming up. I think it's a step in the right direction. But people already are so disempowered as consumers because like they don't have the
Failed.
spending money. We're hitting records of credit card
Lenin
debt
even
over and
voted
over again.
against it.
People
So it
already
just came
are
up
having
only
time,
because I
a
had
hard
one.
time
So
saying
even
which
Lenin
subscription
was
should
like,
they
"Nope,
keep, which
I don't wanna
subscription
fuck
should
with
they
them."
not.
They did.
It's not really a time where people have the empowerment to flex as consumers in the way that's being described there. Without labor and without it being on the production side, I'm not necessarily sure how disruptive it is.
Well, I think it can be disruptive, but the problem is you can't organize it.
Yeah.
Right. That's the thing is like it's a cart before the horse scenario. You need labor, whether it's I think teachers, flight attendants, sanitation, organized labor to lead it, and then yeah, everyone can participate with their own sort of symbolic sort of things. Like there's a great article here. Eric Blanc talked with Stephen Lerner and Jacobin. Can boycotts help workers? And this goes into like the table grapes boycott, which actually Peter Thiel used to speak out against. And I can't get it small enough to appear on screen, but can boycotts help workers with Stephen Lerner? But you can't minimize the role of the organized political group that is supposed to lead.
Well, I think, this is the thing that I think is embedded in that. It may be the case that you could do more damage to Donald Trump by undermining 30% of the economy through consumer action. Although I would imagine you could undermine the economy much easier with broad-based labor action. But part of what happens after a consumer boycott is that you have no political power that remains.
Yeah.
We all just go back to our individuated consumer choices, and that's it. I mean, this is like in the fantasy world where you could say like, you know, I'm sending out an email to everyone who has Fubo, and you're going to stop your streaming services tomorrow or whatever it is. What happens after a labor movement or labor action is that you have more of a labor movement.
Exactly.
And I think the reason why you would attempt to have consumers first is because they just go back. There's no consumer unions. There's no consumer associations.
Yeah.
There's no political movement the day after your boycott ends. Because there's been no sort of like it is around just like a product. There is no organizational structure here. The idea that you're going to get thought leaders and politicians to agree on thought leaders, I will tell you, they will all have their own debate as to what it should be. There's no opportunity for any type of like transaction or negotiations or democracy associated with it, the way they're talking about. It has to come from labor because there's no other entities.
There's the Pivot podcast with Scott Galloway and Kara Swisher.
Well, but look, I mean, listen, I think the idea of people organizing and striking back, and part of that, like, I have no problem with a massive strike.
All I hear is Curtisize,
that involves
Curtisize.
Also on this day, not only are you going to picket, not only are you not going to go to work for Walmart or, you know, Chrysler or whomever, but also we're all going to shut off our streaming. We're going to cancel that for the next week or 2 weeks. Like, I'm all in favor of that. That that part may even have more short-term effect.
Bob Camp.
Than the shutting down of, I don't know. I mean, airlines would catch up with them, but it may be the case that like you can have an airline strike, and it's quite possible if you were to get everyone to stop their Netflix streaming and to, I don't know, somehow quit their Chat GPT membership or whatever it is, that might have more impact. But the way that you're going to organize that has got to be through existing solidarity organizations. And it ain't going to happen through, our iPhone on Reddit or whatever it is that we're supposed to get.
I'm gonna hold my phone another year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that not updating my iPhone is a form of activism.
My Galaxy S22 is actually because I'm Che Guevara.
Buenos Aires has like huge territory for a city-state.
Union fan.
Oh, but it was
didn't
taken over,
Indivisible
wasn't it?
succeed with their Spotify boycott to kill
No,
ICE
I've been
ads on the
protecting
platform?
it.
Well,
It was
I'm
ever
not saying
lost?
that consumer
No, it was right
boycotts
in the center of
can't
Gandhi's
influence
territory.
A specific,
Indonesia
a
tried to
specific
attack
company.
it, so I protected it as I was
I've seen
taking.
that.
Yeah,
My
Isn't
understanding
it?
is also that the ICE.
It's why I left it because I'm like,
ad
it's just
budget,
great
it
to have
ran out.
as a
Like,
city state.
Oh my
it
God, Hong
wasn't-
Kong has like
they didn't
2,000 windmills offshore.
boot them off. They just didn't re-up the thing. But regardless, I'm not saying that consumer boycotts don't work. I mean, if we all decide not to go to, if we could start a picket line out in front of the coffee shop down the street, and then nobody went in there for a couple days.
Yeah,
they're going to start offering whatever it is, mochachinos or whatever it is that we want that they're not going to get there. But if you're talking about a national thing, I don't think you
Like, why
can
are they
get
laughing at? I don't know, because Sam thinks things are silly that don't go
what he's
exactly
talking
his way,
about
I
to
guess.
happen without the help of unions.
And if it did happen, it would be written in history books because it would be remarkable.
Yeah.
He said it would be quiet and nobody would talk about it. That's insane.
Well, more quiet than a general strike from labor, maybe, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. It's just like that's the thing is where does it go after that one day in that instance?
Well, I think that's
Question.
part of the point.
Right. Well,
It's
just
not
like
just one day. Let's assume it's a week or 2 weeks. Where does it go after that? I think that's the point. We won't then have a type of like organized political entity that we don't necessarily have control over floating around out there. It's not unlike, when the Obama campaign had this Obama for America organization, and people wanted them to sort of like let it live outside of the administration. They were very specific. No, we're not going to allow that because we don't want to be fighting what we created.
We don't want to win Iowa again.
Exactly.
Well, and then Democrats, lost 1,000 seats from 2008 to 2010?
But I think what it did is it made it for the Obama administration. We're not going to have to deal with an organized group that used to be ours and now is maybe not necessarily in alignment with what we're doing at any given time.
Yeah. Right, Rahm Emanuel?
Jordy, PhD, you have to get someone on from our time, NYC.
Okay.
Duber, on consumer strike for social media, how many people use Facebook? Hundreds of millions. How many people at work at Facebook? 70,000. What's easier to organize? Very good point.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that in that book Wrecked, which I have referenced, about how the car industry in this country, I can't remember the two professors. Do you remember, Matt? That book Wrecked? I talked about that all the time. And this was like 4 years ago, I think 5 years ago, 6 years ago. One of the fascinating things about what the U.S. car industry did, they used to be, they used to not have big, what is it, on demand? What is the supply chain called?
Just-in-time production.
Just-in-time production. They used to have just-in-time production. In fact, the Japanese came over and witnessed that, and they were like, oh, wow, this is a very good way of building cars. And but the problem with just-in-time production is, from the standpoint of a major car manufacturer, is that you've got some shop in Detroit, you know, or whatever, 20 miles outside of Detroit. They're the ones who make the ball bearings. And there's 40 people who work there, but they make ball bearings for 4 different, GM factories, for example. 5 different GM factories. So now all of a sudden, if 25 people in that shop decide we're going to shut this down, they could shut you down and hold you hostage. It empowers labor too much. So what they did is they started like dispersing all of these sort of secondary suppliers, you know, buying from suppliers further away. So they had less solidarity with like any type of union activity within Detroit. And they got away from just-in-time supplies. So they've got like all of these, whatever it is, transmissions pre-built, in a warehouse. I mean, I'm just making up transmission pre-built. But the problem was the quality of the cars went down because once they roll them off the line, they don't have the ability to make on the fly, essentially, adjustments to what they see as problematic because they've got this back order of all these transmissions or all of these, hubcaps or whatever it is. And so once they get feedback from the dealer and says, oh, we got a problem with this new Mustang, it rattles at this speed because of some part of the transmission. There's nothing they're going to do about it until they get all of that stuff worked through the factory and then the next round of stuff that they're doing. But the Japanese got ahead of U.S. car manufacturers because they went to just-in-time.
Yeah, a lot of these cities aren't flooded. They're all surrounded by flood barriers.
Dynamic there. Find the choke points that are narrower. They are easier to control. And if it's just everybody who owns an iPhone, you're going to need a lot of people to get on board with that.
Yeah.
Takeable with Navy.
And then, we're cutting the price of iPhones by 45%.
Yeah.
If you buy it in the next 2 weeks.
And in the end, too, I mean, what is a more durable political movement? And it's one that isn't
the barbarians have an autonomous submarine.
You're going to eat on the day.
That's why it's so great.
Well, that's
only
literally
only a spearman to defend his little camp.
Well, I mean, but the encouraging sign is that like that's more than a lot of what those guys would be saying in 2017, for example.
Down here, like
yes,
I mean, there's a recognition that there needs to be a major disruption.
National park here.
But just, I mean, don't steer yourself down that road.
I built some
and think
plantations for you on the dates.
Hey folks,
here,
don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Gonna burn it to the ground. Let me look at it.
It's got NIDA.
It's all flooded.
That's a river flood. Don't worry. It's only temporary.
I don't know about that.
You can build that.
The ice violence has been ongoing. Just another explicit act of authoritarianism, of violence, indicating that the mission of these federal immigration raids and invasions of cities are not a function of public safety whatsoever.
Just want to shout out my good buddy Francesca Fiorentini, who did a long form video about Anna Kasparian apologizing for
the bituation room.
You didn't tell me you had a pet dragon. Rock bands. What's the point?
Fucking Russia.
The AI just doesn't realize the only thing Russia can do
is attack. And he's not at war with either of us, I don't think.
Surprise, everybody.
Who are those marsh tiles? I remember there were fucking marsh.
By the way,
tiles.
guys,
It says we watched this.
Okay.
It was so wrong. I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming.
Political commentator Anna Kasparian of the Progressive Network, The
we
Young
did
Turks,
watch
who
this.
famously a few years ago declared herself politically
I must have cleared those marsh tiles. Good, fuck those marsh tiles.
When thinking about the Middle Ages, chances are that among the many images popping into your mind, there stands a noble knight. Now, there are a variety of myths about what it was like to be a knight during medieval times, not just spread by Hollywood, but even by the contemporary legends during medieval times themselves, in both featuring widespread depictions of the chivalric knight rushing to the aid of damsels in distress and generally spending their time being bastions of all that is good and the very definition of noble. Now look, we'll get into a lot of these myths throughout this video, but within this mythology, we have the white-clad Christian knight, his shield or surcoat adorned with a cross.
Sounds
and on the other
cringe.
side, an equally imposing Muslim horseman peppering said knight with dozens of arrows. But behind the epic facade of titanic clashes in the Holy Land lurk the mundane realities of medieval era warfare. For example, that brave warrior signed by the cross was statistically less likely to fall in combat than to die pants down squatting behind a bush and emptying his bloody bowels. But who would have been responsible for feeding and watering that knight? Who would have paid for his weapons, horses, supplies? Who organized transport for Crusader troops? And how? And who led them into combat? And going further up the chain, how did the Crusades actually get started in the first place? In short, how did the Crusades actually work?
Dumbasses.
Practical standpoint.
Giant death robot in the water.
If these questions keep you up at night, as they absolutely do for me, you're in luck. For today, we're going to be...
Yeah, thinking about the Crusades keep me up at night. Great ad segue.
What even are the Crusades that we're talking about exactly? Surprisingly, this is not an easy task to define. Historiography can list more than 100 conflicts from the 11th to the 17th centuries.
Lenin's not fucking around here. Alright, he's got anti-drone teams on the coast. Fuck.
To make matters more complicated,
sorry, anti-cav teams on the coast.
Used until the mid-1500s in
Death
the French
robot
language
in the water, which is not going to be an issue for my bombers.
The soldiers participating in these campaigns were referred to as those
Fair
marked
enough.
by the cross.
Holy shit,
While
you
the
weren't kidding
campaigns
about Hong
themselves
Kong, huh?
would be referred to as the business of the cross,
Oh,
or
there's
simply
windmills.
as expeditions
Yeah.
against the infidels, pagan, heretics, or whoever was the enemy of the day the leaders wanted to use Jesus against. An individual who explicitly built his entire philosophy around the doctrine of love your neighbor as yourself, and then went on to give a parable about how your foreign enemy is your neighbor and you should treat them as your most beloved family member. But we digress. In any event, for the purposes of this analysis,
Can I
we will look
attach
at those conflicts
Can I attach
on which pretty
drones
much
to
all historians
missile
agree
destroyers?
that they were indeed
You can attach
crusades.
it to both,
These
yeah.
include the well-known campaigns conducted mostly by Western European armies from the 11th to the 13th century against Muslim powers in
Yeah,
the
if you attach him to the boat, that boat will get extra range.
Excellent. I'm going to do that. What is that, a missile cruiser? You can have a drone.
And then anything that also has sight radius, like the artillery, like if you park it in a harbor
Mhm.
with the artillery, and the artillery has
Yeah.
sight radius, and then those sight radius upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
Holy Land and the Levant. The 13th
Boom.
century expeditions conducted by Christian kingdoms in northern Iberia against the Taifas, or Muslim kingdoms, in the south. And the longest of them all, the Aberdeensian Crusade of 1209 to 1229, waged by northern French barons against the Cathar heresy prevalent to the Languedoc region of southern France. So, now, if we look at the features of these conflicts, we can extrapolate what made a crusade a crusade. A war fought on the initiative of Christian power, the Roman Catholic Church, or one of their representatives, directed against a physical or perceived threat to the church itself, a Christian state, or Christian pilgrims. The initiative usually manifested as a call to arms, which might come directly from the Pope, a monarch, an aristocrat, a bishop, or even a humble preacher. The call to arms expressed a simple concept, such as, let's go to the Levant, or southern Spain, or southern France, and let us defeat the Muslims, or the heretics. It may have included such precise military objectives as, let's defeat King Zan ibn Mardanish and retake the city Valencia, or let's kick Saladin ibn Ayyub out of Jerusalem. But it was not uncommon for calls to arms to be at once generic and grandiose in scale. In the case of the Albigensian Crusade, for example, the objective of the Crusaders was to convert or physically eliminate all Cathar heretics in the Languedoc. The initial appeal to take the cross was followed by the Pope issuing a papal bull, a formal document which provided legit blessing to the expedition to come. With the exception of the First Crusade,
Do the
all
gunships
similar crusades in the period would be
take
sanctioned by
uranium?
these documents.
No.
On the First Crusade, knights in medieval times were rather well known
No,
for
it's
their
aluminium.
penchant to cause a bit of anarchy wherever
Yeah,
they
it's
went.
it's
In
the
fact,
autonomous-
things like recapturing Jerusalem from the Muslims, one
have
of the many
hover
goals of the First Crusade, according to history professor Norman Cohn, was, quote, also a matter of giving the largely
should be at the top
unemployed
of the
and
text tree,
over-aggressive
more
nobility
No,
of
I
France
mean, like,
something
in
to
my
do,
army.
get them out of Europe and stop them devastating
I tried to get
lands.
rid of most
Wait,
of my
In a
do the
nutshell,
death
bored
robots?
knights with nothing to do
Yeah,
when
the
they were in
uranium?
training tended to run
that's what
amok
it is.
against
I
their
think they
neighboring
pre-prepared.
Christian lands, and the church got tired of it all
Okay.
and how it was
Death robots
devastating
need to
their
die,
local
got it.
flocks and stability. And
I
even
will
in the
get them there
knightly training
shortly.
and practice in the form of things like tournaments, the knights had a tendency to cause a lot of problems. In this case, the games at these were initially little more than massive melees, including using real sharpened weapons. Rules were few, with the
fuck me.
competitions not that different from actual battles, including capturing other knights and the like. They'd even often group knights by nation, which made the whole thing all the more heated. That said, the general point, unlike real battle, was not to intentionally kill your opponent, but just knock them off their horse and take them prisoner. Once unhorsed in the early going, many knights would also hire people whose job it was to rush any knight they had knocked off their horse and beat the crap out of them before taking them prisoner. The point of this being to make it easier to extract the knight's armor and a bit easier to hang on to while they were in captivity. The knight being stripped of all their valuables and horse would later be offered back to the other side for a price, as well as potentially having their armor and horse offered back also for a price. Much like a real battle, any nearby peasants were not necessarily safe during these matches. For example, a given knight might flee from enemy knights and take refuge in a peasant's home, which was likely then to be ransacked or even get burned to the ground to get the knight to come out. Even if they didn't do this, nearby farm fields were likely to get trampled and crops lost. As you might imagine, while the knights, particularly the lower ranked and poorer of this class, loved these tournaments for a chance to gain prestige, practice their skills, and the chance to acquire additional wealth via prizes and ransoms and the like, the peasants and the church really weren't that big of fans of all the death and destruction that surrounded these tournaments. Towards the end of calming things down for everyone, including the knights who sometimes died during these mock battles, over the centuries, more and more rules were added to the various games, as well as a trend toward blunted weapons. By the late medieval period, this saw the tournament start to resemble what is often depicted in films like A Knight's Tale today, albeit with, less we
Is that the gay one?
But the point was,
about
even
the
in
guys
their
with
practice,
tails.
the board knights were causing problems, and getting them
that's
out of the country and
Alexander, the
directing
gay
their
one.
testosterone against an enemy religion and people apparently seemed
A lot
like
of gay
a good
stuff in
idea
that
to the
movie.
church.
That's why it's
Hilarious.
Crusade.
Not
In
any of
event,
the battles,
The first
but the
formal
gay
crusade
stuff.
bull, or bulla cruciata in Latin, was issued by
Just
Pope
reminds me,
Eugene
like
III.
Kingdom of Heaven, right? It's like, yeah, this is the guy who did Gladiator. This is him, like, following up Gladiator with a movie about the Crusades. And you're like, oh, that's fucking awesome. How is it? Terrible. Nothing happens. The entire movie, nothing happens in the entire movie. There's barely any fights. They, like, play up like they're going to have these big epic fights. Spend a shitload of money on all these actors to, like, have them really there on horseback. Never use them.
In 1145, on the occasion
The characters,
of the
they
Second
talk
Crusade
about
of the Holy
nothing
Ghost.
throughout the whole
This
movie.
bull set the template for other
Whole
similar
movie.
documents to come, as it included a key ingredient: plenary indulgence,
Looks
defined
great.
by the Catechism of the Catholic Church as remission before God of the
Bedazzled
temporal
turd.
punishment due to sins whose guilt has already been forgiven. In other words, a sin may be forgiven by God via the sacrament of confession. But that sin may still carry consequences, sanctions, and punishments on earth. but an act of indulgence can free the sinner from such consequences. Moreover, the bull offered a moratorium on interests for debts, and the church pledged to protect the crusaders' family and property while they were fighting abroad. Finally, those who completed the crusade or died fighting would receive a full absolution for their sins. In his 1187 bull, which kick-started the Third Crusade, Pope Gregory VIII went one step further. Now crusaders would also be granted immunity against legal suits. Successive bulls would add further clauses and benefits in order to drive recruitment. In 1209, Pope Innocent III launched the crusade against the Albigensians by allowing participants to retain any goods plundered in battle. This appealed particularly to high-ranking knights and
Terrible
barons.
pope, one of the
From
worst
their
popes.
perspective, the concept of loot extended to castles, towns, and entire territories. Pope Innocent was the first to introduce a time clause in a bulla crusade.
Watch Mojo probably claims, right?
Well, probably, yeah.
Watch, this is going to be this same guy because he used to do the top 10s nets. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is it?
This channel's name is Breaking the Habit. Breaking in the Habit. It's a
Amazing.
Linkin Park reference.
I hate
Wow.
it.
Over the past century, the Catholic Church has been blessed with heroic, socially minded, saintly, brilliant, and humble men to lead as Pope. Unfortunately, this has not always been the case.
Yeah,
over
So
the
you're saying
course of
God is
1,000
wrong?
years, there have been some popes that, let's just say,
But they're
haven't
infallible.
lived up to their call.
They're from God.
More interested in power than discipleship, they acted with greed, lust, vengeance, and pride. Who are the worst popes in history, and why is it important that we learn about them? This is Catholicism in Focus.
Hell yeah.
Great.
It's like China in focus, like Falun
First on our
Gong.
list is Pope Stephen VI, a man so twisted and vengeful that he put his predecessor on trial, cut off the 3 fingers he used for blessing, and then threw him into the Tiber River. But here's the real kicker.
Okay.
His predecessor had been dead the whole time. In what has to be the craziest act of a despot in history, Stephen had Pope Formosus dug up 7 months after he had been buried, dressed him in papal
Awesome.
clothes, sat him on the throne, and
The
put him through a
skeleton
trial.
pope. Yes, yes,
Formosus
yes.
was accused of
This is a great
perjury
one.
and gaining the papacy illegally, and without being able to offer much by way of defense, he was declared guilty and had his papacy retroactively declared null. This didn't exactly go well for
Are we
Stephen,
declaring
who
war?
just a few months later was imprisoned and
Are
then
you
killed
in
by
position?
strangulation. He ruled
he's
for
giving
just
me
over
a,
1 year. Little else is known of him other than the fact that
your
his
troops
father
are
was
passing
also
by.
a priest, so...
Okay,
Are you
so
gonna kill me?
Hang on. Wait.
What are you doing? You setting up nukes?
Moving
You
my
gonna-
shit up to
you
his
gonna nuke him?
territory.
Ah,
Of
you
course.
just moving stuff.
Of course I'm gonna nuke him. Why do you think I said
nuke
wait?
Moscow immediately. Hold on, wait for me to build a thermonuclear one. I'm just gonna say I'm passing by, but I'm gonna denounce him.
No, just don't
Oh,
touch it.
it doesn't matter. I can literally declare. I can use a casus belli to declare a formal war.
God.
Who gives a shit?
Okay.
I'm gonna build a
I have a s-
thermonuclear.
Bro, he's really into windmills down here.
I'm building
Hey,
a bunch of.
are you
aircraft.
gonna invade me? He's asking you.
Hell yeah. Right to Moscow? Nice. Ka-chink. Dude, you ready? You ready for this? Moscow's mine. Did you nuke me? What'd you hit? Kharkiv, rip. Another one?
Religion, and ignoring the church's rules, seemed to run in the family. Next up is John XII, a pope that was hardly a man at all, as he was elected when he was only about 18 years old. How do you think giving near absolute power of heaven and earth to a teenager is going to go? Chances are it went exactly as you expected. The papal residence was turned into a brothel. He cared little for priestly functions and lived more as a prince than a pope. This was such a problem, in fact, that some scholars have hypothesized that the legend of Pope Joan, the story of a woman secretly serving as pope, comes from his reign.
Armies,
he had a mistress named Joan who was said to exercise influence during his pontificate. His moral depravity was so low and well known that one modern biographer referred to him as a robber, a murderer, and incestuous person unworthy to represent Christ upon the pontifical throne. Unsurprisingly, his life came to an end when he was thrown out of a window by a man who found him in bed with his wife. It seems that the church had not learned its lesson about electing super young popes, because less than a century later, Benedict IX ascended the throne at the age of 20, and things did not go much better. They were actually worse. Much worse. Often regarded as the worst pope in history, Benedict is the only man to hold the papacy on 3 separate occasions. How, you ask? Well, first he was elected through bribery. He was eventually driven out by Sylvester III, but returned a few months later to reclaim his throne. Losing interest in finding a better deal, he sold the papacy to his godfather. And if that wasn't bad enough, he tried a 4th to be pope, but was eventually deposed by Henry II, the King of the Romans. Rumors were spread about his violence and sexuality, but it's just as possible that this was propaganda against him. Hard to tell, given the times. The same is true of Pope Boniface VIII, a man with a rap sheet so long and so ridiculous, it's hard to believe. If you Google him, you will find some wild accusations with no citations or sources. He wasn't a good man by any stretch, but we should still be cautious to believe everything we read online. What we do know for sure is that he was a power-hungry man with a propensity for feuds, such as the town of Palestrina that challenged his legal status as pope. He sent armies to put down a revolt, and even after they peacefully surrendered, he destroyed the city anyway. When Frederick III of Sicily rose to the throne, Boniface tried to dissuade him. When Frederick refused, Boniface excommunicated him and put an interdict on the whole island. And then there was the conflict with Philip IV of France. Seeing the wealth and power of that country, Boniface decreed a papal bull in 1302 declaring, get this, that the Pope was the supreme head of all lands and that all rulers were to submit to him. That it didn't go too well. Philip sent an army to capture Boniface, had him beaten, and he eventually died from his injuries. Boniface was hated so much by his contemporaries that Dante included him in the Inferno as a member of the 8th Circle of Hell.
Awesome.
While he was still alive. Luckily, his attempts at power didn't result in that much damage to the church, something that cannot be said about our next pope, Urban VI. When you literally divide the church in 2 or 3, you're going to make this list. Upon being elected, he revealed himself to be an angry reformer, criticizing the lavishness and corruption of the cardinals. Many cardinals, as a result, left Rome and declared his papacy null because it was not made freely but under fear, and elected their own anti-pope. Which, at first, doesn't sound too bad. He was probably right to fight against these cardinals. Until you see his methods. He not only excommunicated his enemies, he exacted violence against them, killing and even torturing cardinals that tried to take his power away. Legend has it that he complained when they didn't scream loud enough. Ultimately, his papacy was defined by warring factions, a conflict that mired the church for 40 years. And while that's bad, he doesn't have the reputation of the next 2 popes, whose names alone are synonymous with corruption, scandal, and a thirst for power. I'm talking, of course, of Alexander VI, a Borgia, and Leo X, a Medici. When Showtime and Netflix make a multi-season show about a pope's family, you know that there are going to be some not-so-safe-for-work aspects to their lives. Although ultimately different papacies, there were definitely similarities between them, separated by just 10 years. Both came from prominent families and used the papacy to further their family's control. Both spent the church's money freely on lavish occasions, and both had a sense of the finer things in life, investing in art and building projects. Where they differed was in their deeper sins. Alexander was known for having many children to a mistress, whereas Leo sold indulgences to pay for the renovation of St. Peter's Basilica. When you consider that these 2 popes ruled just 10 years apart at the beginning of the 16th century, it's no wonder that reformers like Luther and Calvin had something to say. And finally, there is Pope Paul VI.
Is that the Calvin?
Anti-Semitic.
Bro,
I'm sure he'd like to be...
Bro, You didn't even mention the Crusades. You are fucking brainwashed. You fucking Friar Tuck looking motherfucker.
All right. Moving on over. Almost there. We could probably go attack his shit from the
Everything I heard about you was true. It is disgusting.
So to see if they even have. They put the guy who was responsible for the Protestants at number 10 on Watch Mojo.
Down, making matters worse. In the end, he died after...
They tell you what the list is in the comments.
No idea. Thanks. It's ironic rolling in the tanks on Moscow. It's a very Russian thing to do. They're getting Russianed. Losers. Hurry up and build those. Sea Fortress? I don't want a fucking Sea Fortress. What the fuck? They take nuclear. I don't want nuclear.
They put the skeleton pope at the top. I don't know if they put innocent in here. Okay.
I don't understand why it would do this.
I'd watch it, but I'm too
Theater.
scared.
Soldiers wearing the
Yeah,
cross
they'll probably
now are
claim.
required to serve only 40 days to gain full indulgence, which is a pretty good deal. So good, in fact, that most foot soldiers and horsemen did just that, returning home when the short terms expired and creating endless manpower problems for their commanders, not too dissimilar to what almost killed the American Revolution in the early going. In this one, the traitors to King and Country saw their entire army initially built on the back of short-term contracts, which only a few months after the ink was dry on the Declaration of Independence left George Washington lamenting to his cousin on December the 18th, 1776, "I think the game is pretty near up," as most of his army was set to disband all around the same time and had little hope of new recruits, given loss after loss and horrible conditions for the soldiers against a vastly superior force, not just in supplies, arms, and numbers, but also because they were British. But going back to the Crusades, subsequent bulls could go into very specific detail about who would receive indulgence. For example, in 1237, Gregory IX supported the campaign of James I of Aragon against the Muslim kingdom of Valencia by granting indulgence to arsonists, to those who had struck the clergy, and to those who conducted trade with the infidels. After the call to arms was formalized by the papal bull, it was time to spread the message far and wide, a vital part of the recruitment drive. The sales and marketing aspect of the Crusades would normally be handled by traveling preachers, often belonging to the Benedictine and Dominican orders. The contents of their messages were rather predictable. If you join our fun trip to the Holy Lands, or wherever our enemies may be, you shall enjoy a cornucopia of benefits, from indulgence to plentiful booty. Especially when it came to promoting expeditions to the Levant, preachers added some colour by emphasising the importance and sanctity of the holy places in Jerusalem, especially the Holy Sepulchre. On top of that, they would provide examples of the iniquity, savagery, and brutality of the foe
Tile
of the day,
texture's so
be them
weird.
the Seljuks and Ayyubids
Looks like
in
a
the
quilt.
Levant, the
I have to
Almohads in
repair the
Spain, or the
pyramids.
Cathars in southern France. If such incentives to action did
damaged
not
the
work,
pyramids.
preachers would deploy striking imagery. For
Oh, you
example, in
damaged the
preparation for the
pyramids
Third
with your
Crusade,
fucking
a
nuke.
popular and effective visual aid was
deserved
the
it.
picture of a Muslim
I
warrior
agree.
whose horse was shown urinating on the Holy Sepulchre. Even better, traveling preachers and local clergy could join forces to stage solemn and dramatic processions accompanied by music and a display of holy relics. A striking spectacle designed to inflame the spirits of common folk and noble knights alike. The latter category was the natural target audience of crusade preachers. They were young, brawny, well-armed professional warriors. They were hungry for action and had the cash to travel
Destroyed.
to the theatres of operations. But knights also have
Destroyed my
responsibilities at home,
gunship.
namely looking after their castle or lands
Why?
on behalf of a feudal lord. Therefore,
What
many of
did
them
I
might
do to
resist the lure
you?
of further adventures far from home. To overcome their resistance, preachers unleashed one of the most powerful motivators in a good salesman's arsenal: shame. Especially when advertising the first 3 crusades to the Levant, travelling friars would disgrace the knighthood class, blaming them for having allowed the holy places to fall into Muslim
can't heal
hands.
my
If a
gunship?
travelling friar managed to preach one
Needs
night
to
into
be in
participating,
friendly
they hit the
territory.
jackpot.
All the friendly
Knights usually
territory is
moved around and
currently
fought with their retinue, which
irradiated.
included at least 1 squire and 5 to 10 men-at-arms or sergeants. Richer noblemen would be able to instantly mobilize tens, if not hundreds, of footmen and horsemen, but the message of the preachers was extended also to individual fighters, be them mercenaries, members of a local militia, or total noobs who had never even wielded a spear before.
Oh,
Accounts
that's
of
the
the
gunship that
Albigensian
died.
Crusade,
Poor
for example,
guy
mention
took
the
Kharkiv
importance
and
of the latter
died.
group, known as Poor
Oh, it's
Crusaders,
Kharkov.
or
Did you change the name?
Widows. Even if less well-armed, less
Is it a
trained,
different city?
and less disciplined than the knightly units, these rookie soldiers were highly motivated with all the promises leveled at those who would join and the chance for leveling up their station in life if booty is acquired. From a practical standpoint, they were also potentially good fodder to send up to assault the walls of a siege city. Now, motivation and morale do go a long way, but moving and feeding large masses of bellicose men requires loads of cash. So who paid for the Crusades? This is perhaps the most complex aspect of these conflicts. Knights and aristocrats were expected to fund their own mounts, retinues, supplies, and weaponry. But even the upper echelons of feudal society experienced cash flow problems and thus had to liquidate their properties, mostly agricultural land. If that was not enough, they would launch the medieval equivalent of funding campaigns, mobilizing their relatives into selling family holdings or collecting cash donations. To facilitate these collections, from the 13th century onwards, papal bulls extended their indulgences and other benefits also to those who only donated money to the Crusades without actually taking part in the campaigns. As an alternative, knights and barons could mortgage their properties with the hope of collecting enough plunder during the crusade, or they could enter into complex contracts with religious institutions, such as the case of one Bernard Morrel. This knight received a cash advance from a nunnery in Marsigny, eastern France, and in exchange, he allowed the good sisters to collect half the rent paid by farmers on his land. On other occasions, knights might offer their services to land-holding monasteries. Often, these institutions were embroiled in complex legal actions and territorial disputes against their neighbors. A knight might intervene to settle their disputes and receive a payment from the abbot for their services. Even so, knights could run out of money halfway through the expedition. Take the example of powerful French knight Jean de Joinville and the seneschal of the county of Champagne, who ran out of funds while in transit to the Holy Land in 1249. Joinville was stuck in Cyprus, completely penniless, until King Louis IX hired him in his household and offered him transport to the Levant. So, that was another source of dough, the coffers of monarchs. From the 13th century onwards, kings and queens took to participating directly in crusades, thus funding the whole expedition altogether. Otherwise, they might invest large sums into paying stipends to contingents of knights and barons. In exchange, the fighting force would pay them back with interest on any loot they might plunder during the war. But even royal funding was less reliable than you might expect. First of all, not all Christian kings went on crusades, as they often had more pressing business to take care of at home. And second, they themselves had to rely on taxation provided by their council of barons before they could even think about waging war. If the aristocracy was not willing to pay more taxes, monarchs could appeal to the Pope, which may allow them the right to impose special tithes on the local clergy, usually limited to 1 year only. And speaking of the clergy, it would be natural to assume that the Catholic Church would be the main funders of such expeditions. The institution was notoriously rich as it collected regular tithes from lay people residing in their dioceses. But this would be the exception rather than the rule. For example, in 1219 and 1220, Pope Honorius III allowed the Archbishop of Toledo, Rodrigo Jimenez de Rada, to devolve the tithes collected in the areas of Toledo and Segovia into a small crusade against the Taifa, or Muslim kingdom of Valencia in eastern Spain. Lastly, expeditions against infidels and heretics could receive healthy injections in cash from the military religious orders which sprung up in Europe in the early 12th century, such as the Templars, the Hospilators, and the Order of Santiago, and that of Calatrava. The Templars, in particular, had developed a sophisticated banking system. As they escorted pilgrims to the Holy Lands, they guarded their valuables for safekeeping in exchange for a letter of credit. Once in Jerusalem, the pilgrims could present their letter at a local chapter of the Templars and redeem their cash. As a consequence, the Templars had access to large quantities of currency, which they would loan out to merchants, aristocrats, even monarchs, for the military enterprises. Otherwise, they could use their vast wealth to buy entire territories from kings and queens. For example, during the Third Crusade, King Richard I, the Lionheart, sold the island of Cyprus to the military
original
order,
military
a sweet
industrial
real estate
complex.
deal which allowed him to fund his troops during the campaign. Once a knight or baron had secured enough funds, he had to sort out the next big issue: transport. On this note, it was highly unlikely for small groups of fighters to travel on their own. The standard procedure was for feudal lords to organize assembly stations at their castle or in a cathedral city. Once forces in the same region had amassed at the staging area, the columns of combatants, often followed by suppliers, non-fighting auxiliaries, or even their families, would embark on the long and perilous journey. During the First and Second Crusades, the overland route was the preferred one. It made for a long, slow, and dangerous trip, but at least it was cheaper than traveling by ship. The trend changed after 1147, when German and French crusaders traveling through what is today Turkey suffered heavy losses. By the end of the century, as funding became more available, preferences shifted towards sea travel, which was much faster, but carried its fair share of inconveniences, especially cramped spaces, lack of clean water, spoiled food, and infectious diseases. A common solution to reach the Levant would have been to combine the two methods of land and sea travel. For example, on occasion of the Third Crusade in 1191, Richard I of England, aka the Lionheart, assembled his troops in France, then marched them to northern Italy, where he contracted Genoese ships to cover the remaining leg of the journey. Due to their geographic location and seafaring skills, Italian
I'd much
cities
rather
were the
have my
preferred
nuclear
providers
used on
of crusader
aircraft
cruisers.
carriers than,
Sometimes negotiations would not go as smoothly
robots.
as those experienced by the Lionheart, though. On the occasion of the Fourth Crusade, military leaders asked the Venetian Doge to assemble a fleet to transport a force of 4,500 knights with their horses, 9,000 squires, and 20,000 foot soldiers. Venice provided the goods, demanding a payment of 85,000 marks in return. But the lack of coordination amongst the Crusader barons led to a mishap of catastrophic proportions, which we'll explore more in detail later. This lack of coordination highlights a key aspect of the Crusades: who was actually in charge. In a standard conflict waged between kingdoms or other territories, this was a no-brainer. The monarch of said polity would dictate strategy or delegate military command to a younger or more competent leader. In the case of the Crusades, popes may have held spiritual authority or indicate the broad strategic objectives, but the actual campaigns and operations were conducted by a variety of national, baronial, mercenary, and voluntary armies without a clear chain of command. The First Crusade was particularly chaotic from this point of view, and the lack of clear leadership manifested itself with an overall lack of discipline. Crusading soldiers may have expected indulgence and remission of sins, but wherever they marched, they built a strong reputation for binge drinking, pillaging, gambling, casual sex, and often not of the willing variety, a staple practice of the so-called chivalrous knight, which is in part why the myth of the chivalrous knight was created in the first place, to try and get them to stop doing things like this, and more on that later. But in any event, from the Third Crusade onward, monarchs, if involved, put themselves firmly in command, providing strategic vision and tactical leadership, as well as imposing strong discipline. Henry II of England was the first to impose a code of conduct on his crusaders in 1188, the Geddington Ordinances, which imposed heavy punishments against thieving and violent soldiers. As an alternative to a king, military operations could be directed by a papal legate, i.e. a direct representative of the Pope's power. A legate was a member of the clergy, usually a bishop or abbot, but could be incredibly warlike when the occasion called for it. Otherwise, armies could be led by a council of the most high-ranking barons on site. And these councils might elect or appoint the most experienced general among them, who would take responsibility for overall command. The Albigensian Crusade, throughout its 20 years of duration, featured all models. At the very beginning, Crusader troops were led by abbot and papal legate Arnauld Amaury. Amaury was in charge at the first major engagement at the Siege of Béziers in July 1209, which ended with a complete massacre. Allegedly, the warrior incited the Crusaders to slaughter all inhabitants of the city. When the knights asked him how they would tell apart the Cathar heretics from the Catholics, according to chronicler Caesarius of Heisterbach, he replied, "Kill them all. The Lord knows who are his own." After this unchecked carnage, leadership passed into the hands of a council of noblemen, hailing mainly from northern France. They then appointed Count Simon of Montfort as their general, who did a pretty good job. That is, until his skull was cracked open by a trebuchet projectile in 1219. Then the French crown stepped into the fray, with King Philip II Augustus and later King Louis VIII in the lead. Speaking of all of that, let's take a look at how fighting actually took place. As a general rule, pitched
Finally.
battle was a rare occurrence, taking place when a large contingent or entire army managed to intercept an opposing force while in transit. The common chain of events was for an army to set up camp after a
Son
long
of a
march.
bitch.
Then the enemy army would show up, setting up camp at a short distance. One of the two parties might then attempt to provoke the enemy into battle, usually by deploying their troops into formation in plain view and or by harassing the camp with quick cavalry attacks. When a battle did break out, it very rarely consisted of a massive charge from one or both sides. Armies usually resorted to well-tried and tested tactics in which specialized troops performed the tactics they excelled at. For example, Muslim armies from Spain to the Levant relied mainly on the use of missile troops and light cavalry. Even better, a combination of the two, mounted archers. Arab, Berber, and Turkic horsemen excelled at a tactic known as feigned retreat, or tournafouille. This is when a cavalry squadron pretended to retreat from the enemy. When the latter gave chase, the mounted archers simply turned around and unleashed a shower of arrows. On the other hand, Western European armies, which made up the bulk of crusading forces, were the masters of heavy cavalry, mounted armored knights who charged against the weak points of the enemy formations, causing a rout during which individual soldiers were picked off one by one. But crusaders and their enemies actually spent more of their time chasing or evading each other, all the while raiding the countryside to plunder food and other supplies. Both opponents might also resort to burning down farms and crops as a means to deny access and resources to their foes. From an invading army's perspective, these merry rounds of burning and pillaging had the added objective of crushing the local population's morale and to instill a general distrust towards their rulers who were supposed to be protecting them while also potentially robbing said rulers of vital manpower. As an example of this sort of thing, we have the 12th century chronicler Odoric Vitalis extolling the virtues of a knight for once choosing not to slaughter a large group of peasants. As outlined in historian Catherine Handley's book War and Combat 1150 to 1270, quote, he describes a raiding expedition undertaken by a young knight, during which his men destroy the homes of a group of peasants and kill their livestock. The peasants themselves flee to huddle around a cross. The knight spares their lives, and this charitable deed, according to Vitalis, deserves to be remembered forever. I mean, indeed, so brave, so noble. In contrast, and seemingly a bit more typical, a 12th century knight and lord, Walaran, Count of Mellant, was noted as simply cutting off one of the feet of any peasants that he encountered while in enemy's lands. The idea presumably being that the lord now had just lost a useful worker and had an extra crippled and unhappy individual on his hands to manage, assuming the individual survived the defeating encounter with this particular lord. But in any event, if an entire army was on the move as a compact column, usually it was heading towards a major strategic objective, such as a castle or a fortified city. Once the objective was reached, it was time to enact the staple of crusading warfare, a siege. We have an entire hour-long video on the subject of the reality of medieval sieges that you can check out. It's unimaginatively titled, How Did People in Medieval Times Actually Siege a Castle in Reality? Because we're just clever like that. But in brief here, when facing enemy fortifications, Crusader generals had many options at their disposal, each carrying its fair share of pros and cons. The besiegers might try to take the city or castle by storm, for example, by scaling its walls with ladders or mobile towers or forcing open its gates. This was a sound tactic, although the defenders might not be entirely on board with being conquered for some reason and could pelt the attackers with arrows, javelins, rocks, boiling oil, or even sulfur bombs, a weapon used at least once during the Albigensian Crusade. On top of that, your own troops liked not to die, so often had many other things higher on their daily priority list than rushing pell-mell into a massacre like some sort of orc army thrown against the gates of Minas Tirith. This just wasn't something that was often done. There is a reason the word siege literally derives from the Latin to sit. Alternatively, the besiegers might try to demolish the enemy fortifications by using a variety of artillery pieces, such as mangonels and trebuchets, able to hurl huge stones against walls and towers. The problem with that one was that such war machines were insanely expensive and time-consuming to build, few had the expertise to build them, and they were notoriously difficult to transport. Nonetheless, when built, even a single such siege engine could be incredibly effective. If the objective was a coastal city, besiegers may also have placed their siege engines on ships so as to bombard their target from the sea. The defenders might build counter-artillery of their own, taking shots at the enemy engines, their encampments, or troop formations. On occasion, the besiegers and the besieged might get very creative.
Why you don't have
in the
a
autumn
fight
of
in Kingdom
1229,
of
King James
Heaven.
I
It's
of Aragon
accurate.
conducted a crusade against
It's accurate because they didn't fight. They just avoided each other.
So like this is the type of like this persists into like Napoleonic warfare kind of where you're maneuvering your troops to try and catch the other person off guard, and you can only be outmaneuvered because they won't engage unless they know they have the advantage. So you keep maneuvering your troops to make sure nobody has the advantage, and then you just never fight.
Yeah.
So that's why there's no fights, there's no huge army battles in Kingdom in Heaven, because they're like, well, nothing happened to the Crusades.
Mohad king
They didn't
of the
fight.
Balearics. As he besieged the enemy capital, Medina Maraqua, modern-day Las Palmas, he unleashed a barrage from his 4 siege engines. The Almohad king, Abu Yahya, sought to protect his city's walls with a controversial tactic: human shields, in this case Christian prisoners tied to the ramparts. As a retaliatory move, James intensified the bombardments, but with a different choice of projectile: the heads of Muslim prisoners instead of rocks. Perhaps less destructive, but certainly more terrifying. And for all of this, you'd be right in thinking that medieval knights often commonly exhibited strong signs of PTSD. But going back to the fighting, if trebuchets and mangonels were not able to break through enemy defenses, crusaders could count on the services of sappers and miners, a highly specialized and sought-after category of soldiers. Their signature trick was to dig mines and tunnels under a major tower or wall. Then they would light fires underground, in all severely weakening the foundations and overall structure of the fortification at whatever point they were targeting. Then it was just a matter of time before the walls came crashing down. It was thanks to his sappers that Richard the Lionheart was able to open large breaches in the walls of Acre, which he conquered on July the 12th, 1191. Of course, in reality, most of the time, given how difficult such fortified positions were to overcome, a successful besieging of any castle almost universally required one thing above all: no, not incredible strategy or better trained soldiers or anything exciting like that. Not even necessarily an army big enough to realistically capture the fortified position. No, many a siege was won without that. You just needed sufficient forces to keep the enemy forces in while you sat there. Yes, in the vast majority of cases,
I'm gonna have to go.
Administration of day-to-day matters was the path to victory, even
loads,
with an
we'll
insufficient
save,
force to actually capture the castle.
and we'll
by
finish
force.
at the start.
Just
of the
make
next one, I
sure you
guess.
have troops and supplies to outlast your enemy until they eventually give up, essentially. Much more detail on all of this can be found in our video, How Did People in Medieval Times Actually Siege a Castle in Reality? But going back to the Crusades, if a besieging army succeeded in their intent of defeating a walled city or castle, the inhabitants would typically experience 2 fates. If the city was taken by storm, it was customary for the winning side to pillage, burn, murder, and assault at will. Survivors could be taken prisoner and held to ransom or sold into slavery. On the other hand, if the inhabitants surrendered to the attackers, they would experience a much more lenient treatment. The local militia or garrison may or may not experience captivity, but the civilian population was usually allowed to exit the city with their possessions or otherwise just keep on keeping on.
First.
The already mentioned siege of Acre is a curious exception to this. The city authorities negotiated a surrender with the Lionheart, who initially displayed great restraint. But the Crusaders did hold 2,000 prisoners, demanding a ransom from Lionheart's great rival Saladin. When negotiations dragged on and eventually broke down,
this is talked about in Kingdom of Heaven. Is Saladin was like, last time you were here, you fucking massacred people. And he's like, and the guy's like, that's not me, I'm a new guy.
Christian English king took Jesus' words to heart on the love thy neighbour as thyself thing and ordered all of this particular neighbour to be massacred. That said, King Richard had nothing on Shigella. That's a bacterium responsible for most cases of dysentery. Known back then as bloody flux, this infectious disease caused sufferers to experience violent bouts of bloody diarrhea, dehydrating them and depleting their forces on every side with almost inevitable death once infected. Outbreaks of the flux were facilitated by factors such as malnutrition, lack of clean drinking water, overcrowding, and high temperatures, which were factors all too common during a prolonged Crusader siege. Unlike King Richard, however, dysentery was a fiercely democratic disease as it struck at both rank-and-file soldiers and their aristocratic commanders. Needless to say, we feel sure that Shigella would be Thanos approved. Louis VIII of France, for example, died of the disease in November 1226 after taking part in the Albigensian Crusade. His son and successor, Louis IX, was equally unlucky, succumbing to General Shigella in Tunis on August 25th, 1217 during the 8th Crusade. Now, while you might think a given crusade would have only 2 outcomes, victory or defeat, there was a third possible outcome that was what happens in reality most of the time: conglomerate copulation, or a cluster. as we'd say today. A victory was usually marked by the occupation of a city or territory. The defeated entity might be annexed by the victor, or it may survive as a client state. Otherwise, the conquerors might found a new kingdom entirely. Sadly, most instances were followed by the expulsion, conversion, or massacre of the infidels, heretics, or pagans residing in said geographies. It's what Jesus would have wanted, you see. For example, the First Crusade concluded with the capture of Jerusalem in 1099, after which several Crusader barons established 4 new Christian policies along the Levant coast from modern-day Turkey to the Sinai Peninsula, the county of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, the county of Tripoli, and the Kingdom of Jerusalem, collectively known as Al-Rima. In the case of the Crusades against Muslim states in Spain, the Christian kingdoms of Castile-Leon and Aragon might initially impose the payment of a tribute on their defeated enemies and later annex their territories altogether. Muslim populations would be usually forced to relocate either to North Africa or another surviving Taifa on the Iberian Peninsula. During the long and bloody Albigensian Crusade,
why were Palestinians
displaced
again?
Genocide,
Something to do with
those
this?
Cathar heretics who had not died in battle
getting
had the
sent
choice of
over that
converting
way.
to Catholicism or
I've
die
heard
at
that
the
somewhere
stake.
before.
Their lands and those of the southern French
Like the
barons who
OG
supported them
ones,
were
like
eventually
back in the
annexed
day.
to the Kingdom of France. In the case of defeat, participating Christian nations would be left licking the usual wounds caused by a lost conflict, coping with massive loss of life, prestige, and wealth. Very rarely, however, they had to sacrifice.
Or maybe it's Semitic people.
The very nature of most of these
that they all come from or pushed over.
Implied that the triumphant Muslims
yes, that's what it
might
is.
not
That's
have
what it
the
is.
intention
It's the
nor sufficient
Philistines.
power projection to
Was this
encroach on
to
the
do with them, or were they
territories
way
of
before
France,
this?
England, or the Holy Roman Empire. The exception with the Christian.
Am I mixing up my times?
Well, considering they're in the Bible.
Okay, so long time before.
Kingdoms in the Levant, of course.
No, they
Crusades
stay.
taking place in the second half of the 13th
Maybe it's
century
Phoenicians
failed
I'm
to
thinking
relieve
about.
the
I don't know.
pressure
Well, the Philistines
exerted on
became
Al-Rima,
Phoenicians.
eventually leading to
Okay,
their
I'm
fall at
thinking
the
of
hands
something.
the
It's one of
Mamluks.
these groups
And now
like
for one of the
that.
most massive foobarrs in medieval history, the Fourth Crusade. As mentioned earlier, the Crusaders had negotiated a deal with the Venetians to be transported via sea to the Levant. But due to poor coordination, only 1/3 of the planned army showed up in Venice in the summer of 1202. The fleet assembled by Venice was now both too large and too expensive for the Crusaders to afford. But the 90-year-old blind Doge Enrico Dandolo offered another deal. He would give a large discount if the Crusaders helped Venice in conquering the city of Zadar, modern-day Zara in Croatia. And so it was that the Crusaders ended up laying waste to a Catholic city to the great displeasure of Pope Innocent III. But there was more. While intent on destroying Zadar, the Crusaders received another offer, this time from Alexius, Prince of the Byzantine Empire. How about helping him in toppling the reigning emperor Alexius III? Once again, the soldiers marked with the cross attacked another Christian city, seizing it in July 1203. The new emperor, Alexius IV, proved rather ungrateful and failed to pay the promised fee. The citizens of Constantinople, hostile to the presence of the Western troops, ended up ousting Alexius in January 1204. With all hopes for their reward now gone, and disgusted at the Byzantine treachery, the combined Crusader and Venetian forces launched an all-out attack against Constantinople, which fell on April the 12th, 1204. It was payback time, and the invaders pillaged, destroyed, and burned all they could lay their eyes on, subjecting the population to massacres and violations of every imagining.
The capital of the Christian Empire, huh?
Everybody. This was a devastating blow to the Byzantine Empire, which ended up fractured into 4 states and greatly impoverished. Constantinople would return into the hands of a Byzantine dynasty in 1261, but the events of 1204 had initiated a long period of decline, which would culminate in its fall in 1453. The decline of the Byzantine Empire greatly favored the Italian states, and especially the maritime republics such as Genoa and Venice. These mercantile powers had already been enjoying great trade with the Al-Rima, but as they inherited Constantinople's sea routes, they received a massive boost in revenue. Other European nations gained tangible advantages from the Crusades. The Spanish kingdoms greatly expanded their territories, leaving to the Muslims only the Taifa of Granada. This meant that Muslim inhabitants of other
Well, are
tribes
you
were forced
telling
to
me that
relocate and had to begin
colonialism
anew
and
their lives either
occupation
in North
leads
Africa or in an
the
increasingly
original
crowded
population
Granada?
to
The French crown
decline
extended
and
their authority
struggle
over
for
the region
decades
of Languedoc
following?
virtually
Crazy.
independent.
Who would
Of
have
course,
thought?
This was at the expense
You're telling
of a
me that
previously
this,
wealthy and culturally
this
rich region
history of
had an estimated
occupation,
1 million
decimation, and
casualties.
decline
England
is
and the Holy
actually
Roman Empire did not gain direct advantages
millennia
from
old?
the expeditions, although
Crazy.
the variety of funding streams developed during the period stimulated the banking and
Bet that
credit
has
sectors.
zero
As per the Muslim
application
dynasties
to
and
today.
polities of the Middle East, the Crusade game on the long term ended up in their favor. They maintained their hold over the region, which clearly had an immense religious and symbolic value. Moreover, it was an incredibly profitable trade hub along the trade routes linking Europe to Asia. Besides, the decline of Byzantium eventually allowed the rising Ottomans to expand over Asia Minor and eventually continental Europe. But besides the grand political consequences, it is worth considering the impact of the Crusades on those who took the cross. Crusading knights and soldiers who made it back alive often found that they would be largely much worse off than when they had left. Physically, they might be debilitated by serious wounds or the consequences of dysentery and other illnesses. From an economic standpoint, very few fighters returned home with their pockets filled with cash, as loot, if any, was often concentrated in the hands of a few commanders. Moreover, even wealthier knights and barons might have found that their properties had not been protected by the church as promised. Neighbouring landowners would frequently attack or plunder their lands while they were away, or relatives might have been forced to sell property if a harvest had failed, or in one such case, a young nobleman who'd joined Richard the Lionheart's campaign even returned to find his castle, burned his father murdered, and was ultimately exiled into the woods before forming a band of merry men successfully, with their help and the help of his Moorish friend Azim, attacking and overthrowing the Sheriff of Nottingham who'd been plotting to take King Richard's throne while he was away. That said, regardless of what circumstances such nobles found themselves in upon return, veterans of the Crusades would still enjoy the benefits granted by the papal bulls. Most people at the time firmly believed in the importance of remitting sins, and even those who did not believe in an afterlife could still enjoy immunity from previous lawsuits and had interest written off from their debts. Another positive consequence was the great prestige enjoyed by returning crusaders within their communities, even if their adventure had ended with a defeat. Moreover, their deeds would be celebrated in years and centuries to come in chronicles, poems, songs, and other media. And after all, isn't that what we are doing here today? Talking about them close to 1,000 years later. Bonus fact. Alright, going back to the idea of the chivalrous knight. Yeah, about that. Now, we did a full video on this. Did any medieval knight ever actually rescue a damsel in distress? But in brief, despite the best and extremely lengthy efforts of our quite experienced team researching this to try and find one single definitively known instance of that supposed bastion of chivalry, the medieval knight rescuing a woman in peril, we could not find a single one, with one possible, slightly sideways exception. In fact, medieval knights seem to have often not done much of anything about it, even when their own sisters, daughters, cousins, or even sometimes their wives were kidnapped, in the best case perhaps just negotiating for a return, if anything at all. And this is very noteworthy, as during medieval times in the Western world, women of means, whether of the nobility or otherwise, in possession of not inconsiderable valuables, were in particular danger from a random guy coming along, kidnapping them, and forcibly marrying them via simply forcibly consummating the union. Once this was complete, presuming she was not otherwise married, she was now his wife, and not much anyone could do about it at that point. A great way for a lowly knight to join a much more prominent family. In one such case, this one giving us some hope of a knight coming to the rescue of the damsel, one Joan Beaumont was kidnapped by 40 men and forced to marry Edward Lancaster, with once again the formula being forcible consummation. In this case, however, Beaumont was already engaged to Charles Knoll, who, rather than specifically coming to her rescue sword drawn, instead petitioned Parliament not just to fix the situation with his fiancée, but also to fix it for all noble women by passing laws to protect said ladies from being forcibly made to marry in this way. As to what happened after, the British National Archives, while detailing the petition itself, didn't seem to mention how the case turned out as far as we could find. That said, other records we found seem to indicate Joan married Charles Knoll in 1452, so we're guessing that this one had a happy ending. This case is noteworthy in our search for a knight rescuing a damsel in distress, however, in that Beaumont's former husband, Henry Beaumont, was a knight before he died. Further, her son, also Henry Beaumont, was a knight, and he was a joint petitioner with Charles Knoll on the matter. So while not exactly a knight rushing to rescue a damsel in distress in the way typically depicted in stories, it was a knight helping to write a very sternly worded letter to Parliament to help a damsel, in this case his mother. We'll leave it to you to decide whether co-petitioning Parliament to have a woman's forced marriage annulled constitutes a damsel in distress being rescued by a knight. In the end, it turns out that the whole chivalric code was more like loose and varying guidelines instituted by the church to try and rein in the knights going around terrorizing people. As far as actual documented history, rather than the legends and fairy tales, this wasn't very effective. And even in the mythology of it, we have such references as Andreas Capellanus, who more or less popularized the idea of courtly love in the 12th century, and noting knights should feel free to do what they wished with any peasant woman they encountered, but should act respectfully towards noble women. All of that said, during the late medieval period, these knightly individuals were raised on romanticized stories like that of King Arthur and his knights, so surely some of them tried to mimic certain chivalrous stories of these legendary figures, right? Just one knight is all we need here. And this culminated in our one hope of actually finding a credible story of a knight rescuing a damsel in distress, swords drawn and ready for a fight. The Order Emprise de l'Escrew Vert à la Dame Blanche, which was established in 1399 by one-time Marshal of France and Governor of Genoa, Sir Jean-Ile Le Mangre. So why is this so special? Well, this was an order comprising 13 knights dedicated to defending women's honor and their estates. In short, Le Mangre had become distressed at the many noble women telling him of ways in which they were being ill-used or threatened by those in power, and entreating him, as a noble knight, to help them. Thus, he formed the aforementioned chivalrous Order of Knights, and then, on April the 11th, 1399, sent out a letter to be read throughout France of his order's willingness to drop whatever they were doing at the time and come to the aid of those women in need of it, fighting any oppressors encountered in the process if needs be. Of course, only noble women counted here, and as far as we can tell from Le Mangre's extensive documented career after, he never once dropped what he was doing to travel around France helping anyone. As with their leader, we couldn't find any well-documented stories of these knights fulfilling their pledge, but at least, given that this was literally the point of forming this band of knights, and it was formed in response to requests from ladies of privilege petitioning the knights, so we know petitions happened, and they well broadcast their intent to help noble women in distress, I mean, at some point, they probably helped at least one woman, right? In the end, if you spend much time reading about the better documented exploits of the medieval knights around this time, well, let's just say it's probably more likely that should a verifiable story of a woman and a knight actually come up, then probably needed to be rescued from the knight, if anything, especially if the woman was from a family of lesser station than the knight themselves, which was true for most women, or the woman was independently wealthy and was unmarried. That woman was likely in the most danger of all from knights. In the 18th and 19th century, historian Jean-Charles Léonard de Sismondi aptly summed up the myth of the chivalrous knight. Quote, "The more closely we look into history, the more clearly shall we perceive that the system of chivalry is an invention entirely poetical. It is represented as distant from us both in time and place. And whilst the contemporary historians give us a clear, detailed, and complete account of the vices of the court and the great, of the ferocity or corruption of the nobles, and of the civility of the people, we are astonished to find the poets, after a long lapse of time, adorning the very same ages with the most splendid fictions of grace, virtue, and loyalty. The Romance writers of the 12th century placed the age of chivalry in the time of Charlemagne. The period when these writers existed is the time pointed out by Francis I. At the present day, 1810, we imagine we can still see chivalry flourishing in the persons of Du Guesclin and Bayard under Charles V and Francis I. But when we come to examine either the one period or the other, although we find in each some heroic spirits, we are forced to confess that it is necessary to antedate the age of chivalry, or at least 3 or 4 centuries before any period of authentic history.
Great.
Authentic history. What a weird ending.
Okay, so what happened during the Crusades? Bunch of bullshit.
Sounds like it.
All right. Who's ready for bed?
Alright. We'll end. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. Goodbye.